Good morning and welcome back to the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2023. We are in Tampa, Florida at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. This is day 3. We've already seen a whole big batch of players come in, top prospects in the 2023 class. I'm Danny Wexelman with Brian Sakowski, and we're on to day 3, Brian, but I want to hear, because you've been down in the stands watching days 1 and 2 intently, I know, taking vigorous notes. So I want to know what stood out to you from some of the best guys in this 2023 class so far.
Well, I think you can start with the Gold versus Columbia Blue game yesterday, the kind of the final match of that first group. Alex Clemmie from Rhode Island against Travis Sikora from Texas as far as the starters went. Clemmie, a big lefty, up to 94, ridiculous spin rates. He broke like 3 bats in 2 innings.
Yeah.
Sikora was up to 98. The slider was up to 89. He's huge. It works pretty well. There were a number of guys, as you know, who were really good so far, but those two in that start matching up against each other, that woke everybody up.
I absolutely agree. I had a chance to see that game, be a part of that game. So we've had days 1 and 2 here at the Trop go through. We saw 4 groups, and now we move on to the next group of guys. Yesterday, the group of guys you see playing games today, they had their workouts on the field. If you want to go check out their numbers, please go visit perfectgame.org. You can see all of that, the scouts blogs, anything you want to see from the workouts is going to be on that page. But this is what we're going to turn our attention to, our 2 games today between the 4 teams out here at the Trop. And Bryce Eldridge is on the mound for the Navy team, starting off the right-handed pitcher out of James Madison High School. We saw him at the 14U Select Fest, Brian Sakowski, but it's been a while. I know you're looking forward to seeing this guy. What can we expect from him on the mound this morning?
Yeah, Eldridge, obviously massive. He kind of barely fits into the camera shot there. 6'7", 6'8", 220, still lanky and growing. I've seen him a couple times this summer already over in Hoover and then in Atlanta, but it's pretty easy. It's pretty controlled. It's pretty repeatable for as big and as long as he is. I would expect in a 2-inning stint, maybe getting up to 94, 95. He pitches a little bit below that. It's a really good breaking ball, though. He can spin the baseball, which is obviously a desirable trait. So I'm looking forward to seeing the data that comes through on his breaking ball, since we haven't had full access to that necessarily at some of the other events we've seen him at. So looking forward to seeing that. Looking forward to seeing just kind of how in command he stays. He's only got to go 2 innings. That's something that's unique to showcase environments, obviously. So yeah, it should be good. He's really good at baseball, so I'd expect him to be pretty good.
I think that's what's awesome, is that a lot of these guys we haven't seen really play baseball or in a showcase setting for a while. Some of them national showcases, the first time that you're seeing them. A lot of these guys have been through junior national. They've been on the showcase circuit, tournaments galore, but this is a really good opportunity now to see them as they head into their senior year. They'll be in the 2023 draft, which is about a year away, as our friend Vinny Servino mentioned yesterday, 12 months, as he called it, which we just wrapped up the 2022 draft a couple of days ago out in LA during the All-Star festivities. So this is awesome. We get to turn our attention to the next class coming up, and you see Drew Burris shaking hands with the home plate umpire. He's going to start things off for Team Maroon, and we'll introduce you to these guys around the field when we have an opportunity to do so. We're going to introduce you to every guy who comes up to the plate. Thanks for spending your morning with us on Perfect Game TV. We'll be here all day. We'll be hanging out with you, giving you all the insights that we can. My favorite part, Brian, is when somebody will text you about one of these guys and we get to give a little extra insight, because I know that the scouts that are down there, part of the Perfect Game team, they've got all the goodies down there.
Definitely. The group chat blows up throughout the day when guys do different things, and especially with, like, Jeremy Brown's not here, but Jeremy Brown still wants to know what's happening at every moment, so we have to keep him informed. But yeah, the group chat's always going off during the day here.
We got to let H know what's going on. By the way, if you look in the top left part of your screen, you will see the velocity listed as well as the spin rate, the revolutions per minute. So you can check that out, and I know Brian will be referencing that, as well as vertical and horizontal break, because we have all of that information available to us.
And readily available too, which is just ever so nice.
So that ball sails inside. A couple of first pitches, Bryce Eldridge probably not thrilled with, but just getting comfortable out there on the mound. This is the first time a lot of these guys are playing at the Trop, a very unique baseball stadium in that, and also maybe a little bit of adrenaline knowing you got the scouts watching you. But we're checking out Bryce Eldridge on the mound. Drew Burris at the plate leading off for Team Maroon. He's from Perry, Georgia, a Georgia Tech commit.
And these are two of the more well-ranked, like well-known guys in the country anyway. So they know about each other. Even if we haven't had an Eldridge v. Burris matchup yet, they definitely are aware of each other. So there's always that little dynamic, too, is you think, okay, well, here's 300 of the best players in the country. Let's put them into teams, put them on the field. Some of them have played together, but they all know who each other are.
Yes.
And that's like, I think that's kind of a dynamic that gets lost. These dudes know who each other are. They're friends in the offseason. They're all over Instagram with each other. That's one of the more unique parts of it.
That's a great point. So we had a pinch runner going down, trying to steal second base, but David McCann behind the plate for Navy team with the bullet down to get the runner. Check this out.
I had 205 on the pop here, which is right about average in the big leagues. You can pop a 205 when you put it in exactly the right place with solid arm strength and carry. That's what he did there.
And so just a reminder at the showcase, if you happen to walk when you're at the plate, then you will get a pinch runner. The scouts want to see these guys hit. They want to see what they can do when the pitcher's only throwing fastballs, which is also part of the equation. After you walk somebody or hit somebody, it's fastballs only.
Burris won't get cheated here either. In a fastball only count.
But a big punch out for Eldridge. He comes back and works the count. He made some adjustments, it looks like, Bry, in the moment.
Yeah, it's just once you go to that all fastball situation, it not only takes the pressure off the hitter, you know what pitch is coming, but there's also some pressure taken off the pitcher. Like, I don't have to think about what I got to throw here. I just really need to locate a fastball because that's all I have. And so it kind of allows you to focus in more on that, and we saw it there. That was a perfectly located pitch, and we'll see if he's right back in sync.
Colt Emerson steps in, an Auburn commit out of Cambridge, Ohio.
Had a good week at the WWBA. There's a look at that slider there from Eldridge. It's got some sweep to it, not as much vertical, but it's sharp, it's tight, it's late. It's a good pitch. But, yeah, Emerson, an Ohio guy, so, of course, he's near and dear to my heart.
Of course.
But great body, has some power in the left-handed swing. Think he's a good athlete, plays shortstop. Had a really good week at WWBA. I'm kind of buying the projection here. Think he's going to have a fair bit of power there while still being able to play the left side of the infield, which makes it a pretty valuable profile.
Scouts familiar with him. He was part of the 12U national team that won the 2017 World Cup gold medal in Taiwan. He was on the 16U 2021 WWBA team. He won MVP. His travel team, Team Elite, Scout, Team Black, coached by Jamie Crane.
Team Elite had a pretty good run last week. There's a change up there from Eldridge, I think. 86, 87, firm. Had some fade on it, but see if he keeps staying away from Emerson here.
Yeah, away, away, away. And you mentioned it too. They're familiar with each other. So Bryce has a mental scouting report, if nobody else does, about what Colt Emerson can do at the plate.
No doubt. And I think Emerson actually is kind of a little bit more dangerous on pitches away. His power kind of takes him more in that opposite field gap direction, but that's a really good breaking ball there. Right on a perfect spot. Emerson really couldn't do anything with that.
So back-to-back Ks for Bryce Eldridge in the top of the first here at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase.
Yeah, he did that 3 different times in that at-bat, located a breaking ball on that outer edge, starting it off the plate, bringing it right back over the edge. The first 2 Emerson took, he realized he couldn't take that one, so he had to swing at it, but that's really good location, really good command.
Colin Houck will come up to bat.
Easy power from Houck. We saw it in BP. It's a very low effort, and I mean that as a compliment. Sometimes low effort means bad, but as a compliment, low effort swing, lots of bat speed, lots of power. we are out of the inning.
And we'll see a chance. We'll have another opportunity to see him. Sam Stafura makes the play to end the inning. So that'll be the first inning of work for Bryce Eldridge on the mound. Kind of make some adjustments, Brian, after Drew Burress, and while that at-bat is going on, to come back and get 2 strikeouts and a ground out.
Yeah, Eldridge is usually a guy with command, so to kind of get wild in that first at-bat against Burress, that was more unlike him than like him. So once he settled back in, we saw it. We saw the quality slider that he was able to command over the edge. He threw a changeup once. I'm sure he'll mix that in more in the second inning. But as we say all the time, fastball command is life. So once he found that fastball command, then everything else got easier for him.
And I think sometimes we see that too. I mean, listen, he was in the 14U Select Fest, so is Drew Burress. So these guys are used to this stage. Most of these young men are, but there's always going to be a little bit of adrenaline. It's early in the morning, and you want to make a good impression. My favorite question to ask these guys is, what do you want the scouts to learn about you? Because some of them have never seen you. Some of them are very familiar. You've got pro scouts, college scouts, Jim Schlossnagel, Texas A&M's head coach, John Savage, UCLA's head coach in the stands. You're always having a tryout. Whether or not you're committed or what it may be, you're trying out every time you take the stage.
There's no doubt, and there's a common thread to that. It's college coaches will tell you all the time when they're spending their time on the road recruiting, a fair bit of that time on the road is spent watching the guys they already have committed to them. They don't, they go and make sure the development's going the right way. They go and see if they can't learn a couple more things. They go and make sure the kid is aware that they're there watching and, hanging out with the family. There's so many benefits to it, but it's not just, you commit, all right, we'll see you on campus. These coaches are going to watch their guys play and as they progress up the ladder. So it's not, there's some really talented uncommitted guys here. I'm sure that's not a small part of why these Power 5 coaches are here, but they're also here to watch their commits.
It's great to see they're scattered throughout the stands. We'll introduce you to the new arm on the mound, Ethan McIlvaine, the lefty committed to Vanderbilt, the number 3 left-handed pitcher in Tennessee, number 6th ranked player overall in the state. Brian, what can you tell me about him, and what are you excited to see from him?
I've never seen McIlvaine.
Wow.
So
okay.
Some of these guys who maybe they playing some stuff at a younger age, and then they don't come to, or we just don't see them for a year or two maybe at a time for whatever reason. And sometimes guys are hurt, sometimes whatever it is. COVID was a big reason for that in some cases, but I've never seen him. It's a Vanderbilt commit who's huge and left-handed, and generally speaking, I trust Vanderbilt on their pitching evaluation, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, Scott Brown knows what he's doing. Vanderbilt pitching coach. Obviously, Tim Corbin, the head coach of that program, but a really great staff that they have. Stephen Milam steps in, another 14U Select Festival alum. The shortstop will lead off for Team Navy, and LSU commit. Jay Johnson was in the stands, I believe, the past couple of days, head coach of that program.
Milam, a switch hitter, obviously hitting right-handed here against the lefty McIlvaine. But it's kind of, we saw it in BP yesterday, that this kind of his profile. He can hit from both sides. There's a little bit more power, a little bit more whip from the left side, but there's good contact skill and the usual on-base approach from Milam from the right side as well. But we are missing some bats early with the fastball from a left-hander.
Again, top left of your screen, you can see the RPMs and the velo. This is also your first time seeing Ethan McIlvaine. And big strikeout from him to the leadoff hitter. What a great call, by the way, a home plate umpire giving a good one. But first impressions of McIlvaine.
Yeah, it looks like it works, and he's big. Like we talked about already, there's some room to fill out on that frame potentially. That's 92, 93 with quite a bit of vertical break as well as some horizontal to it. It looks like a pretty loud fastball quality here. Slider there. Yeah, keep filling it up. Jeez, don't lose momentum.
Antonio Anderson steps in. I saw his BP yesterday. Loud would be an understatement.
Another switch hitter. I don't remember the last time we had 2 switch hitters to lead off a game in a perfect game showcase.
It's pretty cool. I'm always impressed by the guys who can do that. And it's funny because sometimes you'll talk to a pitcher who is a lefty like McIlvaine, and you'll say, well, how long were you a lefty your whole life? Did dad, mom try to influence that a little bit? And they'll be like, I pitch left, but I do everything else right. I always find that very interesting.
Smart parenting.
Yes.
Is all that is.
Of course. They know.
Anderson Another switch hitter who can do it. And there's such a big discrepancy between guys who say they're switch hitters and guys who actually can switch hit. And we've seen two of the ones who actually can here to start off this inning. But Anderson, tremendous power from both sides of the plate. We saw that on BP yesterday. Hit balls out from both sides. It's kind of different swing approaches from either side, but they're similar in their results and how they deliver the barrel to the ball. But either way, he's very, very loud. So is McIlvaine.
Wow, another strikeout for Ethan McIlvaine. He's kind of doing what he wants right now with the ball. And behind the plate, Walker Barron is his battery mate this morning.
That's just really good command. He's showing the ability to put the fastball on either side of the plate. There's some obvious traits here that are making that fastball appear a little different than it looks coming out of the hand. But another fastball strike as we go along here. Danny, if you have anything else to bring up in the first inning, you better do it.
Get it now?
Get
it now? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I talked to Nazan Zanatello yesterday. I'm very excited about this guy. He was at Junior National, but this is probably one of the biggest events that he's been to. He's uncommitted third baseman out of Missouri. He did have a commitment. He decommitted to open it back up to try to figure out a better fit for himself. But I was really impressed by him. I think that he is eager to have scouts learn a lot more about him. Might be hard to do that in this at-bat against Ethan McIlvaine, but I'll tell you, I was really impressed by the personality and what he shared with me about his family. He's Italian and African-American, and really proud of that. So I'm excited for more people to get to know him. He lifts that ball in the air. It's going to stay on the infield. Stone Russell calls everybody off, and man, the Trot Monster. The Trot Monster will get you here. He makes the play, comes off the field, so that'll turn over. We'll head to the top of the second, but let's break it down because, as you said, Brian Sakowski, first time seeing the Vandy commit Ethan McIlvaine. What did you like?
Yeah, it's easy. He does it pretty. That's what we mean by that. He does it easy on the mound. There's not the head whack and body snap and effort over the front side. Filled it up, to say the least, but there was command there, too. He was hitting the catcher's glove. He was moving the fastball around to both sides. Missed a spot there, but it still ended up in a great spot. There's angle to the plate. There's lots of life on the pitch, both vertical and horizontal. It's something of a lower release, given how tall he is. He is 6'4". But that was good. The slider is not overly sharp. It's not a big pitch, but he was able to put it where he wanted to, landed it for strikes in a couple different spots, and then was able to just dominate with the fastball. I'd like to see moving into the second inning. Let's see if he has a third pitch. Maybe we see the slider one or two more times, but just more of the same. Keep commanding the fastball.
Both starting pitchers with 2 strikeouts in their first inning of work. Most of these guys today will go 2 innings. As we get later in the game, sometimes we'll see just 1 inning depending on who steps up to the mound. Often we see 2 later in the games. We see guys who are primary position players who won an inning on a mound. Yesterday we saw Blake Mitchell, who is primary catcher, step on the mound for an inning. Just an opportunity to show scouts how well-rounded they are. And I know that you, Brian, and your scout team love to see that too. You're going to see guys all around the infield and the outfield playing different positions and trying different things out, staying open to the possibility of whatever position might fit them best at the big league level. But I think that Bryce Eldridge is going to be a primary pitcher, a PO, for the rest of his career. Impressive in the first inning. Anything, I mean, you said it, you want to see consistency. Anything else pitch-wise from his arsenal you'd like to see?
Yeah, in these 2 inning stints, there's obviously less time than if you're planning for a 4 or 5 or 6 inning outing, but you want to see the whole arsenal. We saw the breaking ball from Eldridge, or the slider, pardon me. We saw the fastball with command. Let's see what else he's got. Show it to the dozens of scouts behind the plate and the dozens more watching at home. Show us everything you have so we can evaluate it. And then, just more of the same. Fastball command. Be efficient.
Braden Holcomb steps in, another guy we've seen since he was 14 years old, a football guy, a baseball guy, Vanderbilt commit, shortstop, third baseman, plays the infield. He's part of Power Baseball Marucci's team. Jesse Marlowe, the head coach of that team. It's that ball, chops on the ground through the left side for a leadoff base hit for Team Maroon. So doesn't try to do too much. We know he's got the power, but he finds the hole.
Yeah, his 96-mile-an-hour exit velocity on a 2-hopper through the 6-hole. Generally speaking, actually not generally speaking, literally speaking, the harder you hit the baseball, the better your potential outcomes are.
No doubt.
Even if that was, he didn't get that the way he wanted to.
Yeah.
He hit a 2-hopper through the 6-hole. However, hit it so hard, no one could do anything about it. So that's a base hit. It's a keep getting stronger, keep hitting balls harder. There's nothing but benefit that comes from that, just in terms of your outcome as a hitter.
Yeah, the stats are absolute proof of exit velocity and how hard you're hitting the ball equating to higher on-base percentage, especially at the major league level. We see that all the time. Riley Jackson steps in, Florida State commit, plays for 5-star National. Andy Burris, his team, Drew's dad. Holcomb fakes it, firing down David McCann. We saw him in the first inning throw a runner out at second base. He's back behind the plate for another inning of work.
Really, obviously willing to throw. We saw the arm strength. They saw the quick release in the first inning when he threw a guy out stealing second. But the willingness to back pick, it always kind of puts a little bit of a scare in you as a coach in the dugout. When I was coaching at St. Mary's, obviously we had Ike Irish behind the plate, and Ike Irish loves to throw. And he should. He's got an unbelievable weapon of an arm. He should want to throw. But, you know, every time he turns to back pick, there's a little bit of a catches your throat, or catches your breath in your throat when you worry about what might happen. But then he does it so well so often, you learn to trust it. And we're seeing that with McCann. If you're willing to back pick, great. You just better be good at it. And he is consistently accurate with it. We've seen him do that over the years.
Eldridge with a strikeout of Jackson, so his third through an inning and a third of work.
It was just elevated fastball. Just put it in a spot where it can't be touched.
By the way, Matthew Osenfort at first base catching that throw from McCann, doing a good job over there. Braden Holcomb still over at first base. He had that chopper to start the inning, and George Wolko steps in. He'll have to wait a check on Holcomb. Let me pull up those 60 times, Brian, because we were talking about that. There's a whole new group of guys yesterday who had these workouts and some new 60s. Isaiah Drake, by the way, is the new leader in the class. He ran a 6.1560.
6.15 is
Yeah,
not slow.
we like it.
Not slow.
We like it.
And we've had 2 6.16s as well. Kendall George, who you saw in the first group, and Adrian Santana, who's here right now from Miami. But that's different speed. Dylan had a 6.22. Everyone knows who Max Clark is. He ran a 6.33. My Michigan guys, of course, Evan Hager and Parker Pico with 6.33s. These guys can run. It's a different level of athleticism now.
Another strike to Walco. The count 0-2 in the top of the second. Walco, part of Team USA 15U national team. I can't even imagine how cool that experience is for these guys to get to play for the national team. I think that they've all enjoyed every opportunity they've gotten. He was also part of the 14U Select Festival in 2020.
It's actually a pretty unique matchup here. Obviously, they're both 6'7" or 6'8", so that makes it unique in itself. But there's only Wolko, obviously a 6'7" left-handed hitter bat. Like we're not talking about him as a pitcher like we are with Eldridge, but maybe the only other player in the class who's also a 6'7" left-handed hitter who might have some two-way upside is the guy pitching to him.
Love that.
So that's kind of a unique thing there too. Eldridge still swings the bat. I saw him at a home run in Hoover. It's tremendous power. Wolko we know about, but yeah, 2 giant human beings out here.
Holcomb's taken off. McCann throws down, but Braden slides in safely, but another strikeout for Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, Eldridge just doing a good job of commanding his stuff right now. That was a changeup. It's a tough pitch to throw on if you're a catcher, but you can see the action of the pitch here. It fades just under the barrel, even though it stays on the plate. A little bit tougher of a throw there for the catcher, considering the swing coming across the plate. But great pitch and a great spot from Eldridge. He's in command.
Two outs in the top of the second. Trenton Lyons, the Memphis, Tennessee native, steps in, takes strike one. Another good pitch from Eldridge.
That's a slider with, looking at the board, nearly 19 inches of horizontal break, so 19 inches of sweep. That makes it a very unique pitch, a good pitch. Especially playing off that fastball that has more true plane and the changeup fading away. He's working the horizontal axis really well so far today.
Lions, the Ole Miss commit, the national champions, Mike Bianco's program, what a run they had through the postseason and through Omaha. I think one of my favorite new players, Dylan DeLucia, just a bulldog. Really impressed by what he did in Omaha.
Another great pick by Cleveland, who I thought had a fantastic draft. We'll see in 8 years, obviously.
Yeah, in a couple of years, we'll find out. We'll find out. But it was a great draft. Saw a lot of PG alum go in the first round. Really impressive and pretty exciting to see those guys and see their dreams come true.
No doubt, no doubt. I like the strategy that Cleveland employs in their draft. You know, we get the more surefire big leaguer college bat guy up top, and then we take projectable high school guy that we know we can develop and going to have an extra base hit here. Good piece of hitting down the line.
Yeah, that ball able to stay fair and heads into foul territory. So Lions ends up on second base with an RBI. Holcomb comes in to score.
Yeah, it's just, like we said, good piece of hitting. A pitch away, down, just get enough on it to shoot it over the third baseman's head, and a good athlete automatically turns that into a double, and that's what happened. I think the exit velo was 81 or 82. He just got enough on there. Good piece of hitting, no doubt.
So we get to see Luis Castillo step in out of Talbot, Tennessee, plays for Team Elite, Coach Crane's team.
Castillo's got a lot of power too, clearly. You can just look at him. He's got a ton of power. But we saw it on display in BP yesterday. There's a lot of ease of the power. That's something everybody likes to look for, is how easy can you hit balls really far? And on the mound, how easy can you throw balls really hard? But lots of ease to it, good bat speed. Thought the path was fine for the most part yesterday. Just a big power hitting right-handed hitter.
Takes a strike, a lot of strikes, just a consistent strike thrower. Eldridge, we know him to do that, but now you get to see it in person.
It's not very often you see a guy of his length have the control/command that he does, because it's, you know, it's talked about a lot. It's so hard to repeat your delivery when you're that long, and especially at 17 or 18 years old, you're not fully physically mature yet. So it's makes it even more difficult. But with Eldridge, it's pretty repeatable. He's a little bit maybe too crossfire on the front side. Some things to clean up in that respect, but he's repeating what he does now, and that's paying dividends in the strike throwing.
And he swings through that one. So Bryce Eldridge with a couple more strikeouts through 2 innings of work, and that's going to be it for him this morning and at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase, at least on the mound. So let's hear it, Brian. What's the summary of Eldridge?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. The fastball was mostly 92, 94, 91, 94. I know he walked one in the first or whatever it ended up being, but I thought there was pretty good command of the pitch. He was able to elevate it for swings and misses, was throwing 2 different breaking balls. The slider had a ton of sweep, nearly 20 inches of horizontal movement on it. That makes it somewhat of an outlier pitch. He was commanding it for strikes. He was throwing it inside to lefties. And there was a curveball there, too, that had good spin. Maybe not as much shape, maybe not as much bite, but a different look at a little bit slower speed. And we saw the changeup too, 86, 87. He was commanding it arm side. He's 6'7". He's still growing into his body. I thought that was fantastic.
There's some of the scouts in the stands early this morning at the Trop. A lot of pro scouts, major league teams, a lot of college scouts scattered in here. As Brian said, they're checking in on their guys, some of their commitments. And also there's a couple guys who aren't committed. I believe Luis Castillo not committed to school yet, still trying to make that decision. Some guys we've seen, I mean, we saw Jaron Purify was committed to Michigan with Eric Bakich's program when Bakich moves to Clemson. purified decommits and then recommits over to Clemson. So we're seeing that a little bit too this summer. But it's interesting to come to this event, Brian, and know that there are a couple of guys, not too many, but a couple of guys who are still trying to figure it out or have decommitted and finding a new school for them that fits them best.
Yeah, definitely. And there's any number of reasons why guys are here and uncommitted. But most of the time it's they were committed somewhere, then for whatever reason they opened back up, coaching change, whatever happened. That's most of why. There's some that just straight up decommitted because they think that wasn't the best option for them. And there's some who haven't ever been committed yet, just by virtue of whatever reason. So definitely still a usable event in terms of recruiting. There's definitely enough uncommitted guys here to be here and watch them, but most of these guys are committed. This event mostly still is for pro scouts.
So we'll see another inning of work from Ethan McIlvaine, which is exciting. Another inning, a little more information to collect from him, and he's facing Miles Naylor, the Texas Tech commit. Naylor, you're obviously familiar with that last name. His brothers, Josh in 2015, the number 12 overall pick, and Bo in 2018, the number 29 overall pick. So comes from a very athletic family, obviously has his older brothers to lean on as well in that department. But really tough to hit Ethan McIlvaine this morning. The guy's just been working the plate and taking advantage of all the stuff he has that a lot of these guys probably haven't seen. I don't, for lack of a better term, that's kind of a demon fastball. That's 24 to 23, 24 inches of induced vertical break from a lower slot with a lower release height at 91, 93, throwing it wherever he wants to. That's a fair ball.
Oh, nope.
Foul?
I think he might have changed his mind at the last minute.
He changed his mind at the last minute. It looked fair to me, Coleman Mizell down the line, but he'll come back.
It's the second inning of the first game.
You can't get it all right. It's okay. Good morning, Blue.
But that, right there, that's center cut 91, and we barely got to it. And Mizell's the guy who can hit. That speaks to the quality of that pitch, the deception of it, what it's looking like to the hitter versus what we see.
That one caught him. So you're going to see over at first base a pinch runner. And so a chance to see McIlvaine also in a different view from the stretch on the mound, pinch running for the Navy team. Let me pull up my chart here. That's Bristol Carter over at first base.
And now McIlvaine can only throw fastballs per the showcase rule. Not that that's going to change anything he's been doing so far anyways.
Yeah, those have been pretty nasty anyway. That one up and in. So Coleman Mizell out of Hartselle, Alabama, plays for USA Prime National. Mark Nellis, the head coach of that team. He's an Alabama commit. He's going to stay in the state. He was a state champ this year, the 6A state champs.
Powerhouse program there in Hartselle. Our deep south guys, Corey Hall and Colt Nolinger, they get into it. They get into Alabama high school baseball. They're into it. Corey's an Alabama guy. Colt lives there now and has quickly adopted it. But they followed all the high school baseball this spring intensely in the state. I'm sure they were at the state finals too.
Well, big swing from Mizell and a throwdown from Walker Barron to check on Carter at first. So another strikeout McIlvaine adds to his total, 3 so far on his day.
There's a lot of fastballs in the world that have, plus to plus plus induced vertical break, and they have that perceived rise, which is what we're talking about. McIlvaine's fastball straight up looks like it's rising from here. You look on the screen, it looks like it's rising. It's that's unique in and of itself. Not that it's literally not. We understand that.
Our listeners know what you mean, Brian. They know.
It looks like it, and you can see it in the swings, too. These guys are under that fastball wherever it's pitched. Would love to see a changeup. I'll echo the sentiments from a couple scouts who are texting me right now. Would love to see a changeup.
He'll be facing Ashton Larson from Overland Park, Kansas, plays for USA Prime National. Brandon Chancellor, Cody Kramer, head coaches there. He's an LSU commit, Jay Johnson's program. Standing on the left side of the plate, also won a gold medal, part of the 12U national team in Taiwan back in 2017. Played in front of a lot of people, thousands of people. This is a guy who knows what pressure is. Heading down just second, he'll take the bag. Bristol Carter, no throwdown from Walker Barron.
Larson's a really good player. He's hyper athletic, very twitched up, can really, really run. Put on a really good show in BP yesterday. I don't know if I expected him to have as much power as he does, but really quick stroke. We'll see what it looks like against this, though.
Ooh, that one hits him. Another ball he'll wear. That's a tough one. So we'll see another pinch runner over at first base. He's going to take a second to walk that one off. That's not fun to feel, Brian, especially from McIlvain, who's firing it in there.
No, and you see we got the elbow guard on there, and that takes away some of the hurt. But his left arm or right arm is numb right now. He's just trying to get the feeling back in, and I don't even know if he's in pain. He just can't feel anything right now.
All right, so 2 on, 2 down in the bottom of the second. That ball misses outside. McIlvain says, all right, man, I see you. I know I went up and in. I'm going to go out for this one. Don't worry. I'm not here to hit you, I promise.
I'm just here to strike you out.
That's right. And he might do that. The 1-2 pitch, and there it is again. So comes back after hitting Larson and gets the strikeout. So by my count, Brian, 4 strikeouts in 2 innings of work for McIlvain, a guy you hadn't seen until this moment. So break him down.
That was nuts. I mean, it's super unique, and given how the fastball plays, we talked about it. It was averaging 20 or so induced vertical break. It was up to 24 several times. It's a lower slot, low release height, even on a big guy. Does it easy. Was 91, 93 for the most part. I can actually check that and pull up the velocity.
Yeah.
Let's see. Up to 93, sat 89, 93. Okay. Was landing a slider. It's not a sharp bat missing pitch yet, but was kind of landing it enough to keep hitters off the fastball. And it's not like his fastball needed any help being kept off of, just because of how demonic that pitch was. I don't have a better word for it. That was
I love that description.
Interesting look at a guy I've never seen before. That was a very, very interesting look for sure.
He's at a Thompson Station, Tennessee. Switch hitter, by the way, if we ever would see that. 6'4", 210 pounds, the Vanderbilt commit. 2 innings of work. You can go on perfectgame.org, check out some of the numbers that Brian was mentioning, and see where he stacks up with the rest of his class. We're moving along here at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. Daniel Wexelman, Brian Sakowski, good morning. Thanks for waking up with us on Perfect Game TV. We're out here all day long. We've got 2 games on deck for you. This is the first one of the day, and then later this afternoon another group will come in for more workouts. So a new crop of prospects in the 2023 class will come in, and we'll have that all covered on Perfect Game TV. So as we said, Bryce Eldridge's day is done on the mound. Jansen Kenty will be the new pitcher for the Navy team out of Noonan, Georgia, the Alabama commit. Brian, he's on USA Prime 17U. He's a lefty. What else can you tell me about this guy?
Yeah, PG Select Fest alum of 2020. It's obviously a 2023 grad. That's why he's here. He's younger for the grade. He's not yet 17, which is notable in an age where we see 20-year-old high school seniors sometimes for some reason. But yeah, he's been a consistent performer. Obviously, we've seen him a ton over the years. He was solid at East Cobb last week. Can pitch, a pitchable guy, a solid athlete. We should see some pretty good stuff.
Yesterday, I saw Pete Kraska's BP. He's playing first base all day for Maroon. His BP had every single eye in the stadium on him. There was not a single person in here who wasn't watching Kraska's BP.
I don't know if, we've seen a ton of guys with bat speed. We've seen a ton of guys with power over the years, this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know if I've ever seen somebody swing the bat, harder, with more effort than Kraska did yesterday. He was swinging the bat so hard I was worried he was going to, break his ribs from the back because the barrel was whipping around to hit him in the back so violently. But, man, he was killing baseballs yesterday. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that we will get the opportunity to see that. But again, The guys on the mound, Jansen Kenty, is out here for 2 innings. He's going to give you his best stuff, his best velo. He's not trying to go out there for a full game. And so it becomes even more difficult because you're only seeing these guys probably one time, maybe two, pretty rare, one time, and you're going to get their very best stuff. So it's definitely a power matchup for every single batter as Zaid Diaz steps in. Another guy, as we mentioned, someone who's still trying to figure out where he'll be going to school playing baseball next year.
Diaz has performed pretty consistently at East Cobb guy as he wears one right in the spine. That's not what you want.
No, so he wears the pitch. He's going to take a couple minutes to walk. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, that's 88 out of Kenty's hand.
88 with a ton of run.
With a ton of run.
Right into the lower back.
2,200 RPMs. So it'll take a few minutes here. The umpire's going to give him some time. Sometimes we see, too, if you're watching at home, wherever you're hanging out with us from, he might go back to the dugout for a second, take a breath, as you see here. So that's exactly what's going to happen. And so then we'll see the next batter come up and have a chance to give him a little extra breathing room to take care of that back. That's never fun when you face that, especially at 9:30 in the morning, Bri. It's a lot.
And Diaz will, he'll be able to come back up whenever he wants, whether that's right after this guy or right after the next guy. He doesn't lose his place in line. We'll just give him as much time as he needs and keep the flow of the game going while we're at it.
That's right. So Jansen Kenty on the mound facing Roddy Rodriguez, another guy who's working through a couple of schools, a great place to be for this, especially I know we've got a lot of eyes on Perfect Game TV. Thanks for spending your morning with us. I still have half a coffee to drink, so after that, watch out. It's really on. I know these guys aren't really into the coffee. A lot of them are drinking some energy drinks down there. We've seen, especially the pitchers, fire themselves up a little bit. But Kenty's got a runner on first base and will face Rodriguez at the plate. I didn't see his BP yesterday, Brian. Did you see it?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
It's a whippy bat, good bat speed. There's a fair bit of power there. I think he's going to grow into some more. It was a pretty good BP. We're seeing a unique pitch mix already. Maybe not unique, but the full display of it here from Kenty. It's fastball's been upper 80s with a lot of run. That was a changeup there with even more run. We've seen the slider with a good amount of break to it.
Max Coffer behind the plate throws the runner out at second base. Nice job by him. We'll get another chance to see that. So the catchers have rotated. That's Max Coffer behind the plate.
And you'll see that all day. Different guys playing different spots at different times.
What'd you clock that in, Bri?
About 2 flat. Yeah. Pretty good. Really good accuracy. Good tag. Sometimes you see the infielders struggled reaching for the ball, and then they have to drag it all the way back to tag the guy. Shortstop there, let the ball come to him as he should. And quickly 2 away.
Ashton Larson makes the catch in center field. And remember, too, I'm a little, 5% more impressed here at the Trop. We've seen a couple guys have to battle the top of this dome in the stadium. So Ashton Larson does a good job out there patrolling center field, as Brian said. And we'll go back to Zaid Diaz. He comes back up. He took a ball to the back a couple minutes ago. He comes back for his at-bat against Kenty.
Yeah, sometimes it's all just to get the feeling back, when you're back after being.
That's not asking too much. No.
So we saw him take BP yesterday. Obviously, we've seen him a ton over the years. He's a lead squad guy. He can hit. Showed off some juice yesterday, pull side. Got a couple pretty good and deep into the stands in right field.
Can't check his swing, but third base umpire says he didn't go. So he did hold it.
Yeah, this fastball's kind of taken off at the top of the zone. It's we're seeing on the screen here. It's 17 inches of horizontal and 17 inches of vertical, which is something unique. You don't see them match up too often.
But gets the call on the outside part of the plate for the strikeout. So Jansen Kenty ends his first inning of work on a high note. A couple different things going on in the inning for him, but overall, Brian, what did you see?
Yeah, he's got some funk to the delivery that helps him. Just something of a weirder look. It's 3/4. He's got some angle to the plate there. You see the slider there to Kraska that had a lot of sweep to it. We saw him command the fastball pretty well. That more of a tilting slider that gets a swing and miss down in the bottom of the zone. You want to see a guy who can do that, who can manipulate the shape of his pitch for different reasons. We saw a changeup from him. We'll probably see more of it in the next inning, especially if you see some more right-handed hitters. But good fastball quality, was commanding the pitch. He's an athletic kid with a quick arm, and he obviously had quite a bit of success there.
All right, so moving to the bottom of the third, this is our third day at the Perfect Game National Showcase, the class of 2023 at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Yes, the Stingrays. We saw them eating breakfast yesterday morning. Today they seem to just be having a great old time out there watching the ball game.
Still waiting for one of these guys to hit it into the Rays tank.
I am too, and I think that there's some power here that could potentially do it. We saw a couple of balls leave the yard in the first 2 days of the showcase. Trenton Lape yesterday in particular went yard, but I know there were a couple of more that went out. I think there are a couple guys who could do it, Brian.
Yeah, no doubt. We're talking about power. Yesterday, Caden Irving, in his batting practice, kid from the South, Ole Miss commit, right-handed bat. We've seen him hit some balls far. We've seen him hit home runs in Hoover. I saw it this summer myself, see him hit some balls far in Hoover. But what he did yesterday in BP, we don't have the measurements necessarily, but I think I can say pretty unequivocally that he hit the furthest ball we've seen so far this week. If you can, once we get a little bit of a different view, there's a hot sauce sign in left field beyond the first row of stands. That is an absolute shot. Yes, the just to the right of that, guys, the ledge hot sauce in true left field there. That's where Irving hit his longest BP home run yesterday. It was that's it right there. Perfect.
Look at that beautiful camera work.
Thank
what a
you
great
very
crew
much,
we
folks.
have.
Much appreciated.
Our Perfect Game TV crew.
That's
impeccable.
That's a good 20-25 rows up from the field, gaining in elevation in a big yard already, and that's where Irving hit that ball yesterday, and that was, that type of thing stands out. Like, I'll remember that for a long time. I still think of Alejandro Terrell's batting practice at Junior National 2016 or something, and Nick Storrs, who didn't even go to college as a hitter, his batting practice at the National in 2017, maybe like the loudest one I've ever seen. But that home run from Irving yesterday, just in BP, that'll stick in my head for a while.
Yeah, it keeps getting better. And we'll introduce you to the new arm on the mound for the Maroon team, Connor Crisp, younger brother of Nolan Crisp, pitcher at Georgia. So we'll get a chance to see the righty on the mound, part of Five Star National, another guy with Andy Burris' program out of Locust Grove, Georgia, a Georgia commit. Brian, what are you hoping to see from him as he faces Luke Stevenson at the plate?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just how much like his brother he is. Saw Nolan pitch a ton in PG events over the years. And, went to Florida, was the closer there for a while, transferred closer back home to Georgia. Obviously, brother Connor's going to follow him there. But want to see how similar they are, but it looks to be already a pretty substantial fastball in terms of the rise, and that's a good change up there that he's killing the spin on pretty good.
So Luke Stevenson out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, UNC commit, part of Dirtbag 17U National, Trey Daly's program, takes that ball on the outside part of the plate.
It's a pretty high spin fastball here from Crisp. We're getting up over 2,400. That's something notable, especially for a high school guy, and with a fair bit of vertical action to the pitch as well.
Again, top left part of your screen, you can check out the velo, the RPMs, the revolutions per minute, and we're going to see a pinch runner over at first base, and that means we're going to see straight fastballs from Crisp on the mound. Crisp, a part of the 14 and 15 Team USA. A part of a couple Perfect Game National Championships, 15 UWWBA, 15 BCS. You mentioned it too, Brian. First team All-State the last 2 seasons. He's just been working his way. As you said, he's got his older brother following in his footsteps. Nice to see what he's able to do for himself on the mound.
We seeing something that doesn't always happen. It was an all fastball count, and Chris threw a breaking ball anyway. And you saw really quickly every single person who works for Perfect Game behind the plate, catcher, the umpire, the pitcher, everybody stopped and went, wait, no.
Not so fast, buddy.
Yeah, I think all 15 or so PG employees back behind the plate had something to say there. That was funny.
A little early in the morning sometimes for these guys. That ball missing outside. So again, we've got a pinch runner over at first base. That's Coleman Mizell.
Crisp has a fairly long arm action. You can see it kind of really get back there through the back of the stroke here. We'll see it once he goes here. But yeah, it gets long in the backside, gets offline, and he's not a very long strider downhill either. So once you hit foot strike, the arm is still kind of hanging back there, and that's what we call timing when we're evaluating a pitcher. And with the arm not up where it needs to be, you kind of have to strain to catch up at that point, and that tends to lead to missing up and away, and Crisp is consistently missing up and away right now with his fastball.
So there's 2 runners on. He does come back, though, and get the strikeout of Stevenson, working through a couple of things. And that's what we see, right? You're going to see a guy who's going to work through different situations and scenarios and come out here, comes back, and gets a good pitch for the K.
Yeah, that's a well-placed fastball there on the outer black, maybe a half a ball width off, which is definitely in play, as it should be. I'm not critiquing. It should be in play. But, yeah, it's a good spot, and then he can go right back to the breaking ball finally now and get some weak contact.
Colin Houck makes the play at first base, diving back. Mizell over at third.
Looks like it might have been a little too weakly hit. I think he was safe there at first.
So running down the line, potentially beating that out. We'll see a replay of it. See on the big board. Yeah, he did beat it out. So nice job by Stevenson to beat that ball out, even though hit weakly on the ground.
Nothing the infield could do there, and Eaton's a good runner anyways, as we know. And it was a good play, but third baseman to come over, quickly got it out of the glove, made a strong, accurate feed across. It was just Eaton's too good of a runner there to get him on a pitch or on a ball like that.
So bases are loaded. That brings up Matthew Austin Fort playing first base for the Navy team. We saw him catch a couple of balls from the backstops today, throwing down, trying to pick off the runner at first base, still trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. What do you know about him, Brian? Yeah,
he was it's a good player. South Dakota, obviously unique in that there's not a ton of baseball players that come out of South Dakota, but we've seen him quite a bit over the years. A first baseman who moves pretty well for as physical as he is. Ran 7 flat in the 60, which is again is good for a guy with his physicality. It's a left-handed bat, as we're seeing right now. He was in the PG Select Fest in 2019. A left-handed pitcher, too. We've seen him up to 88, 89 or so. I don't know if we'll see him pitch in this event. We may. But, yeah, a good, well-rounded player. Strength at the plate. Can do it on the mound, too. And we saw it in that first inning. Pretty good at first base as well.
Yeah, good presence over there. I feel like I can trust him with any throw down from the guys today. And a pitch coming back, a strike from Crisp. Crisp shared with us that his high school coach, Chad Crawford, somebody who inspires him. He teaches special needs students. He said, I spend a lot of my free time talking to him. His students are inspiring. They try their hardest in everything they do. And if we could try like they do, our world would be a better place.
That's a good fastball on the outer edge from Crisp. You can see the rise on it there. Austin Fort's barrel underneath it, even though it was at the top of the strike zone. But yeah, Crisp kind of finding some comfort now. We're seeing that once he's able to establish off speed early, once he's able to grab a strike with a breaking ball like he did there, he's much more comfortable throughout the rest of the at-bat. And once we had a walk and he had to go fastball only, that's not how he wants to pitch. So now that he's able to get back to what he wants to do, we're seeing some more success.
Max Coffer steps in. We mentioned it. Texas A&M's head coach Jim Schlossnagle in the stands watching the commits that he has. Another team who made a run in Omaha. incredible what he did in his first season with A&M as head coach, coming over from TCU after a storied career there.
Absolutely, and what a fun story that was. You know,
Yeah.
you go to I don't know the state of Texas as well as I maybe should. I'd imagine that TCU and Texas A&M are at least some level of rival, even if they're not
Oh,
in the same
absolutely,
conference. But,
yeah.
to go to another Texas school and right away you go to Omaha, and I think TCU's an Omaha team for next year. I think they're going to be really good, and that's just it's a fun story. You don't always see that happen. Usually it takes a couple years, you know.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it was an impressive first season. They'll follow it up. Bases are loaded for Coffer as he fouls that pitch back from Nolan Crisp on the mound in his first inning. Excuse me, not Nolan. That's his brother. I'm so sorry, Connor. I am so sorry. I hope that doesn't happen often. My bad. I am so sorry. Oh, man, I hate doing that. Connor Crisp on the mound.
As a man with a brother 4 years younger than me who looks a lot like me, that happens more than you think.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm sure it does. But I know these guys. These guys are trying to make a name for themselves, be themselves. I talked to Stephen Milam about that and not being compared to Alex Bregman all the time because of New Mexico, LSU, and the height, what have you. So just trying to be who they are. We saw that, too, with a lot of the second-generation players who just went in the draft, right?
Yep.
Drew Jones, Jackson Holliday, Cam Collier. I mean, the whole lot of them just trying to be themselves and make a name for themselves. So I apologize, Connor Crisp. Back on the mound, as I said. Max Coffer at the dish, lifts that ball in the air. The Trop Monster is going to sail it foul into the stands. So a good battle here between Coffer and Crisp.
Definitely. And Coffer's got a quick bat. We've seen it. There was a couple fastballs up and in that he's been able to at least get enough barrel to get rid of them. That's something of a feat in and of itself to foul off a pitch in a location like that. But quick bat, lots of strength to his frame. Should be strength on strength.
Behind the plate, Trenton Lyons catching Crisp. You can hear him kind of saying, hey, it's all right, you got it. Don't worry. Bases are loaded. You can see the infield playing on the lip of the grass and the dirt for Coffer as he can't hold the swing. Wishes he could have that one back. So a strikeout for Connor Crisp in his first inning of work. Leaves the bases loaded. So he'll come back out for another, but the positive takeaways from the first inning, Brian.
Yeah, there's good fastball quality here. We saw the data and the rise that the pitch creates, and he does it pretty easy. There's some looseness there, and we saw a pretty quality breaking ball. That one he just threw to Coffer was the best one he threw of the inning, but there were enough thrown that he landed for strikes in spots where he wanted to land them. And it was, I thought he after the first hitter, after he had that walk, after he fell behind, I thought it was a much better outing. He definitely kind of caught himself before he fell, so to speak, and was able to pitch out of it.
All right, we're moving along to the fourth. Game 1 of 2 today. Workouts later today on Perfect Game TV. Jansen Kenty back out on the mound for the Navy team. Self-scouting report from Kenty. I'm a team player, quiet and humble. I'm a strong, powerful left-handed pitcher with pitchability. I throw a fastball, changeup, and slider. I'd say my best pitch is the changeup.
And we saw that in the first inning. He didn't throw as many changeups. I'm sure we'll see some more in this inning here, but definitely a significant amount of action on the pitch, a fair bit of comfort to the pitch, at least as it looks now. We saw more sliders from him in the first inning, but yeah, imagine if we see more right-handed hitters, we'll see more changeups.
And there you can see Connor Crisp sitting down, taking a seat, waiting for another inning of work. He'll watch Kenty work for the Navy team. Still behind the plate, Max Coffer, we just saw him at the plate batting. Around the infield, Matthew Ossenfort at first, Stephen Milam second, Antonio Anderson short, Nazan Zanatello playing third, Coleman Mizell in left, Ashton Larson playing center, and Cole Eaton out in right field. So that's the Navy defense for this inning.
These are for the folks at home, as this is mostly an audio medium between you and I. We have that posted in the dugout. We have giant lineup cards with every single position for every single inning and which player is playing where. And it's all very scripted out. It's all very scheduled out. We want to make sure everybody gets the most amount of time possible at their given position, and we give them time at other positions too to show their versatility. And
there it is.
There it is, right there. You can see it. Easy to follow, too.
Yes, it is. And easy for the guys to figure out where they're going to be. Braden Holcomb checking out where he's going later this inning. I know he'll be over at third base and around the field. Stone Russell steps in out of Bradenton, Florida. He's at IMG Academy, committed to Florida. And I think what's most impressive about this guy, as he fouls that pitch back, is the 476 GPA. He's an Honor Society member as well, which is wildly impressive. I always think when these guys are able to balance their academics, which we know are a huge reason as to why they're able to be accepted into top college programs and then also be a great ball player, I'm always impressed.
I didn't even know it went that high.
I didn't either. Yeah. Shoot.
476. I didn't.
He's got to be taking a lot of college classes.
AP classes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's really impressive. That ball hits in the stands right behind the dugout. That's a souvenir for you, my friend. I'm sure you've never had a souvenir baseball before. Standard Scout uniform, by the way. He's got the stopwatch around his neck. No bucket hats here in the Trop today. Sorry to say.
Don't need it.
Don't need it, but I'd still like to see it, to be honest. I really would.
Bucket hat and sunglasses and a whole gallon of sunscreen.
Yeah, maybe that would be not good, actually.
That's
inside.
PG National, Fort Myers.
That's right. So Russell fouling a couple of pitches back here, right on the mark, facing Kenty.
And Kenty's showing a lot of the same stuff. Fastball upper 80s with a lot of movement to the arm side. We've seen a changeup with a similar movement profile. That's a fastball there. A lot of sink on that one. 86, 87, 80, 88 is where he's kind of been with it. The slider's been good, as we saw in the first inning. But here against the right-handed hitter Russell, definitely would expect more of a changeup look. And I'm totally wrong.
Wow.
I've never been more wrong about anything. It was a slider.
But what a great pitch from Kenty for the strikeout. Very impressive.
Yeah, it's a really good pitch. That's 19 inches of sweep. Oh. It's in a perfect spot. That's over the inner third. That pitch moved so much it started off the plate away and ended up almost off the plate in. It's pretty unique to be able to generate that much movement on a slider at 17 or 18 years old.
So Walker Barron will get an opportunity to bat. We've seen him behind the plate. The East Carolina commit swings at the first pitch, chops it foul.
Barron's a nice player, a good, well-rounded player. But we've seen the hand speed in BP yesterday stood out. He's athletic. It looks good behind the plate. I think that's a really good get for East Carolina, who recruits just extraordinarily well.
And he looks at a strike. We said it in the first inning, Brian Kenty just consistent with the strikes, just throwing them, and not a ton of swings. A lot of strikes that are extremely deceptive.
Absolutely, and don't think that that's not noticed. You know, like in an event like this, even early in the day, but as much fun as we're all having, these days do drag on. And guys who have trouble.
Don't tell people that,
you know,
Brian.
guys who have a little bit of trouble throwing strikes, they stop the wheels from turning. So these dudes who are out there grabbing the ball and going, throwing a ton of strikes with different pitches, challenging in the zone like Kenty is, that is most definitely noticed and most definitely appreciated.
And there you see another one again, the fastball with life.
Really good pitch up in the zone. He kind of set him up in that at bat for it too, but Kenty can pitch. We're seeing that. He's really, really confident in his stuff. He's executing it all well. Lots to like there.
2 down for Cameron Chi-Aloy. I saw his BP yesterday, and I have not had a chance to meet Cameron, but I will tell you that the second I can get down onto the field after our games, I will be going over to say hello. The Toronto native committed to Illinois, I thought his BP was really impressive yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. It's quick hands. It's an athletic body. You can see that he's going to put on some weight as he moves forward, but it's advanced bat speed. The barrel head was consistently out front. I thought it was a good BP as well.
That ball sails over Coffer's head from Kenty. Two 1 pitch, and there's another strike again from Kenty.
And Kenty just going to keep challenging guys with the fastball. We've seen it so far. He's confident with the pitch. He'll put it over either edge of the plate. That one, 89.
And he goes outside for that one, gets the strikeout of Chi Eloy. So 2 innings of work now for Jansen Kenty, and his day on the mound is over. But for me, Brian, it was the strikes and what he was able to do with them, moving the ball side to side.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail right on the head. The command of all 3 of his pitches was notable. We saw the changeup working away. We saw the slider with a ton of sweep working in. We saw the fastball in both spots, up and down. He's athletic, he's repeatable, he was very much up-tempo and attacking hitters. I thought that was a fantastic 2 innings.
All right, so Jansen Kenty's day is done at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase, at least on the mound. This is the class of 2023. You're hanging out with us on Perfect Game TV. I'm Danny Wexelman with Brian Sikowski, who's been down field level the past 2 days, Brian, and now you're up here in the booth. Luckily, you get to spend the next couple of hours with me. I know how much you're looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to your insights that you bring to the broadcast as well. So I'm very much looking forward to these 2 games that we have today, and then workouts later today with a new group of guys taking over there. But the first 2 days, I mean, we mentioned it, some of the arms that you saw, some of the defense that we saw, and the bats too. Was there a guy who wasn't necessarily on your radar that you decided, all right, I'm going to circle this guy, I'm going to highlight him, I'm going to asterisk his name or something that he did that you didn't know coming into the event?
Yeah, and I think there's any number of guys who kind of fit that description, but just kind of scrolling through the roster here of the first couple days of guys, we have the famous guys, we talk about Max Clark, et cetera, but there's so many guys who are a step or 2 maybe below that in terms of rank in the class who can use this event as a springboard for them upwards in the rankings. I thought Jaron Purify was really, really good, handled the bat well at the plate. He's athletic, he ran extremely well. The defense at shortstop is no doubt, we knew about that. Dylan Head's another one who just, we knew about Dylan Head, but wow, is that an explosive tool set. Think he's going to be really good.
Too.
Absolutely.
Woo.
An elite runner. And another name I'll give you, how about Brady Smith from Tennessee, who's committed to Virginia Tech?
Oh, yeah.
I thought 4-pitch mix with some good utility. He's athletic and quick arm. I like that one, too, who was not on my radar heading in.
Looked great on the mound yesterday. So, back out on the mound, Connor Crisp facing Sam Stafura, who rips that pitch into left. Zayd Diaz makes the catch for the first out. And I wanted to share, because that's a great first batter for Crisp, comes back the first inning of work a little bit longer, and he's able to get a quick first out. But his self-scouting report, 89 to 94 at times, sinks arm side and rides with spin up in the zone. The slider, it's got late dart break tunnels. Very athletic changeup as he's facing David McCann. Plus, in the arm side, 82 to 85 on the changeup, runs well. He's got a 6'4" to 6'6" secondary. Oh, this is part of his middle infielder. This is what else that Crisp can do. But that's what he said about his pitching, Brian.
Yeah, and we're seeing the stuff a little bit below what Crisp said it would be, or scouted about himself. But yeah, it looks about right. He's got the athleticism and the looseness to throw the changeup. We've seen a couple solid ones. He spins the breaking ball in there for strikes, and it's an athletic body with a quick arm. A guy would expect to throw harder as he continues to get stronger, much like we did with his brother. And yeah, I think when he's in command, it's pretty good stuff.
He's been more efficient in his second inning of work. Chopped on the right side. Colt Emerson makes the play for the second out.
That's a changeup there. Lost it up. I'm sure he didn't want to put it necessarily as up in the zone as it was there, but a good sell job. It looks the same as the fastball coming off the hand. It was in a pretty good spot in terms of left to right location, maybe not north-south, but either way, got weak contact on it early in a count. That's what you want to do. Be efficient out there.
So 2 quicker outs for Crisp. He's facing Kyle Remington, the Minnesota commit, and first pitch strike from Crisp.
Remington's a really good athlete. Ran in the 6.5s yesterday. He's 6'1" or 6'2". You can see that he's going to get more physical. Has a cannon of an arm. Was 95 from the outfield. Took a solid BP. I think we'll see him pitch this week at some point too. He's a two-way guy. A player I'd heard about in the state. He's from the other side of the state in Michigan, from where I'm from, but I'd known about him for a couple years. Was finally able to see him at our showcase in Wisconsin that we did back in March, and the tools really stood out. So automatic invite to national, and I'm happy to see him here.
Plays for USA Prime 17U. But he swings on that pitch. Great pitch from Crisp on the outside. So comes back and gets a 1-2-3 inning for the second inning of work on the day. It's got to feel good about that comeback inning, Brian. Connor Crisp on the mound. What did you see, and what were the differences between innings 1 and 2?
It was just about confidence, and I think with confidence comes command. But when Crisp is able to start at bats with an off-speed pitch, when he's able to kind of go to that whenever he wants to, when he has the freedom to throw a breaking ball, when he has the freedom to throw a changeup, it just sets everything up better for him. And we saw that in that second inning. He was starting guys off with breaking balls, getting ahead 0-1, and then it opens up the entire playbook. He was commanding the fastball well to the arm side in that inning. He showed a changeup with pretty good action to it and pretty good command of it. And he does it easy. Once he's able to get ahead, once he's able to start an at-bat the way he wants to start one, it ended up being pretty good.
All right, so Connor Crisp's day is done, but we get to tell you about Zane Adams, who will be pitching for the Navy team out of Porter, Texas. The lefty plays for Bandito Scout, Ray De Leon's team. He's an Alabama commit, and his self-scouting report, Brian, I always love to read these. I like to hear what these guys say about him. He said he's locating 90 to 93, flashing a wipeout breaking ball. A lot of buzz about this guy. I think maybe mom or dad might have put that line in there, but let's see it. I'm excited to see him on the mound.
Yeah, I think he's a two-way guy too, actually. I think he's got some potential utility as a left-handed bat. We'll see, but yeah, this is going to be our first look at him this year. He's played in plenty of PG stuff over the years, but this will be our first look at him this year. 6'4" body, he's lean and athletic. He's older for the class. He's already 18, why that matters is
tell us.
It affects then their draft eligibility out of college, depending on what age you are. If you turn 21 years old prior to August 1st, then you're eligible for the draft once you turn 21.
As a sophomore.
Yes, so those guys are eligible as sophomores. Adams would then be eligible as a sophomore. It cuts down on the time you'd spend in college. And obviously there's some teams that draft with a heavy emphasis placed in a model on guys who are young for the class.
Right.
So guys who are older for the class are not necessarily on those teams' boards. They're automatically disqualified in that sense. But for the sake of what we're talking about now, college draft eligibility as a result of that.
All right, so Zane Adams takes the mound for the Navy team. Landon Muratis will step in the batter's box, and first pitch swinging, again, top left of your screen. That one clocks in at 94 miles an hour. Spin the revolutions per minute, about 1,800, but the 94 sticks out to me.
Yeah, immediately. And this is a big-bodied lefty with an up-tempo delivery and a fast arm.
Woo! Fires right back in for another 94 on the radar gun.
And that's 22 inches of vertical break there. Already talking about something very impressive as we go along, and he's thrown 2 pitches.
All right, so now I can tell you a little bit about Landon Muratis out of Largo, Florida. He plays for top-tier American 2023 Jason Miller's team. He's committed to North Carolina State, NC State. Saw Tommy Tanks crush there, enter the transfer portal, and will join Jay Johnson's program at LSU. Jay was here in the stands seeing some of the commits and the guys that are going to be a part of his program if he can get them on campus. GPA for Muratis 4.21, another guy who's crushing it in the classroom.
Muratis a legitimate two-way guy. I think he's mostly a pitcher. I guess if you were to weight it, on a scale of 100, he's like 55 pitcher, 45 position player.
Okay.
But he's a really, really good, talented pitcher. We'll see him this week. It's 90-93 with command and a great changeup that I saw him throw like 9 times in a row in Hoover, and it was fantastic.
Well, that was a great fastball, sitting at about 93 miles an hour. So comes back and gets the strikeout of Muratis. But the count did end up going full, Brian.
Yes, and that's just Muratis has a good approach, and he doesn't swing at balls. But that's just a extremely well-located fastball. It's at the top of the zone on the inner third. There's really nothing you can do with that, especially when it's got 93. You see a swing and a miss on a breaking ball there at 79.
He's facing Eric Fernandez, the Miami commit, steps in on the left side of the plate. By the way, Luke Stevenson behind the plate catching for this inning and catching Zane Adams and the bullets that he's throwing.
We're seeing the sliders here, and we saw him spinning it pretty well in warm-ups. I think he threw one in the first to the first hitter, Muratis, but right now with the lefty up, this is spin heaven right here.
And you can
94.
see it with coming off the bat as he fouls that pitch back and how much spin that ball just had.
That's a perfectly located 94. Fernandez did all he could do to just get a little nick of that, which he did. But go back to the slider here, I would imagine. Yeah.
Wow, what a pitch! Another strikeout, back-to-back Ks for Adams. That one clocking in at 81, 2,400 RPMs, 2 quick outs.
Yeah, we see the slider there. That's great late tilt. It's staying on the fastball plane. Really just kind of no shot there for a left-handed bat.
I got to talk to Wesley Mendez yesterday, the Vandy commit, and I'm excited about this guy. So he shared with us that his appendix ruptured a couple of weeks ago, and he lost a ton of weight. He's still trying to gain it back. I hope that we're going to get to see him out on the mound. I know he's missed a couple of events as he rips that pitch right into Sammy Stafura's glove, and we'll share a little bit more about him, but I know he was excited to hit. He took BP yesterday. He's a Tampa guy, Brian. This is his first time playing at the Trop. He's been here a million times as a fan. First time playing. But let's go back to Zane Adams because that was impressive.
Yeah, the fastball was really live. We talked about the amount of rise he's getting up in the zone on that, the induced vertical break. He was commanding it to both sides with angle. We saw the sliders to Fernandez, 3 straight that were missed by quite a bit. Really sharp, late tilt on the pitch in the low 80s. He brought out a changeup a couple times too. It was almost too quick. It's almost too quick.
You're going to get another inning. Don't worry.
There's something to be said for, the millions and millions of times we've been behind the plate, but sometimes a guy throws a 5 or 6 pitch inning and all of a sudden you're looking there and all you have written down is his name. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, how about the bandana? I love that bandana.
Absolutely.
I believe that's Coleman Meisel's bandana. These guys just crushing it. Write that down too.
They got
Don't
the flow
forget.
now. You
they have
gotta
the
keep the
flow.
flow up.
Vinny and I
Yep.
were talking about an all-flow team, so maybe we
Absolutely.
can work on that. I know that Dylan Cupp's haircut is
Dylan
definitely going to
Cupp's
be a
on the
part of
all-
that.
I think he's the captain of the all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to be on that team. There's no doubt about that. So we'll get another inning of work from Zane Adams. Thanks for spending your morning with us here on Perfect Game TV, the 2023 class. And we get to tell you about Hunter Dietz on the mound, the lefty from Trinity, Florida, plays for top-tier Ruse, Jason Miller's travel team. He's a South Florida commit. And this is the new man on the arm for the Maroon team, a Calvary Christian High School guy. We're very familiar with that as well. Brian, what are you hoping to see from Hunter?
Yeah, obviously Hunter, a Florida guy. We're very, very heavy in Florida. We've seen him a bunch. He's committed to UCF. Good size. He's 6'6", 230. He's well built. You can see the physicality there, but also a guy who probably has some room to continue filling out. He's been really good in perfect game events over the years. Had a 0.40 ERA last year in 33 innings, 52 strikeouts along that. He's been good so far this year in shorter stints, but been up to 91, 92. I would expect we'll see something similar in a short burst here. We can really let it go. Solid changeup, solid breaking ball, projectable lefty. That kind of checks some boxes already.
You can see Riley Jackson going out to make sure he's on the same page as his guy. He wants to make sure that he and Dietz have the signs correct, because sometimes these guys have never worked together. Sometimes they play on the same travel team. Sometimes it works out really nicely that way, but they're going to go make sure they're on the same page, because Bristol Carter steps in, committed to East Carolina out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina. And first pitch fires in for strike one, clocks in at 93. You can see the spin, almost 2,200 revolutions per minute.
Absolutely, and this is easy already. We're kind of seeing it hard to really break a guy down after one pitch, but that's easy smoke, and that's 94.
Bristol Carter, you can see there, we mentioned him as he stepped into the box.
Whew.
He swings at strike three. So a quick first batter for Hunter Dietz. That one back at 94, almost 2,400 revolutions per minute. So getting a little bit stronger on the mound as he paints the corner.
That's dynamic. It's 93, 94, wherever he wanted it there, and just that first sample, and we'll see if he's able to keep up that command. But that's 94 again. We're seeing upwards of 23, 24 on the vertical break, the inches of the vertical break so far. And we talk about this is really, really easy gas. There's a change up there, more of a higher spin change. That's something to note, over 2,000 RPM, but a good pitch. A fair bit of fade to that. Didn't throw it for a strike, but that's a good pitch in a good spot, a tempting location for a right-handed hitter.
He's facing Allen Ward out of Saraland, Alabama, uncommitted at the moment, and another big strike from Dietz.
Ward's got a fair bit of power to him. We saw it yesterday in BP, uncommitted, right-handed hitting. Going to be a power guy at the next level. But obviously belongs here given the tool set. We saw that on display yesterday in workouts. But right now, Hunter Dietz is not really having much difficulty at all.
Hunter's got some lunch plans later today he's got to get to.
Lunch is in the media room, man. Just get on up here. It's
pretty nasty. I mean, and a lot, we've seen a lot of the fastballs.
Yes.
Working.
Perfectly located pitch that's right on the edge. It's got just enough arm side life to take it off the edge with a ton of vertical action on it too. There's a slider for a strike that we swept across the zone a little bit on the inner third. We've seen the changeup. This has been really, really dynamic, and it's only been 7 or 8 pitches.
That one fired in at the knees for strike two, working so quickly. There isn't even a ton of time to break down everything that he's doing. It was very similar to Zane Adams, who was on the mound last inning.
Absolutely. There's some similarities there. That's a great pitch. It's an even better take.
And he's facing Isaiah Thompson at the plate. He steps in for the Navy team.
Cal State Fullerton commit, a California guy. We saw Isaiah yesterday, obviously, in the workout portion. Twitchy athlete, good bat speed, pretty good path, too.
Hits that ball in the air. It's going to stay right on the edge of the infield. Stone Russell calls off Eric Fernandez. So 2 punch-outs for Hunter Dietz and a fly ball that stays on the infield. That's pretty dirty for your first inning of work, Mr. Dietz.
That was gross. A big 6'6" lefty doing it really easy. 92, 94 with the fastball. Good command of it, was showing it both sides of the plate wherever he wanted with angle. Was landing a slider, a little bit of a shorter pitch, but landed it for strikes. Showed a changeup on the away from right-handed hitters. That was really, really good. 3-pitch mix, does it easy, and he's huge at checking a lot of boxes immediately.
Do you think when he comes back out, you'd see more secondaries? You'd be able to see a little bit more of that? Now that he showed you he can light up the gun,
yep,
he's going to get a little fancy on you?
Yeah, and I think it's about lighting up the gun. Sure, we want to see the velocity, but that dude was pitching with command. Like, that's what that was. So I'd hate to see if he really reared back. Do we throw 97 with no command or something? Like, that's fine. Stay at 92, 94. But
great point.
Either way, like, that would like to see a little bit more bite on the breaking ball, a little bit more of the slider. Would like to see that. But we saw the fastball and the fastball shape and the command and the ability and the size and the changeup. But maybe would like to see a couple more breaking balls.
You saw the scouts in the stands. They're packing the house today. We know their families are out here too, but the scouts right behind home plate, not intimidating at all, with all their radar guns and their stopwatches and their polos and their fancy logos. These guys came out here to watch the class of 2023. The 2022 draft just wrapping up. Jackson Holliday going #1 overall to the Baltimore Orioles, sets a new record by a high school player signing bonus, just edging out Drew Jones, who had been the highest, and now Jackson Holliday will have that title until next year, I'm sure.
I wonder
Brian.
if that was on purpose.
I don't know. I do not know, but all I know is that's a couple of bones headed to those young men, very well earned, no doubt about it. And I'm sure that it just will continue to get better and better as the draft goes on and the talent is more developed even at the high school level. We're seeing that here. Zane Adams back out on the mound for another inning of work facing Drew Burris. We saw him in his first at bat, so he'll get a second one here at the National Showcase as he steps back in. The Georgia Tech commit, we mentioned his dad, Andy, 5-star national.
Burris is, we were more talking about the pitcher in his first at bat. Burris is one of the more exciting players in the country. He's a plus runner. He plays with his hair on fire, and for the uninitiated, that's absolutely one of the bigger compliments you can give a guy. Is he plays with his hair on fire, but knows the zone, can recognize off-speed pitches, has power. Plus runner, like we said, has a cannon of an arm from the outfield. Something of a unique defensive profile. I kind of like the idea of him long-term as a guy who can play anywhere in the outfield, maybe some third, maybe some second, maybe a little bit of short, but a super utility, plays every day guy, but in multiple spots, just because that's how talented he is at it. And I'm hoping to see some of the right-handed power that he has too.
2022 Georgia High School Player of the Year with a 4.0 GPA. He said, being, quote, undersized is something that I've continued to try to overcome and prove I'm one of the best players in my class, no matter my size. He said, I know the game of baseball. I play the game smart, as he fouls that pitch off of him. And I use the knowledge of the game to help me succeed. Favorite subjects, Brian? He said lunch. You got to put on them pounds.
Lunch and gym.
Yo, Drew Burris is witty. I will say that. Another guy we've known since he was 14 years old. You can see he always has a big smile on his face, even in the picture that he takes, and he's just a confident kid.
Absolutely, and it's not a bravado confidence either. It's a I'm good, I know I'm good, but I know I'm good because I worked hard to be good type of confidence, and that's the best type of confidence you can have.
And that was a good pitch from Zane Adams.
It was a really good pitch. It's a breaking ball off the outer edge, brought it back just enough to get a call to strike in a count where I'm sure Burris wasn't looking breaking ball away. That's a really well-executed pitch in a good spot.
Cole Emerson steps back in. We've seen him make a couple plays in the field early this morning. Jamie and Stacy, his parents, Brady and Sophie, his siblings. Dad Jamie played baseball. His brother Brady, also a baseball player. His grandfather Jim played baseball. His great uncle played baseball. So his family, the ties run deep in this game.
Saw those bloodlines obviously come into play.
And he just pokes that ball right through the left side for a base hit.
It's kind of an overused cliche in broadcast booths, but that was him not trying to do too much. You got a breaking ball away on the outer edge of the plate, just kind of punched it through the left side. That's a base hit as much as a line drive somewhere else would have been, but I think that's a good piece of hitting. Emerson, I think he's really got a chance to hit. I mean that's a big compliment from someone who talks about baseball like the way we talk about baseball, but I think he's really got a chance to hit. I like the swing, I like the approach, I like the way the hands work.
That one sneaks away from Luke Stevenson, so Emerson will advance to second base. And I think that tells me a lot too about pitch selection, because we've seen Zane Adams manipulating the ball pretty well throughout the first inning coming back. And he gets Drew Burris, but then Emerson recognizing, all right, I've seen you now for an inning and change. And so he waited on a pitch he felt like he could hit, because there aren't a ton from Adams. There are not a lot of offerings, as you can see, another strike and swing through from Colin Houck, who's at the plate.
Absolutely, and it's just there's an element of knowing your zones, of being able to hit pitches where they're pitched, and even more so than that, like we said, with your zones. Emerson's a guy we've seen have a ton of success over the years going the other way, going up the opposite field gap, going to straightaway center field. So he's not afraid to swing at a pitch that's maybe a ball width off the plate away, because he knows that he can get barrel on it. His natural swing path takes him that way. But just a good piece of hitting on a good pitch. It was a good pitch, too.
Hauk shared with us 6'2", 190 shortstop, 190-pound shortstop, disciplined approach at the plate, hitting for average and power to all fields, smooth action in the field with good range to both sides, and a strong arm. I love the scouting reports, Brian. I love what these guys say about themselves and the confidence that they have. Drop third strike. He swung through. Luke Stevenson will tag him out. A little bit of confusion.
So I think he might have fouled it off.
Thought it hit his bat.
Yeah. But either way, that's a good breaking ball at the bottom of the zone. That's a swing and miss pitch. We'll see the replay here. I don't think he fouled that off. I thought he missed that by a fair bit. But either way, that's a really good vertical breaking ball with late bite down under the zone, get a swing and miss, and a great job by Stevenson behind the plate to block it up.
We mentioned it earlier. Braden Holcomb steps in, the Vandy commit. Plays baseball, basketball, football. This past year, his first team All-State tight end in football, 3-year All-State in baseball. He was District Player of the Year in baseball 2 years in a row, and high school MVP 3 times for baseball and once for basketball. The dude's a freak athlete. I talked to him yesterday. He's like, I've been on the road forever. And that's what happens this year, my friend. When
Same, Braden.
Yeah. Well, we understand your pains, and this is what happens. This is that summer. This is the summer that you have been waiting for if you are a baseball prospect and hoping to continue to have your name out there and your skills shown in all the exciting places and opportunities you get when you head into your senior year. That was a dirty pitch on the outside part of the plate from Adams. But Braden Holcomb, man, he's got the word Hulk in his name. He is a bit hulkish, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a big physical dude. You talked about the accolades in multi-sports, and my attempt at a witty comment was going to be like, oh, so he's a good athlete?
Taking off, sliding safely into third base, Emerson. He was safe, right? But strike three.
He was safe on the steal, but it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Strike three from Adams. So Zane Adams, 2 innings of work. A little bit different from the first inning, Brian, but you saw a few more pitches is what you wanted.
This is what we wanted to see. I wanted to see him throw more breaking balls. I wanted to see him pitch a little bit more rather than just dominate with the fastball, and that's what he did. Swing and misses on breaking balls down in the zone, landing it for strikes in different spots like you see to Burris there. That was a beautiful pitch. We saw more changeups too. He doesn't quite have the command of the changeup that he does of the breaking ball and the fastball, but it wasn't wild. There was a lot of feel for it. You could see the action of the pitch. I thought that looked great. He's an athletic lefty with good size and good traits and a 3-pitch mix that he's got at least some command of all 3. I thought that was really exciting.
Did you say he was 16?
I don't know, maybe. Did I say that? I believe you.
I feel like you did say that.
I may have said
maybe
that.
Let's check that. We're going to pull up his profile page.
No, he's older.
He's older. That's right. Okay, okay. We did see, though, we've seen a couple of those guys in the past couple of days who have been 16 playing up here as a part of the 2022 showcase. That's Jansen Kenty, who's 16 years old.
He was 16. Yep.
Good call, Brian.
Yep, we found it.
You're so smart.
Good job. We did it.
Good job. Look at the teamwork of us. Danny Wexelman, Brian Sikowski hanging out with you all morning on Perfect Game TV. This showcase highly anticipated here at the Trop, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. The Major League season second half got started yesterday. The Rays on the road to start their second half of the season in the American League East. Got a little bit of work to do. I don't know if they can catch up to the Yankees, but check out the banners. They've been back-to-back American League East champs. They're trying to go for 3 straight, but the ground they'll have to make up. A lot's got to go wrong for the Yankees this season for that to happen. But I will say the Rays have been one of my favorite teams to watch the past couple of seasons. Not only the youth that they have, but, man, the guys on the mound, Shane McClanahan, in the All-Star game, they've got a lot of really great talent on their team.
It's always fun to watch the Rays make a trade because it doesn't matter what it looks like. They want the trade.
Yeah,
we don't know how yet, but they want the trade.
Yes.
So you always just like to see, wait back. All right, let's wait a year and see what this looks like because I'm sure the Rays won. And they do. They always win.
Hunter Dietz back out on the mound facing Bryce Eldridge. Brian, you mentioned it. We saw him on the mound starting the game for Navy, and now he'll be at the plate getting a chance to show off the bat. The right-handed pitcher again plays for USA Prime National. As he rips that pitch foul, he's an Alabama commit. I mean, the list of events that he's been to recently, it's a very long list. This is his self-scouting as a hitter. He said, I hit for power, big-time pop. That's what he said.
I agree. He does hit for power. He's got a ton of pop. Long levers create leverage, create juice, and he's 220. He's a slender 6'7", but it's not a beanpole. He's got some build to him, got some strength on the frame, and he definitely has power.
Riley Jackson back behind the plate, catching Hunter Dietz.
Dietz continuing to look good. That explosive first inning that he was on the mound, that was unbelievable. We're seeing him now against a left-handed hitter. Breaking ball.
Right back up the middle where it came from. Didn't try to do too much with it and gets a base hit for himself.
Yeah, and that's just a breaking ball that probably caught more plate than Dietz wanted it to catch. Eldridge still looked a little bit surprised by it. Still looked a little bit like he was sitting fastball, but he was able to lag the hands enough to then get enough barrel on it to shoot it back up the middle. The exit velocity there, 91 miles an hour, not overwhelming, but that's still on the barrel. That's still pretty well struck. And it's a clean base hit.
That brings up Stephen Milam, the LSU commit. Back in the box, it looks like it caught him. That caught him in the leg, so he's going to take a second. We'll see a pinch runner at first base. That's not going to feel good. 90 miles on the radar gun that catches Milam.
Yeah, we'll just, you know how this goes. We'll give everybody a couple seconds here. Umpire, this is the inner workings of the game that you see whenever the catcher gets squared up or something behind the plate. The umpire will slowly walk a new ball out to the pitcher, ask him how his family is, and he'll head back to the plate and brush it off and move really slowly. And all that does is buy an extra 60 seconds for the catcher to get his breath back.
That's right. Milam trying to catch his breath in this at-bat. He swings through that strike. By the way, Bristol Carter back at first base. I think this is the second time he's pinch run, and he ran a 6.4 760 yesterday, so one of the top times in his class so far.
I was talking about this with Uncle Mike Farron, the venerable Mike Farron, on the broadcast a couple days ago, but you like to see these guys who are the most constant guys who jump out of the dugout to go pinch run.
Yeah, they get a little extra bonus point, right?
Absolutely. And it's easy to stand out in that way. If you're always the dude out of the dugout to go run, and then you're always stealing a base, and maybe you get thrown out a couple times, but you steal 7 bases over the course of 2 days or whatever, that is notable. We note that down. That's something to write. That's scouting. Like, that's something that tells us something else. And it's over the years, there's been a number of guys who, and this before my time, but Jared Goodwin talks about how during the 2010 National or whatever it was.
Are you calling Jared old?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Francisco Lindor was the guy who came out of the dugout most to run the most in this scenario.
Love that story.
And Lindor obviously is a literal superstar in the major leagues, right? So if he can do it,
that's right.
Why can't you?
Can do it. You can do it. I like that relation. By the way, we saw Riley Jackson fire down to first base to Pete Kraska to check on Bristol over at first. A strikeout of Milam. Antonio Anderson steps in, the Georgia Tech commit. The big BP yesterday takes first pitch strike from Dietz, but excited to see this guy's potential. I know that he has a lot of really great influences around him. A cousin of Jackie Robinson, yes, the Jackie Robinson. I know Nico Goodrum's been a guy that he spent time working out with. Darryl Strawberry, Luke Collier, we know him very well. Reggie Jefferson. So he's got these great influences around him, and we've seen him grow up before our eyes. Not only in baseball, he plays basketball too, so a really athletic kid, but I know there's a lot of excitement around him.
No doubt, and we talked about it in his first at-bat. It's switch hitter with power from both sides, with real impact from both sides, who's probably going to play somewhere on the infield. We'll see if that's shortstop or not. He plays it there now, and he's fine. He just may end up big. He's 6'2", or 6'3", 205 already. May end up a little big to play short, but a really good athlete. He's a 6'6", 6'7" runner. We saw that in the 60-yard dash. It's a well-rounded, explosive, exciting package of tools from Anderson, who most notably can do it from both sides of the plate.
He shared that Nico Goodrum, as we mentioned, raised him since he was about 4 years old. As that pitch is fouled into the stands, a great influence. We saw Nico, I believe, down in Jupiter last year watching Antonio, which I thought was really special. Nico with the Tigers at that time, not in the playoff hunt, so able to come down and watch Antonio play. And I just think that when the generation above can invest, that ball's ripped through the left side, right on the ground. You can see Eldridge rounding third coming home, and he'll step on safely, and then Bristol sliding in safely to third base. So 2 RBIs for Antonio Anderson in that at bat, and just a kind of easy swing. Again, you know, we've seen these power arms. Brian doesn't try to do too much.
Nope. Just trying to get barrel on a ball there. I think we had 2 strikes in the count. A good piece of hitting. And Nelly Rodriguez, the FTB coach, Nelly Gonzalez, pardon me. Absolutely no hesitation waving. Did you see that? The 6'7"
Great
guy,
job, Nelly.
the 6'7" guy trucking around third base, and Eldridge and Nelly had absolutely no hesitation in sending him. There was never a doubt. I love seeing that. And you should. It's a showcase. Let's see a guy make a play. So that was fun to watch.
We love to see that. I will say, too, the throw from Rowdy Rodriguez in left, great throw, just not in time. Eldridge coming around third base too quickly.
And obviously, shouts out to all the guys you see on the field working. Nelly, obviously, from FTB, long time friend, The Perfect Game. If you don't know, you'll see it on the back of his T-shirt. He's the only one who got it personalized, I
Just
think.
in case you forget Nelly's name, he's got it on the back. Or maybe if Nelly forgets sometimes,
Absolutely.
too. Yeah.
But those guys do a great job. They're with us at these events every year. Yep, there it is. Nelly on the back. Perfect. He knows
smart,
we're looking at
actually.
him. Yeah.
It's pretty smart. He's got his name on the back. So no one's like, hey, guy, what's up, man? How you doing, bud?
Those guys all work really hard with us to put these events on. You'll see him throw BP. You'll see him hit the fungos. You'll see him coach the bases and in the dugout with the guys. And just a irreplaceable part of what we do, these coaches that we bring with us to these premier events.
Nizan Zanatello facing Dietz, strikes out, a tough at-bat. I told you a little bit about Zanatello earlier, but I'm excited to share more throughout the next few days about that guy, but just a nasty fastball from Dietz.
No doubt. It got some rise up in the zone. We've seen him give up a little bit more contact this inning, but still contact on the ground for the most part. Eldridge and Anderson both got the barrel on the ball, we know, but if you can keep your contact on the ground, that's usually going to go pretty well for you. And now he's got the opportunity to pitch out of it.
2 on from Miles Naylor as he takes ball 1 high. He shared that his brothers and his parents, who mentioned his brothers, Josh and Bo, both drafted 2015, 2018. His brothers, his parents inspire him. They've got a lot of qualities. They're important to me. He said hard workers, leaders, team players. They're positive, kindness. I mean, he used all these incredible adjectives to describe his family. You can tell that they're a close group. And he said, they're all my role models. They're supportive and encouraging. They help me work towards my goals in baseball and school. They give constructive criticism for my benefit, and I've witnessed how my brothers have overcome obstacles in their journey through baseball. It inspires me to be mentally and physically strong when struggling with mine. That is from Mr. Naylor. Taken off for second. Anderson slides in safely. The throw from Riley Jackson a little bit off the mark. So Carter comes in to score, and then Anderson will advance to third.
And it's unique how the Naylor brothers are all kind of shockingly different profiles of player. They're all very different. Josh, the oldest, was big, hulking, physical left-handed hitter. Played some first base. I think he's played some outfield. Bo was a catcher. I think he was switch-hitting catcher, if I remember right. And now you see Miles, who is a shortstop and a right-handed hitter. So it's 3 totally different profiles from the same family of very, very talented baseball players.
It's got to benefit him having those guys who have now gone through this entire process to really give him the inside scoop and let him know what it really takes to become a big leaguer. As he lays off that pitch, good eye by him.
And it's, there's a lot of younger brothers of major leaguers, but there's not many younger brothers of 2 major leaguers.
Yes.
So there's definitely a different perspective. And being from Canada, there's a little bit of a different there's a little bit of a different element to the circuit. They're not necessarily on the road every week in the United States like the U.S. kids are, and there's an element of the schools being slightly different in Canada for whatever reason. It's just a little bit of a different journey along a similar path that the Canadian kids have to take. And Naylor, obviously, with his two brothers having done it. And there's
Naylor rips that pitch. Wow, right into the glove of Cameron Chi Aloy to make the out, but that was a nice rip up the middle, just right at him.
That's an out, but it was 102 off the bat. That's one of the louder exit velocities in game we've seen so far this week. It was a pitch in a hittable spot. He did not miss it, just happened to hit it right at a guy. But Dietz, we got to go back to this. I couldn't have been more impressed by his first inning. His second inning, you saw him kind of lose the repeatability a little bit, and that led to some stretches of lapses in command. Not lapses in control, but lapses in command. But easy to see here. It's an overpowering fastball in the zone at times. He was throwing the breaking ball enough for strikes. There's some sweep to the pitch. He's got feel for a changeup. He's 6'6" and left-handed and huge and does it easy. Definitely buying that stock moving forward.
And I would say, too, Miles Naylor just making a name for himself. We mentioned it earlier. These guys who are either second-generation sons or they've got brothers who are big leaguers, have been through the system, just trying to grow and improve and develop on what their brothers have done and then just kind of make a name for themselves as well. So Miles Naylor, 102 off of his bat for the out, but nice job by him at the plate against Hunter Dietz. So Dietz's day is done. 2 innings of work for him and Team Maroon. We move along in the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is game 1 of 2 today. Coming up right after this game, a few minutes later, we'll have a whole new game for you here on Perfect Game TV. This is the class of 2023. We're out here at the Trop, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, all week long for the showcase. You can see the dome. And the comments from the guys when you ask them, have you been to the Trop? What do you think of the park? I haven't heard a negative thing. There's a lot of hot takes on this ballpark. I know that. But the guys are loving it. They think it's awesome. And why wouldn't they? They're playing on a big league field.
Have you been to Florida in July? This place is wonderful. Yeah, it's wonderful. We're inside.
We're inside.
Yeah, what's there to complain about?
No, but it's cool. I mean, the Rays were working out yesterday. They came back for their workout day. You see the guys on the field, and then the prospects here for the showcase got to watch a little bit of their BP and see how the big leaguers do it. You saw some of the pitchers come out too and get their groundwork in. I mean, that's very, very cool. I don't care if you're ranked number 1 or number 1,000, to get to see the person who has your job doing it in real life. It's very, very cool. So we got to see that yesterday with the Tampa Bay Rays as they stopped by before they get ready for their second half of the season.
Quick introduction to our new pitcher. This is Derek Schaefer from Phoenix, Arizona, Cactus Shadows High School. He's 6'2", 185. He's committed to Tennessee, ranked as the number 82 player in the class of 2023. Younger for the grade. This is a guy who's still 16. We've seen him quite a few times before. It's a unique profile as the bat goes flying and doesn't hurt anybody, thankfully. But yeah, Schaefer, it's a spin rate monster. The power to the breaking ball is notable. The fastball has good vert. I will sit back and let him prove it to us rather than me telling you all about it.
Yeah, we will get to see it. Top left of your screen. As you can see, a little smile from Riley Jackson. He let that one go. Maybe needs a little more rosin on there. I don't know, a little more sticky spray, whatever these guys are using for their bats to make sure it stays in their hands. But Riley Jackson at the plate, Florida State commit out of Melbourne, Florida, 5-star national, Annie Burris' program. The son of Donna and Bobby. He's got a brother named Trey. He shared with us favorite subject. He loves history, likes to learn about the past and how everything worked back then. And scouting for him, I'm a good defensive catcher. I give it my all on every pitch. I hustle every play. When it comes to the plate, as you can see him here, big gap-to-gap guy, but can hit one out when it's right. Well, Riley Jackson, I would say the time is always right to do that, my friend. We're still waiting for someone to go near that Rays tank, but you've got your hands full with Derek Schaefer on the mound.
Jackson is a good player. We've seen him for forever, as you know. This is not a new look at him for us. Strong, physical, athletic, good behind the plate, like you said. Quick release with a solid arm, and he's got some juice in the bat too. Just a good player we've seen perform with that 5-star team for a number of years now. The team with Drew Burris and lots of other guys who've been playing together for a number of years. Been fun to watch.
The 2-2 count on Jackson as Schaefer fires in, lays off that pitch that misses.
It's a breaking ball down and away. It was a good take by Jackson. He's been spinning at 78, 79. There's some tilt to it. It gets a little slurvy at times. We've seen a real power hammer breaking ball from him before. He definitely can spin it.
A check on the swing with the first base umpire. He says he did not go. Again, Derek Schaefer, the righty on the mound, Tennessee commit, Tony Vitello's program. Tony just becoming another star with John Savage on the set of MLB Network during the draft. I loved their insights that they had on the guys who are part of the 2022 draft. But what a great program to be committed to.
Absolutely. And you can see it's become so evident that Tony Vitello's players love playing for Tony Vitello.
Yes, they do.
And that's, to me, one of the most important things beyond a strategist as a manager and whatever. It's I have so much respect for Tony because he pretty much only cares about two things, and it's like his players and then winning.
Yes.
And nothing else.
I think competition squeaks in there.
Yeah,
I believe it's competition, players winning.
Yep.
Is the order for Tony Vitello.
You know that dude would go to war for his guys,
Yes.
and his guys would go to war for him, and that's just a beautiful dynamic.
Yeah, he's got to love to see that big strikeout from Schaefer. He paints the corner, sends Jackson back to the dugout.
Yeah, it's just a perfect pitch. It's maybe a ball width off the plate away, but that's a strike in high school baseball, maybe a half a ball width, perfectly located. Not much we can do with that as a hitter. It's just tough to do anything there. It was a perfect pitch in a perfect spot.
George Walco steps back in, the South Carolina commit. He'll face Schaefer. Wow, what a deceptive pitch. Swings at that one.
It's a changeup there from Schaefer. More of a high spin changeup, as changeups go, but a changeup nonetheless. Good sell. You can see that there was really deceptive out of the hand. The swing kind of gave that away.
Fouls another pitch off, down 0-2 in the count. Self-scouting for Walco. I'm a tall yet athletic 6'7" profile. You mentioned that, Brian. With plenty of projection left, I have ability to hit for maximum grade power. I can hit to all fields with precision. Defensively, I play third base well for my size. I can excel in the outfield. I use my long strides and ball tracking capabilities. I have strong, well above average arm that can play corner or infield. I'm a leader on the field and show extreme maturity for my age. Another pitch fouled back. He mentioned too, Brian, and we haven't said this, he reclassified in the 2023 graduate class. So he said it's been tough, but he's been working on persevering and working through the adversity while seeing he can have success, but failures are going to come with it. We know that, everybody knows that, but to try to understand that at his age, playing up is always impressive.
And it's especially tough for hitters who do it. That's just how it is. A pitcher can reclassify up, and he throws his super controlled 2 or 3 innings against the older guys once every 2 weeks during summer ball, and the agent's controlling it, blah, 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 this whole deal. It's easy to be controlled in that scenario. It's easier for a pitcher to stand out as a guy who's reclassified up. A hitter, there's no protection. You're seeing the best arms on the circuit. Everybody's here trying to get drafted. You're going to see those types of arms. There's no safety net for you. You either have to be able to do it or not. And I think Walco's been pretty good this summer in that respect. And that's just a pretty good breaking ball there from Schaefer in a good spot that makes it tough on him. But, yeah.
I believe it's Ethan Gibson pinch running at first base, the Virginia Tech commit. And you've got David McCann back behind the plate catching Derek Schaefer.
McCann back there is begging for a runner.
Oh yeah, we
Begging
saw
for a
him.
guy to go.
We saw him the first few innings, unafraid to fire down and show off the arm. Why not?
It's a pretty solid change up there. Off the plate away, correctly called the ball, but a pretty good pitch there. Could be a tempting pitch for a left-handed batter like Lyons. Lyons is unique. He's a really talented defender behind the plate. He's a catcher, but
Gibson taken off for second. McCann fired down, but Gibson slides in safely.
That was just that was more stolen on the pitcher than on the catcher, because I thought that
you
McCann
got a
did a
huge
great job
jump.
getting rid of it, and he didn't have any chance at all. Yeah.
Gibson with a huge jump over at first base.
So back to Lions, a primary catcher who I thought was really good in the infield yesterday, like surprisingly so. Usually guys who catch, a lot of them can play multiple positions, but a lot of them don't necessarily look like Power 5 shortstops too. And that's what I thought Lyons looked like. I thought that was a really unique thing when he got back behind the plate and Vinny was like, no, he's actually a primary catcher. I was like, what? But looked good both ways. It's a unique athlete, unique profile.
That's a great compliment.
And he ran a 6'6" too, a very athletic guy.
Rips that pitch foul. He's got an athletic family. His dad, Jonathan, pitched at Memphis and with the Orleans Cardinals of the Cape Cod League. Pitched for the Boston Red Sox minor league system, 97 to 2000. His brother Jackson, a pitcher at the University of Memphis, also pitching for the Winchester Royals of the Valley League this summer. So maybe he spent a lot of time behind the plate with his dad and brother, potentially learning the art of catching.
Not a bad place to start, just to have a pro pitcher dad, college pitcher older brother.
Yeah.
Those poor kids who are the youngest in the family or whatever it is who end up being the catcher. Those guys are catching 92 at 9 years old. You got to feel bad for that, but
yeah, they probably said, put the mask on, kid, get back there. Let's see what you can do and what you're made of. Great pitch there from Schaefer. Derek Schaefer threw an inning, so a guy left on base, but that'll be one inning of work from the righty, USA Prime National, Tennessee commit. Brian, break it down for me.
Yeah, it's smooth, athletic, it's repeatable, it's a good delivery. It's not overwhelmingly loud stuff yet, but this is what the projection to overwhelmingly loud stuff ends up looking like. He's still 16. I thought the delivery was good. It was a 4-pitch mix. We saw the big curveball that will need to add some teeth, but he still spins it well. It's good shape. We saw a slider with some bite. We saw him throw a changeup that has fade. The fastball was mostly 91, 93, I think, with good ride to it. It's a 4-pitch mix. Who's an athlete, who's young, who repeats well. I think that's easy stock to buy.
Who doesn't need stock right now?
Nobody needs stock right now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how anything works.
Well, I would say that I'd buy a little bit of stock in this young man, Jake Lanky, a guy that we've been watching again for a long time. I've loved to follow his career. He was part of the Perfect Game 14U Select Festival as well. The Georgia commit, part of 5-Star National. Wendell Wright leading that team. He's from Alpharetta, Georgia. And I've seen this kid, I mean, we've just seen him at every different event that you can and watched him grow. What are you looking forward to, knowing this kid so well for so long, to see from Jake Lanky finally at the National Showcase?
Yeah, Lanky, a Select Fest alum. We've seen that. Obviously, we've talked about it already, but it's good pitchability. We've seen that for many years. He can throw a good breaking ball. I'm interested to see where the fastball velo is at this point, what the arm speed looks like, just kind of how it's progressed over the last year since the last time I saw him.
His scouting report for himself: tall, right-handed pitcher with elite level stuff. It includes fastball 88-90, filthy changeup, breaking ball that can be manipulated to shape like a slider or a 12-6 curve. Even in between, he's saying he still has plenty of room to fill out his body, leaving him with more projectability to become an ace at the next level. Pretty good self-scouting, Jake Lanky and fam. He's going to face Coleman Mizell, the leadoff man for Team Navy, nicknamed Bull. Brian, I don't have the backstory on that, but might have to find out why he's nicknamed that.
I mean, I don't know the backstory either, but I can tell you he's very strong, so that'd be my guess.
I think that's a great guess. I'd like to know who gave that to him. Mizell shared with us that he's a kid who enjoys every moment on the field. He's always got a smile on his face. He's a unique combination of talents. He says as he watches that pitch outside, I'm a pretty big kid who hits for power. I also have elite speed for my size. I feel like there's nothing on a baseball field that I can't do.
And we've seen him perform this summer. He's hit well in different events and shown off the power, and obviously he's big physical and left-handed. But Lanky kind of messing with the changeup here a little bit. It's kind of, those were two different changeups with two different looks. We'll see if that was just kind of a accident at release or if he manipulates the changeup like that. But that was two pretty impressive ones in a row.
Comes back in and gets the strikeout with the 91-mile-per-hour fastball.
That was perfectly set up. It was changeup away, both were strikes, and then we put a fastball in the exact same spot, maybe a little bit higher at 92, and Mizell couldn't get the barrel around on it. That's really good pitching, really good job of setting him up by Lanky.
We'll get another chance to see Ashton Larson. Dude wore one in an earlier at-bat. He's made some plays in the field. He watches that pitch outside, so again, coming in with the breaking stuff early. Larson, a 4.0 GPA, 28 ACT. He shared his best tools, his bat, great barrel control, hand-eye. He said he's tough out with 2 strikes. He likes to jump on heaters and good pitches to hit early. Plays with a high baseball IQ. And he gets great defensive reads in the outfield, takes great routes to the balls.
So far, Lanky's self-scouting report is right on.
Oh, I love it. I love when that happens.
89, 91, up to 92. Really good changeup, throwing strikes. It's kind of what we want. And we're seeing some loud numbers in front of us here. The fastball generating more than 24 inches of induced vertical break. The changeup earlier that he threw was over 20 inches of horizontal movement. That's two very, very different shaped pitches playing off of each other in a big way. That's a slider there that he's able to throw for a strike. More of a shorter break, but sharp and commanded. Full 3-pitch mix. He's throwing it well.
Chopped on the ground. Colt Emerson fires over to get the out.
4.15 down the line there. It's above average time. He wasn't really busting it either. We've seen him go. Like Larson can really run.
Good job staying down on the ball by Emerson to get the out. And every conversation I think I've had with Jake Lanky over the past couple of years since the 14U Select Festival, I'm just impressed. He's smart. He's quick-witted. He does have great baseball IQ. But the conversations, you use this word, Brian, have always been sharp with Lanky.
It's cerebral guys will make it clear that they're cerebral guys. You know, when we're talking to these high school players and who understand their own games now at such a high level. And part of that is thanks to good coaching. Part of that is thanks to social media, guys having more easily accessible information than they've ever had before and taking it upon themselves to further their careers by studying it, mastering it. And Lanky's one of those guys. He's pitching to his strengths. That was a dominant outing. That was a dominant inning. And he's pitching to his strengths. And like I said, that self-scouting report, right on.
Right on the mark. 2 strikeouts for Lanky and a ground out in his first inning of work. He'll come back out for another. The scouts, I bet they're making a couple of notes about Jake Lanky in their book. The Georgia commit out of Alpharetta through 1. Brian, again, right on the mark for Jake Lanky. He said it himself, but this looked good.
Yeah, this was fantastic. He was really confident in the changeup. Again, we'll keep referencing his own scouting report because I'm just going to copy and paste that instead of writing a new one. But really confident in the changeup, showed it at different speeds, was like 79 to 83 with it, with slightly different movements on either end of that band. The fastball had a lot of rise. He threw a ton of strikes with it, commanded it well. And the slider, while his third pitch was good enough to steal a strike with, landed over the outer edge. But man, that was sensational. He was very, very good and very, very efficient at the same time.
Walker Barron was behind the plate for Lanky's first inning of work, by the way, as far as the defensive charts go. There are some of the scouts hanging out. You see the stopwatch in the hand.
A couple former PG employees in that shot.
There are a couple hanging out with a new group of friends. They've all got the pulse. I mean, it's just really standard operating procedure for these guys. And I mean it in the sincerest way. Sometimes you got the cool ball cap. There always seems to be one headphone in the ear.
Yep.
Either a hoodie or a polo on with some sneakers, comfortable shoes because you're on your feet, you're walking around. You got the stopwatch. Check out that right hand of our friend on the end. Stopwatch in hand, ready at any moment to clock a pitch, clock a throw, clock a runner, whatever it may be. Always ready. There they are. We love to see them. I love seeing these guys scattered in the stands.
The old adage is, do scouts dress like they're going golfing, or do golfers dress like they're going scouting? So I think golf may precede baseball scouting, so we'll go with that. But there's definitely a run at the PGA store whenever there's a sale from scouts.
I have heard that the polos have just become more and more advanced, more comfortable.
Yeah. Well, the scout, a farmer's tan is.
Oh,
what a
I
farmer's
know about
tan is.
farmer's tans.
The scout tan is the same thing, just with the V at the top
pretty
of the chest
bad.
from the polo shirt.
Pretty
That's
bad.
it's just all that is.
Yes, it is. All right, so they're still hanging out with us all week long at the National Showcase as Luis Castillo takes a ball on the outside from Derek Schaefer, who's coming back out for his second inning of work. Again, he's been to a couple of different events this summer. His dad, David, mom, Patricia. He was first team all-region baseball. He's also played basketball in high school. He said his dad's someone who's inspired him. His dad, David, a great man. He's gotten me to where I need to be today and cares about me so much, strives to be like that one day as well. He said one of the greatest things he's had to overcome, and we saw this with Drew Jones. The first season I started getting trash talked and people started to know me was my sophomore year, and it would kind of get to me, but as it went on, more and more people started to do it. It became easier to ignore, and you just have to be you. And that's what he's doing out there on the mound, facing Luis Castillo, still trying to figure out where he's going to school. But for Derek Schaefer, you hear that, I think immediately of Drew Jones and people calling him overrated, and then he goes yard. Anderson rips that pitch into left field for, or Castillo, excuse me, for a stand-up double in this inning. Luis Castillo with a quick bat and a double to lead off for Maroon. He's happy about that one, but I'll let you break this down, Brian, and we'll get back to that.
Yeah, it's a good piece of hitting. It's a breaking ball that kind of caught too much of the plate, but Castillo was able to generate enough lag in his hands to keep them back long enough to be able to keep that ball fair down the line. Hit it pretty hard, easy double, a good piece of hitting.
He said, hey, guys, look at me. I'm out on second base. He loves that. But to Derek Schaefer's point, it is hard, and I still struggle a little bit when there's so much chirping going on like that at the high school level. So kudos to you guys.
There's some
ignoring it.
like some of the high school kids. Some of the things that they say to each other.
Be nicer.
I can't.
Just be nicer.
I can't fathom having said to somebody at 18 years old. You know what I mean?
No. Pete Kraska just misses that one. The Georgia Tech commit. Excited to see the power from this guy if we get a chance. But yeah, just be nicer.
Yep.
Be nicer, please. Be nicer than you have to be. How about that?
Chirping's fun. Everybody likes chirping.
I love to chirp.
Yeah, you don't have to be like
I'm not a jerk about it.
ruthless. Like, yeah. You don't have to like try and make a dude feel horrible. Like we don't have to do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that, guys. Here's a matchup we like to see. I mean, the bat is quick, but clocking in at 90 for the strikeout of Kraska.
That's an 0-2 count, taking a big old swing.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it personally. I would prefer to do
You said
damage.
that's how his BP was
Yes,
as well.
it's exactly like that. It might have been even more vicious, but that's a big hack on an 0-2 count. Mr. Kraska is not here trying to hit singles. Let's put it that way.
No, it's the power. Zay Diaz steps in, takes that ball inside. Diaz shared with us, hits the ball on all sides of the fields. Power hitter, mature at the plate, keeps barrels in the zone as much as possible to maximize contact. Very efficient outfielder, tracks the ball well. Athletic frame, plays the game with excitement and passion. He likes literature, he likes history. Oh, he likes a guy named Juan Soto.
He's pretty good.
I don't know if you heard of that guy, the home run derby champ. He said, Juan Soto inspires me because he's a very consistent hitter, has a sweet left swing. He's difficult to strike out, very true, leads Major League Baseball in walks. And you can see and feel his love for the game through his swaggy antics. Zay Diaz, well said.
Soto's such a fun guy to watch just for so many reasons. Like, obviously young and exciting and the face of baseball, and has unbelievable power. But I was watching the home run derby, and I loved the way they talked about how his approach was, hey, I'm not trying to hit 6 balls 800 feet each.
Right.
I'm trying to hit 25 balls enough to hit them out of the ballpark. So he knows he has power away.
Very smart.
He was telling his BP thrower, go ahead, throw me away. I'll just loft balls that way and hit him out. And just an understanding of his swing and understanding of his abilities. That's something that, swing like him because it's a great swing. But these young hitters, when you can take that perspective and really get to know yourself as a hitter, know your strengths and weaknesses, and understand how you can execute in different spots, like that's where you take the step to being a great hitter. It's not necessarily just getting stronger or adding bat speed or whatever. It's really understanding yourself that takes that next step.
Foul tip caught by David McCann for a strikeout for Schaefer.
It's a good pitch. Breaking ball down and in, above average spin on it at 2,500 for a high school righty. We're seeing good stuff from Schaefer. It's very balanced, it's very athletic, it's very projectable, it's very easy, different adjectives, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, we're seeing that the breaking ball is going to need to get harder. It's going to need to be thrown harder, but that's fine that it's not right now. And I'm sure he'll need more fastball velocity eventually, but who cares that he doesn't have it right now? We're looking at the projection. We're trying to determine what this is going to look like when he's 25. And
great points.
I think he looks great. I think it looks fantastic.
2 down. He's facing Rowdy Rodriguez. Saw a great throw from Rodriguez in left field earlier in the game to home. Strong arm from this young man. Still trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school. Takes a strike on the outside part of the plate from Schaefer, clocking in at 89 miles an hour. Top left of your screen, around 2,300 RPMs, revolutions per minute. Pay attention to that. Rodriguez chops that pitch foul.
I think that was one of his better breaking balls of the day. He's thrown some good ones. We know he can spin the baseball. It's not a question. That one just had a little bit more teeth to it, it looked like. Good sweep to the pitch. It's a 2-plane breaker, has depth, can spin it like we talked about. I think it's a really projectable spin profile overall.
Got Castillo hanging over at second base, ready to run, but Derek Schaefer has other plans. Another strikeout for the young man out of Cave Creek, Arizona. Tennessee commit. Tony Vitello's got to like that. I'm sure he and Frank Anderson watching their commits as well. So Derek Schaefer, Brian, break it down.
Yeah, and this is, I'm going to repeat a lot of what I've said already, but it is the truth. It's kind of the picture of projection. He's a younger guy. He's an athletic mover. It's a fast arm. It's a pretty good delivery. He gets over his front side well. There's a full mix there. We saw some power to the break on the breaking ball. We see good spin. The fastball has really good rise up in the zone. He was up to 92 or 93 with it and pitched right at 90 or so. And he's got a good changeup too. It's a projectable starter mix with athleticism. With the ability, he's going to throw pretty hard one day. Just really buying that long term, like the upside of that total package long term.
Hey, check out the outfield. These are the Rays. I would assume they'd had their stingers removed. I can't confirm that knowledge, but I would assume so. Out in the outfield tank, part of the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. I saw them eat breakfast yesterday with Vinny Servino. It was pretty scary to see.
Yeah.
But I will say, Brian, I would like to go swim with them one day. You're allowed to pet them. So, okay, I'm being told by our director, Steve Banta, that the stingers are removed because kids can pet them.
Okay.
Would you pet them?
No.
Okay. Well, that's fine. You can stay back. I'm going to go pet them. Maybe someone will let me. Maybe we can do a feature out there.
I had this discussion with Farron the other day, and he made fun of me, and you can make fun of me too. It's saltwater things. I don't know.
It's the saltwater thing that gets you.
Because like I grew up, I'm a Michigan guy.
I know.
Lakes,
I'm a Midwest
yeah.
kid.
I grew up on the water, but Great Lakes. I know what's in a lake. I don't know anything about what's in it. You can keep the saltwater stuff. That's fine.
Hey, you know what I just saw, by the way? I just saw Colt Emerson. It looks like he did a somersault to get into his shortstop position. And get ready.
Athlete.
He's an athlete, Colt Emerson over there at shortstop. I don't know what that was, but you're backing up your man, Jake Lanke, back out on the mound for a second inning of work. Cole Eaton at the plate, the Elkhorn, Nebraska native. At the plate, USA Prime National, Brandon Chancellor, Mark Nellist, their travel team. Another Tennessee commit back at the plate.
Lanky just right back to what he was doing in the first inning, commanding the stuff, really being deceptive with it, pitching up tempo in an attack mode. Already 1-2 here.
Eaton, good job fouling that pitch off to stay alive in the count. Yeah, he's working quickly, right? And it's the pitches are scary.
And Lanky, the slider that we've seen him throw it a handful of times now, 80-81. It's not an overwhelming mover. We're talking about, just a couple inches of horizontal movement, just slightly more than that in terms of the vertical break. But he's commanding it wherever he wants to put it. He's putting it on both sides of the plate. It almost acts more like, what a changeup would act like. It's a change of pace that leads to weak contact, whereas the changeup is the bat misser. So it's kind of unique in that sense, kind of reverse. But he's pitching with that slider really well, commanding it really well. And now with a left-handed hitter up, I'd imagine we'll see him go back to old number one, which is the changeup for him.
Zayd Diaz making the catch in right field for the first out of the frame. Coming up, Matthew Ossenfort. He's been playing first base for Navy. He's locked down that position for the entire game. You can see how much room he takes up in the box, and I would assume there's still a couple more inches to go for Matthew.
Yeah, he's a big physical kid. I think he's going to get stronger even if he doesn't get taller. I think he'll sort of maximize his size with some more muscle as he gets into a college program. And interested to see whether he ends up a left-handed hitting first baseman, if he ends up a left-handed pitcher, if he ends up doing both. Because like we said earlier, Danny, this is a player we've seen for years now who's really talented.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing Jake Lanky out on the mound, just kind of doing his thing. And we've learned a lot about him, a lot about his family. He's been pretty open about them. As that ball hits the dirt, his mom, Kim, had breast cancer. She's a breast cancer survivor, and we learned about that, I think, when we knew Jake when he was 14 years old. And he said, "Mom, without a doubt, is my biggest inspiration. She taught me during her journey to always remain positive, cling to the Lord. Despite her difficulties and numerous surgeries, a smile never left her face. And I'm forever an admirer of hers." And again, we go back to just the thoughtfulness of Jake Lanky and just the intelligence of him to have such a deep understanding of that. That's tough when you're a kid, when you're just coming into your teenage years and you're going through that with your family. And for him to recognize that is a big deal. That ball right off the bat of Ossenfort. Colt Emerson comes over to make the catch, but a good pitch from Lanky to get Ossenfort to hit it off the end. That's
a changeup again. That's his signature pitch. It's a pitch he likes to throw repeatedly, especially to left-handed hitters. Excuse me. It was in a good spot. 81, 82 miles an hour. Killed the spin on it. Ossenfort was out in front of it just enough to where he couldn't hit it on the barrel part, and we have weak contact and an easy out.
Max Coffer back at the plate. The Medford, New Jersey native takes a strike, plays for Trey Daly's Dirtbags travel team. He's a Texas A&M commit. Again, there's college coaches out here. Jim Schlossnagel out in the stands watching his commits all week long. I had a nice chat with him. It was cool to see him in Omaha. I'm a big fan of him and the way that he manages his programs. Coffer, go ahead.
No. I was just going to reply to you with a no doubt.
Please.
Just no doubt. That's all.
No doubt. Yeah, it's true. It's very true. He's a first-class coach, so I know he's excited to see some of the guys he's got committed to his program as he moves into the second year at A&M. Coffer gets a hold of that one, but a mile foul. It's one of the longer foul balls I've seen today in the last 2 days.
103 on the exit there. I know we don't count foul balls, but still, you hit a baseball 103 miles an hour, I'll mention it.
Lanky's pretty glad that one stayed foul.
No doubt.
Very glad. He's like, I'm going to go out for this one. You're not getting anything close, buddy. I see you. Coffer shared with us over the last 6 months he's been trying to focus on 5 key things, each one 6 times a week: hitting, throwing, catching. He's receiving, blocking, and working on the transfers and movement, speed, agility, and mobility, and then his strength. So all parts of his game he's been working on. Nice eyes, lays off that pitch.
And Lanky's made a couple solid pitches here. That one, maybe not so much, but the one before that was a slider just a little bit off the plate. It was a really good take by Coffer, but a good pitch by Lanky too in a good spot. But 3-2, right-handed hitter up. I'm interested to see what he goes to here.
Did he go? First base umpire says no, he did not. Held his bat. So he'll stay in the box. We will see a pinch runner over at first base. I believe this is going to be the first base runner that's been on since Lanky's been out there.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
The last several arms on each side have been very, very efficient. Lots of strike throwers.
So fastball from Lanky, that one misses. He'll work back all fastballs from this point out. So Coffer knows what's coming. Doesn't know where it's coming, but he knows it's going to be fast. That ball gets away from Barron. And the pinch runner will advance. So Bristol Carter, again, I believe the third time out pinch running for Carter. Again, he had one of the better times in the 64s class yesterday. He ran a 6.47 60.
6'4", 6'5", that's moving. Anything lower than that is where you start getting to burning. There's moving and then there's burning. Moving is 6'6" and under.
I'm unaware of this. That was burned.
Absolutely.
Into left. It drops. It had a lot of sink to it. Drops right in front of Luis Castillo. And we've seen that a couple of times here at the Trop, even with those low liners, sometimes hard to follow off the bat, but ripped 98 miles per hour off the bat of Max Coffer.
The ball was hit really hard, and we talked about Coffer earlier with the strength and the bat speed, and he put on a display in BP yesterday. And balls hit really hard, and it's a difficult park to catch fly balls in if you've never done it before. The white ceiling, the catwalks, the uniqueness of the backdrop, but either way, the ball was hit really hard, but we still probably got to come up with that.
Carter went from second to home on that, by the way, even though dropped right in front of Castillo. Got some wheels, like we said.
No doubt.
Samuel Stafura steps in, Clemson commit. Eric Bakich, new head coach at that program. Talked about it, Jaron Purify, who just announced on Twitter the other day that he will be going to Clemson to attend school and play for his program.
Dylan Head.
Yep. Pretty exciting, I'm sure, for Eric Bakich to continue to get these commitments that come in this summer.
Definitely, and it speaks to, these guys, Stafura and Dylan Head and Purify and others of that ilk are players that, normally speaking, the Big Ten isn't necessarily able to recruit.
Stafura chops that ball to Braden Holcomb, but the throw gets away from Pete Kraske. So safe at first base, heading over to second is Samuel Stafura. Holcomb fields it cleanly, but the throw is off balance.
This should be the last hitter of the inning, regardless of what happens here. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, get the hop. That's a totally fine way of handling things at third base. I don't think he did anything wrong there, but then just kind of drop the slot and let it sail. Not what we want. Obviously, we've seen him make many good throws across the infield, so not really worried about it.
Pete Kraske, excuse me. Kraske playing first base. Yeah, definitely not worried about it with Braden Holcomb, but Stafura hustling down the line, ends up over at second base. That brings up David McCann. We've seen him behind the plate catching some of these elite arms this afternoon. Virginia Tech commit, John Sheff's program.
What a powerhouse that's turned into, huh?
Yeah, what he's been able to do with that program, and just in the past couple of years, I mean, the Bats, they had double-digit guys with double-digit home runs, and I know a couple of them coming off the board. Gavin Cross, one of them, in the draft that happened earlier this week. So David McCann going to a great program.
Gavin Cross was the top college player on our draft board heading in. Wasn't taken with as the first college player off the board, but that's how we viewed him in terms of ability. And Virginia Tech had quite a draft. They had several guys taken. The catcher, Cade Hunter, was an earlier pick, and the shortstop, Biddison, was an early pick, and they'll have more next year.
Ripped right back up the middle off McCann's bat, brings in one, hustling home. Stafura brings in two. So a 2-out, 2 RBI single for David McCann. That is going to turn the inning over, though, despite the fact that there are only 2 outs. That's how it works here with our showcase. Great piece of hitting from David McCann there, but the man on the mound, Jake Lanky. So a couple more guys maybe realizing what he did in the first inning, Brian, and catching up to it a little bit. But still, look, he gets the pat on the chest from his coach. Great job by Lanky.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the command. The fastball quality is good. He dropped a little bit of velocity once he went to the stretch later on in the second inning, but we saw him miss bats with the fastball up in the zone. He's able to command the slider to both sides of the plate, even if it doesn't have a ton of shape yet. And you can see the changeup there. Really good arm side to the changeup, really good fade. That's the bat misser. That's the weapon. That's his best pitch. But his ability to complement it with the fastball and the slider and the command, that really stood out. I thought the pitchability was really high end, and his defense didn't really help him out there in that second inning, so it led to a longer time out there, but I thought he pitched quite well.
Got to see a little bit more from him. So the Georgia commit, 2 innings of work. Again, if you want to see any of these numbers, anything that's going on at our national showcase, perfectgame.org, you can see all of those numbers. You can see our scouts blogs and what they're writing about the top prospects in the 2023 class. There's a lot of good stuff over there. I'd urge you to go. Our social team, too, crushes it on all channels. Perfect Game USA, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I mean, the content is unbelievable. If you want to get a little behind the scenes of what actually goes on here, and you're going to get to learn a little bit more about this young man on the mound, Justin Legurnick, out of Half Hollow Hills West High School from Dix Hills, New York. The lefty on the mound, another Clemson commit. Brian, he'll get a chance to work on the mound today. What are we going to see from this guy?
Yeah, he's a big lefty, 6'5", 200, a Clemson commit. He's young for the grade. He won't be 17 for another several months yet. That's notable in and of itself. Pretty steady gains of velocity over the years. We've seen him up to 92 or 93. Think he may even touch higher than that today. And Danny, as the New Yorker, where is Half Hollow Hills West High School?
You're really going to ask me that?
I have no earthly clue.
Well, Brian, you're really exposing me here, but I am a city girl.
Uh-huh.
I stay, for the most part, in Brooklyn, Manhattan type areas. I don't often get to travel upstate, so I'm going to do a little Google research here between innings to let you know that answer, because it bothers me.
We'll get the research
the research team can get on it, but first pitch, 91 miles per hour out of Legurnick's arm.
It's a funky look. It's a deceptive look. He's very, kind of topsy-turvy over the rubber, and then it's a very long arm swing out to a super extended lower slot. With 90-91, he's creating a ton of angle. It's difficult to pick up. And very, very projectable, too. You can see the arm speed and the size.
He's facing Stone Russell. We've seen Stone on the infield make a couple of plays this afternoon. Scoots out of the way of that pitch. Russell, he's an English fan. He loves to write. He shared his scouting report. Good defender who's versatile, has the ability to consistently put the ball in play. We mentioned it, a 4.76 GPA, a half swing on that nasty pitch, though, from Legurnick, and a strikeout for Justin.
That's what we call a sword. That was 80-mile-an-hour slider that absolutely looked every bit like a fastball until right at the end, and then just kind of dove under the barrel. That's a really interesting pitch. It's not a ton of movement. You can see it on the board, but that was remarkable.
So he'll face Walker Barron. That pitch will nick him, so we'll see a runner head out to first base, our pinch runner. I believe, again, that is Ethan Gibson heading out to first base to pinch run.
Legurnick is a big guy, 6'5", 200, still young. That's something to note. these guys sometimes, like we talked about earlier with Eldridge, although he didn't have any problems, obviously, sometimes it's tough to command the ball because it's tough to repeat your delivery. It's tough to control the length that you have on your body. But we're seeing him with really interesting stuff so far, a really interesting look.
Gibson advances to second base, that ball getting away from Luke Stevenson. Russell shared with us Walker Barron shared at the plate, able to hit the ball to all fields with pull side power. As he swings through that pitch, short load, quick hands through the ball, quick runner on the bases. He said he runs a 6.960. I'd have to check that if that is true, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to do that a little later. High baseball IQ, which I think that every catcher in the game of baseball has that.
Absolutely, they have to. You're the field general. You're the only one who sees everything going on. You have to.
One on, one down, top of the ninth in game one today at the National Showcase. Rips that ball on the ground. Samuel Stafura fires to first. He'll get the out there, holds the runner at second.
It's such a heavy ball from LeGuernick, and I don't necessarily mean heavy in terms of like low spin or something like that, but like just super tough to lift. The angle in which it comes into the plate, especially against these right-handed hitters, it's fast. It's just a 90-mile-an-hour fastball that, okay, I can hit 90 before I've done that, but all of a sudden it's up in your hands, and you can't quite get the barrel out on it because there's so much angle to it. Like that, that's just a really difficult at-bat for a right-handed hitter. And usually you think with a lefty on the mound, the righty's got the advantage because he sees it longer. Not when he's throwing like that.
Yeah, that one scoots you off the plate and then has you guessing what's going to come next. This is Cameron Chi-Eloy back at the plate, the Illinois commit, and we've seen him in the outfield. I was impressed by his BP yesterday, someone that I'm not as familiar with yet in the 2023 class, but has done a great job in the outfield, battling the Trop Monster in the dome that is here at Tropicana Field. Hits that ball. Oh, coming right at us, Brian.
I got it. Good.
I forgot to bring my glove. Should have brought the glove, man. I should have been more prepared for that. That ball fouled right back at us. But I will say I think that playing the outfield here, maybe I don't give the Rays enough credit for what they do at this field, but you really appreciate it when you get here and see that it is pretty difficult to track the balls with the dome.
And we see it, just you and I sitting up here. If a fly ball goes high enough, we lose it too.
We lose it.
Yeah.
I lose it for a second, and it takes you a minute to readjust your eyes to find it again, so you could imagine what these guys are dealing with. That was a dirty pitch from LeGuernick, by the way, to come back for strike two.
Yeah, the sliders, it's very interesting. There's a wide discrepancy in the amount of horizontal movement it generates pitch to pitch in terms of consistently. So I'll be interested to see the data breakdown after we're done here to see what that really looked like. But just in terms of the eye test, yeah, difficult pitch. Great play.
Great play there from Miles Naylor to go over second base and make the throw over to first with a speedy Chi-Eloy down first base. Was he safe?
It looks like he called him safe.
So he was safe. So they thought he was out. He was called safe. I also thought he was out.
Yeah.
It was a great athletic play from Naylor,
Definitely.
who's over there playing second base for Navy in this inning. I will say this hour, in this inning. Both of these things, both would be exactly true. So Landon Muratis will get to step in and have an at-bat against Justin LeGuernick. What a treat for him.
LeGuernick certainly not overpowering in terms of just the raw velocity. It's been mostly 89, 90, some flashes of 91, 92. Huge and left-handed. We talked about the angle when he's throwing strikes. This is just very difficult to hit. And
taken off, but the ball is put in play right back to LeGuernick. Fields the ball and makes the out. So that's going to be it for an inning of work for Justin LeGuernick, the Dix Hills, New York native, big lefty, Dirtbag 17U on Trey Daly's team. Brian, what you saw a lot from him.
Yeah.
Spotlight some stuff.
It's unique. It's a lower slot lefty is a big dude who's got some low release traits in spite of being as tall as he is. That slider's, I mean, I don't really know what to make of it yet. I want to see more, but really sharp, late bite, mostly on the horizontal axis. We saw it dive under barrels late. We saw him really run it inside on right-handed hitters. I would like to see if he's got a changeup. Would like to see that if he does. But other than that, just super powerful stuff that projects really well.
Something he said he's been working on is the ability to repeat his pitches in the zone, locate them where he wants. And he said that he's been able to do this from throwing and trying to locate his pitches almost every day. So he'll get another chance, I believe, to come back out. Did we say that?
I think so.
He'll come back out for another inning, and we'll share a little bit more about this young man and what he's been trying to do on the mound. So like I said, this is game 1 of 2 today. Later this afternoon, we'll have a whole new group of guys coming in for the workout portion. You can check out those numbers. In fact, I was checking out the top 60-yard dash times through day 2. Isaiah Drake leading his class, a 6:15.60 yesterday. He overtook Kendall George, who ran a 6:16 with the first wave of guys. Kendall George now tied with Adrian Santana, both running a 6:16. Dylan Head has the third best time, a 6:22. Kyle Henley, a 6:30, and then Maxwell Clark, the #1 player in the class of 2023, who ran a 6:33. I believe he told me yesterday that was a personal best. I'd have to check that. What is that contraption, though? I would love to know more about that. How about our camera crew just getting all these inside details inside the dugouts of these guys and how they help themselves? You can see there, that is Derek Schaefer with the Mark Pro system. Brian, what's going on here?
I think it's, I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what this is, but it looks like it's it's sending electrical pulses to generate blood flow in his arm after he just got done pitching. And that speaks to the overarching thought now that icing after you pitch is bad, because that stops blood flow, and blood flow is what heals trauma. And after you throw 100 pitches or so, you have trauma to the arm.
Sounds like you know what you're talking about here.
That electrical pulse stimulates the blood flow, and then it helps the arm recover faster.
That sounds a lot like you know what you're talking about.
That was just a guess. I just sounded smart guessing. If I was right, shouts out to me, but we'll find out after.
We will find out. Well, somebody's going to text you soon and let you know if that wasn't right. We actually know that is for sure. Lifted in the air off Kyle Remington's bat, staying on the infield. Coming over to make the catch, Braden Holcomb.
This is Lance Williams on the mound, another former Perfect Game Select Festival alum. He played in the 14U game in 2019 from Shenandoah, Virginia. He's uncommitted. He's one of the uncommitted guys. I got a look at him in Hoover at the 17U Elite last month. Kind of came out of the bullpen blowing 95 for his first inning, so obviously that made me take note. It's kind of deceptive. It's up-tempo, max effort, right at you sort of mentality, but he's got big stuff.
I want to learn more about the technique he's using on the mound. He's pausing a little bit. We see this with some guys, a little bit Johnny Cueto without the wiggle, but he is pausing the leg. He's mixing it up, though. Obviously, you didn't see it there, but he's able to do a couple different things on the mound as far as deception goes. Bristol Carter is going to try to figure out what he's doing with another chance to bat, and we've mentioned it, and I'll say it again. Love the guys who come out and pinch run. Bristol Carter, one of the best times in the 60 yesterday in his class, so now he's got a chance to do it with the bat. Just chops that ball, fielding his position is Williams to Holcomb for the out. But as far as the hold on the mound, Brian, walk me through that.
Yeah, generally speaking, hitting is timing and pitching is disrupting timing, right? So with Williams, he's 91 mile an hour fastball there. You saw it on the board. I think he's been up to 94. That's a very firm fastball for high school baseball still. Very firm fastball anywhere mostly. But either way, when you're a hitter and you're trying to time up 92, 93, 94, you are starting your move before he releases the ball, obviously. You have to. So when you add this little extra pump, now all of a sudden a hitter is maybe, it took you X amount of seconds to deliver the ball, and now all of a sudden it takes you slightly more, and so your hitter a little bit out in front, and he's a little bit further ahead of where he should be in terms of timing. It disrupts the hitter's timing is the long and short of it. But saw a slider there from him with a good amount of sweep, and that's a fastball coming back right there at 92. This is up-tempo, right at you, challenge-type pitching.
Yeah, whatever you can do to have the advantage. Olin Ward at the plate, another chance to at bat. And then you can see it right there a little bit, just throwing guys off, a long foul ball. but throwing guys off on the mound with that. And I would have to wonder if there's some yoga involved, stretching, something to do with the ability to kind of balance there, because that's not an easy thing to do. We know athletes are often, they kind of dive into yoga at different parts throughout their career to find better balance, and it's working because he gets a strikeout of Ward and a quick inning of work for Lance Williams.
Yeah, really athletic, up-tempo. We talked about that already. It's come right at you stuff. A lot of 92, 93 in that inning, up to 94. Showed the sweeper of a slider, but that was mostly fastballs, just trying to attack in the zone. He's got arm speed. He's got some deception to the delivery. Interesting look for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I mean, listen, if he can figure out a way to deceive pitchers not only with what he can do in his repertoire, but also with what he's doing on the mound, better for it. I mean, I also see him, Brian, I mean, the ball looks like you really can't see it until the last minute. He does a good job of hiding that as well.
Absolutely, and that's another part of deception that you hit the nail right on the head, Danny. It's a anything you can do to make it more difficult on the hitter, you can do, and that's the ultimate pitcher advantage, because what can you do as a hitter to make it more difficult on the, there's less things you can do other than be really good. But yeah, it's anything you can do. The hide the ball, up tempo, max effort, double pump, et cetera, all of those things come into play. And you have to be really athletic to be able to do all those things and still throw strikes, which is what he did. So that's notable in and of itself. He's a good athlete.
He's probably impressing, I have no doubt. A lot of these scouts here behind the stands, you saw them just a second ago. Pro scouts, big league scouts, college scouts. You got a lot of people in the stands watching the class of 2023. This is their national showcase, something they have looked forward to for a very, very long time. A premier event, something that you circle on your calendar. We know the 2022 draft just wrapped up a few days ago, but here we are turning our attention to the next class and the summer ahead. Select Fest Summer coming up. There's families in attendance here. So much support that these guys get from their families. A lot of kids running around getting some autographs too. Pretty smart idea to get those now. Get those autographs now, kids, before these guys get drafted and head to the minor leagues. What's up, fam? We see you guys coming out. Oh my God, I love this so much. Oh, I love to see it. Makes me happy, Brian.
Absolutely. Everybody's here having a nice time in a climate-controlled environment.
The AC is blowing. Brian is happy. We are all happy, let me tell you, because just walking from the car
You're not lying.
to the security,
Ooh.
I'm sweating bullets.
This is not for me, Danny.
No, but this is for Justin Legurnick facing Eric Fernandez. They've been waiting for this for a long, long time, these two facing off in the top of the 10th. That's what we do here. We're moving along to the 10th inning. This will be, I believe, our last inning for game one, and then we'll have a little time between game two, because, by the way, the grounds crew, all the love to them who have been turning this field over for the past couple of days. They'll do it through Sunday, along with having to get the field ready for the Tampa Bay Rays. They've been tirelessly working to get these fields beautiful for the top prospects coming out here to play, just like this young man, Justin Legurnick.
And it's something you think like, okay, well, yeah, it's the grounds crew's job to do that. Well, how many times does a big league grounds crew have to turn over a field 3 or 4 times in one day?
Yeah, they don't.
It never, ever happens,
No.
right? So for them to be able to do it in this setting, like, they are the pros. They're
Very
fantastic.
grateful.
We would be nothing without them and their hospitality, the Rays' hospitality.
Yeah, extremely grateful for them. So a strikeout of Eric Fernandez, so 1 down in the top of the 10th. That's going to bring up Ethan Gibson. This is a guy who's been pinch running all day long for his Maroon team. Gets a chance to bat.
And Legurnick still very low effort, and again, like I said earlier in the broadcast, I mean that as a compliment. Very low effort on the mound. Upper 80s with the fastball here in the second inning, with a fair bit of horizontal movement. You can see the sink there on it. Just really pitching well, just kind of casually throwing that slider. He missed another couple bats against Fernandez just now, the left-hander up. Really, that slider kind of unfair in that setting.
Gibson rips that pitch right into the glove of Samuel Stafura for the out. But hot off the bat, into the glove.
Just got it off the end of the bat a little bit there. It was a fastball in a well-located spot, looked at on the outer edge of the plate, and it's a pitch you want to attack. He just got it off the end a little bit, and that, again, something about the deception here of LeGuernick. Guys aren't quite getting around on it.
My bad. Antonio Anderson making that catch, smiling. I should have known the smile over at shortstop. I apologize. So making that nice catch as the ball died in his glove. That brings up Wesley Mendez. We talked about him during his first at bat. He's a Tampa native. He's been to a million Rays games. He loves this team, loves David Price, committed to Vanderbilt. But he said to me, I'm not just a pitcher yet. I haven't just completely committed to that point. As you see, though, he is a lefty who will be going to Vanderbilt, but he's going to get a chance to bat here. He's been dealing with a ruptured appendix, coming back from that, lost a ton of weight. This is his first big event back since then.
And it's been something we've been anxious to see is Mendez, as we heard, with the being hurt and I don't know. Can you call that an injury? That's not an injury.
Yeah, well, you would go on the IL if you were a big leaguer. Yeah.
His return from the injured list is something we've all been very excited to see just because we all think so highly of him. The guy we've seen over the years and a really talented pitcher like we talked about, a true two-way ability type of player. So super happy to see him here healthy. We couldn't be more excited to see that. And the BP was good. The outfield was good. He looked back to me yesterday, just in the workout portion anyways.
Thought maybe that was a ball. He shared that his brother Brooks has been a huge support system for him and just being there during these difficult times because, it's your summer going into your senior year, the most exciting, and the kid's missing things because of a freak accident. Thank goodness he figured it out. His mom, although he is struck out here, his mom Blair is actually the one, or Shannon, excuse me, his mom Shannon figured out that it was the appendix. They rushed him to the hospital. Thank goodness to get that taken out. All right, so that's going to do it for Justin LeGuernick. His day done on the mound for his team. He gets some fist bumps, some handshakes. What'd you think, Brian?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty loud stuff. It's a big body lefty who's young for the grade, who does it easy, who threw a lot of strikes. 88, 91 in there, 92 I think in the first inning, but you can see the action on the pitch. You can see the sweeping slider there that he had a lot of success with. That slider, the way he's able to throw it both to lefties down out of the zone for a strikeout, and then to righties in the zone for a strike, running it in on their hands. There's another great one there to Mendez. It's a unique pitch. It's something he clearly has a lot of feel for. There's a lot of sweeping break on it. That's going to be the weapon for him, and that fastball will be a weapon too, no doubt.
We move to the bottom of the 10th. This is our first game this morning. We're moving along to the afternoon. We're going to have a second game, and then we bring in a whole new group of guys, more top prospects in the 2023 class for more workouts, the workout portion. One of my favorite times because you get a chance to kind of catch up with everybody. You get to have some eyes on guys. We saw Miguel Yugas break the outfield record, the outfield velocity in day one, throwing 102 from the outfield. And then he was super impressive out on the mound. You can see some of the guys there who'll be getting ready for later in the day, the workout portion and the games. There's a second game today, as we said it. That's probably who they are, not the workout guys. They're probably game 2 guys.
I hope the workout guys ain't here yet.
Yeah, that would be great.
We got a ways to go, fellas. You're gonna be sitting there.
They're just fans of the game, Brian. They just want to be here and hang out. Why wouldn't you, though? Honestly, to see some of your competition, that's what this is for, right? You get a chance to see how you stack up in your class. And this guy who impressed on the mound the first 2 innings of work, and then in his first at bat, Bryce Eldridge just kind of pokes the ball through the infield to get on base. He'll get another at bat, and he'll be facing the arm on the mound. We'll introduce you to
Lance Williams.
Lance Williams again.
Inning, yep.
Back out here, Lance Williams.
Quickly ahead 0-2, fastball in the upper 80s here in his second inning of work. Let's see what he wants to do with Eldridge here with 2 strikes.
Misses with a 91-mile-per-hour fastball, 2,400 RPMs, revolutions per minute. Top left of your corner, we got that listed for you. We got you covered with all the great stats.
There's a changeup. Been waiting to see one of those from from Williams. That's the first time he's thrown one. 80 miles an hour, 79.9 on your board with solid spin. Lots of horizontal movement, limited vertical movement. You could just kind of see that via the eye test of the pitch. But good fade, just needs to throw it a little bit, needs to start it a little bit closer to the plate.
Eldridge, again, doesn't try to do too much, dumps that pitch into shallow right field for a base hit.
Just a breaking ball that was kind of coming in on him a little bit, was able to get the barrel out just enough to line it pull side. A good piece of hitting. He's 2 for 2.
Says, what's up, guys? I see you in the dugout. Look at me on first. Isaiah Thompson steps in, the Cal State Fullerton commit. We're going to make sure we get all of Bryce's gear off, get it back to the dugout.
Some of those, you see these, some of these first base coaches, maybe not in this event necessarily.
The umpire had to do it.
You got, you'll have guys wearing, you can't even see any of their body anymore. They're so covered up and stuff, especially if it's been a long inning.
Got a lot of gear on.
Definitely.
Thompson out of Mountain House, California. He's got the elbow guard on, batting gloves on. Williams takes his time, fires in. Trenton Lyons, that ball just ricochets a little bit off of him. A lot of movement on that pitch, and so Eldridge advances, smiling over to second.
Seeing the fastball velocity is a little bit down this inning for Williams. Not overwhelmingly so, but more 89, 90 than 91, 92. Going to have to command it. Got a runner on second base here. That's a great pitch there. Curveball over the inner third. Nearly 2,700 on the spin rate. Lots of sweep to the pitch. That's a really good pitch in a really good spot.
Then comes inside. Eldridge stays over at second. He thought about it. Good, quick get from Trenton Lyons to go receive that ball.
Yeah, I mean, you see with these, sometimes the pitchers and catchers maybe not being exactly on the same page. Well, they've never worked together before.
Yeah.
What do you expect? Yeah, this is the catcher. Sometimes it's not really reflective of how good they are, what they necessarily look like in these events, because when you got no clue what the dude's stuff does or how it's going to come at you, then sometimes it's tough to square it up, even if you know what's coming.
Thompson rips that pitch, but right into Colin Houck's glove.
89 miles an hour off the bat there. The exit velocity is hit really well.
Bryce Eldridge is trying to get to third, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, guy. I'm not sure. He wants to show off the wheels. That's what he wants to do. I know. I feel you. Well, maybe Stephen Milam can help you out. Switch hitter, the LSU commit.
We're going to finally see him from the left side. His first 2 at-bats came right-handed against lefties on the mound. Now we'll see him from the left side.
Milam comes from an extremely athletic family. His Aunt Stephanie, his great uncle Ray was a catcher for the Cincinnati Reds. Takes a pitch inside. I mean, I'm looking at his bio here and a page of honors and accomplishments for Stephen Milam, and it's almost half the page. This guy's been playing baseball for a long time, and on top of that, a 3.92 GPA. He's in his school's Nationals Honor Society at Centennial High School. Just misses that pitch.
Good bat to ball guy, a good understanding of the game. We've seen him, pretty talented defender in the middle infield, really advanced hand actions. He's added some power. You can see the strength starting to show up in the lower half there. Added some power. We saw that more especially from the left side yesterday during BP, and we've seen it this summer as well, more from the left side. But again, a guy who can switch hit, it's just kind of different profiles from each side of the plate, and that happens sometimes. It's good contact skills. He can use the whole field from the right side, but if you really want to see him turn and burn, get him hitting left-handed.
Counts in his favor, 3-1. Eldridge over at second base, bottom of the 10th with 1 down. Lance Williams out on the mound for Maroon. And taking off, Eldridge. I told you he wanted third, but Trent Lyons gets him out with a bullet. Braden Holcomb says, good try, man, good try.
Lyons was dying to throw to third, too. There was a bunch of different times he came up pumping a little bit, but it was a good break. It was a good pitch to run on. It was a curveball, but just actually, probably was pretty close.
It wasn't close. It was a close play.
Just a really good throw from Lyons on the money. If that throw is anywhere but right on the money, Eldridge was probably in there safe.
He's like, I can't wait for you, Steven. I need to get to third.
We need to see 6'7" guys stealing bases. I firmly agree with that.
I agree. Completely agree with that. Milam's got a tattoo he showed me yesterday, HDMH, height doesn't measure heart. He's a huge Marcus Stroman fan. Yeah,
Nope.
Tossed the bat. Thought he was walking to first
Not
base.
quite.
He knows. He knows. Grabs
He did
it
walk,
back. He
but
did walk.
that did happen. He's not wrong, but
He wants to hit too. Such an instinctual thing to do. Toss your bat, head to first. So straight fastballs now from Lance Williams. But he met Stroman. He told me he met him, but he met Stroman before he got the tattoo, and then he went out and got the HDMH on his wrist because he rips that pitch, and it's going to land right into shallow left. So a good piece of hitting from Stephen Milam. But he said, a lot of guys talking about my height. They're paying extra attention. In fact, he said, you guys. And I get it. I understand. That's what happens, right? When you are at a showcase and you're being scouted and that's what your job is. He said, you guys pay too much attention to that number. I don't pay attention to that number.
yeah, understandably so. You play as well as your skill set allows you to play, and maximizing your own genetic gifts, and et cetera, et cetera. And we know Milam's a good player. We've known that for a long time. It's just part of an objective evaluation when looking towards professional baseball. Your size and weight and strength, like all of those things, are included. These are objective things. But so there is, like, attention does have to be paid to Milam's size. That is a thing in reality, but that doesn't mean that necessarily has to limit him. He certainly won't let it. So I think it's hand in hand there.
All right, we get to see another at bat from Antonio Anderson.
Left-handed as well, finally.
Moving to the other side of the box. Saw him make a nice play last inning over at shortstop. Milam stays put at first base. Anderson, the Georgia Tech commit. We've seen him at the 14U Select Festival down in Jupiter, the World Wood Bat.
A lot of spin on the breaking ball from Williams here. 2,700 at times. You're seeing good two playing to it in the lower mid 70s, 73, 74. It's a good fastball away on the outer edge. 18 inches of vert, some arm side to it as well. Thrown at 90 miles an hour. It's a good pitch in a great spot. See if Anderson can cover the plate here. I'd imagine that Williams is going to try and maybe stay away from him here in that same spot.
Yeah, he goes outside. He knows the strengths of Antonio Anderson. I mean, he's taken up a lot of room in that box with obviously still room to grow for him. There's no doubt. I mean, but he has already grown a lot, I would say, in the past couple of years as we've watched him. Really just had a close eye and the opportunity to see his growth and development. It's been pretty cool.
Big physical athlete with lots of tools. Very, very talented player. That'll be a walk.
Milam thought he was going to second base. The first base umpire says, I don't know.
Maybe we're out of pinch runners for this team.
That's
Bottom
right.
of the 10th and all.
Yeah, bottom of the 10th, 2 down. This will be it for game 1. We'll take a tiny break and come back with a whole nother game and a fresh set of prospects here at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. Our crew's been amazing. We've got our cameras all over the field with the crew manning them all week long. Our guys out in the truck too, working our graphics, our audio, cameras, the whole production on Perfect Game TV. It's a huge group effort, and we're here all week long making sure we can bring you guys all this content and these games and the workouts so that you can see these guys and see what they bring and how they've changed. This is the event I think everyone looks forward to. It's kind of a reunion. You get to see everybody you haven't seen in a long time too. And I know it's the same for these guys who play in these games. It's pretty exciting. And for a guy like Antonio Anderson, he gets the strikeout, but you know we'll see him again. He'll be back tomorrow for a second game. Lance Williams finishes his day with a big K against a big name. Good for him as we wrap up game 1 here at the Trop. We're gonna have another game, as we said, coming up here on Perfect Game TV very, very soon. Orange and purple. Brian, give me one takeaway from game 1.
Whew. Lots to take away, but I have to talk about, I think, the arms that we had in the middle there. Ethan McIlvaine, the lefty from the Maroon team. I thought Derek Schaefer from the Navy team was excellent. We thought Eldridge was excellent. We saw LeGuernick up and down the lineup of pitching today that was outstanding from both sides. Looking forward to seeing them continue on. But we got the pitching, I think we have to talk about today. It was really good.
Bryce Eldridge 2 for 2 and a nice job on the mound as well, the 6'7" guy. All right, a huge thank you again to our whole crew who helps put this production on, our director Steve Banta. With Brian Sakowski, I'm Danny Wexelman. We'll be right back here for game 2 today on Perfect Game TV. Coming up 12:30, first pitch. We'll see you soon.
Tyson at? Tager? My starting catcher, so I want to get with Xander and get him going, all right? 12:30 start. How are you doing today?
Fourth. Here comes Dad. Dad. Here comes the... We'll figure it out.
There we go. Go stand next to those two. I told you. They're about 6 seconds.
probably got like.
Sonic conditioner.
PG or like PG? No, I do like I do this and then the phone because I'm so close.
The kid?
I have a broom, please? Just drop it down on the ground. It's not science. Give me a broom. Thank you. That's good. Right here is perfect. wrecked everything.
Yeah,
Shame on them.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Perfect Game TV. This is the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. This is the class of 2023. You want to know them? Here they are. This is day 3 of our National Showcase. We had a game earlier this morning, and this is game 2 today. There'll be a workout a little bit later today on Perfect Game TV. A whole new group of guys coming in, part of those workouts, and they'll have games the rest of this week. We already saw days 1 and 2 conclude. You can go to perfectgame.org to check out 60-yard dash times, velos, catcher pop times, scores of the games, how guys did, whatever it may be. We've been out here all week. I'm Danny Wexelman with Brian Sikowski. We've got you covered for game 2 today. Welcome back. We're going to introduce you to the man on the mound. I'm very excited to do that. Xander Muth will be the starting pitcher for the purple team here at the beautiful Tropicana Field. Excuse me, Aiden Keenan. I apologize, Aiden Keenan. I'm also very excited about Aiden Keenan as well. Brian Sikowski, what can you tell me about him?
I think we'll see Muth in 1/2 inning. I think he's just starting on the other side. Keenan is I'm excited to see him. He's a guy I haven't seen, West Coast guy. Athletic body, as you can see, big arm strength. We've had him up to 95. Recently this summer, in fact. That's 93 there to start it off. It's loose, it's whippy, it's low 3/4. Sometimes there's some inconsistencies with command, but it's big, big stuff.
All right, so we are off and running here. Game 2, Lee Ellis leading off out of White Plains, Maryland, the South Carolina commit.
Talented defender in the middle infield, Ellis is. Took a good BP yesterday. It's a good swing. Still growing into some power, but that was just overpowering from Keenan.
Yeah, so working quickly here. I don't even have my notes organized on my end. And a strikeout for Keenan sitting at 95 miles an hour, top left of your screen. We're clocking the velocity, we're clocking the RPMs, the revolutions per minute. That's for you at home and for us too. Pretty fun to see where this class sits.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we're seeing it already just in the first handful of pitches. It's pretty explosive arm speed. He's athletic. He's a good mover. It's a pretty skinny body. Lots of room to continue filling that out. And already 94, 95, there's a lot of movement on the pitch, upwards of 15, both in terms of induced vertical as well as horizontal move. It's a sinker with hard run. High spin on the fastball too, and right now he's around the zone. He's not real fine with it, but he's around the zone, and it's dominating when he's in there.
Adrian Santana in the box to face Keenan, sees another strike. You see him there. He knows how good this guy is too. Santana's
a switch hitter. We saw it yesterday in BP. Looked a little bit better, if I'm remembering my notes correctly, from the right side, as we saw a breaking ball there from Keenan with quite a bit of spin. That's up near 2,900 on the RPMs. Santana, really, really good defender in the middle infield. Back-to-back
Ks for Aiden Keenan, mowing through these batters at this point. Just hit 95 on the radar gun.
Yeah, and you can see that lower slot able to pitch up, even as not a, he's 6'1", 6'2", he's not small. So he able to pitch up as a result of that low slot and miss bats in the top of the zone. And that is a 3,000 RPM slider that had over 20 inches of sweep. And hello.
Yeah, that might be the most that we've seen at the event so far in day 3, game 2 from Aiden Keenan.
That pitch is moving a lot. That's a full sweep across the zone. I saw a lot of Blake Grimmer this spring up in Michigan playing. I don't think he saw a slider quite like that. So going to definitely do his best to try and hit the fastball here.
Grimmer, another Tennessee commit. That's the 3,000 revolution per minute pitch that gets a bit outside, but dude's coming back with 95. Hard to touch that.
Yeah, 95 taken off up in the zone to the arm side with that. It would be interesting to see a spray chart of like where that fastball is located and then where that slider was located, and like the difference in the amount of movement in different directions that pitch creates. It would be a really interesting overlay, and I know we have the elite camera work here. We'll get an overlay done tonight at some point.
Yeah, I
Put
think
it out
so.
on Twitter.
Again, you see that one, 2,900 pushing 3,000, but not landing in the zone, anywhere close to the zone right now. The sweep is ridiculous.
There's sometimes too much movement for guys to command their pitches. And a name from last year, you remember Jackson Jobe.
Of course.
Obviously very highly touted because of his ability to spin the baseball, the slider. Some of the problems he's run into a little bit have been it's hard to command a pitch that moves as much as that does. You know, the more movement, the more you have to worry about where you start it and how you command it. And we're kind of seeing that here with Keenan a little bit is that slider moves so much that he's not really sure where to even start it so that it lands for a strike yet.
But he is introducing the pitch here. A lot of scouts, a ton of scouts, that was an understatement, in the stands, and comes back with the fastball again at 95. So you know that he's catching a bunch of eyes with the pitches that he's shown us so far. Aiden Keenan, a pretty quick first inning of work for the young man out of Morgan Hill, California, the Stanford commit. 1 inning of work. What do you want to see from him, Brian, except maybe just more pitches next inning?
Yeah, more of the same. It's an explosive fastball. We see that. Would like to see him maybe try and work glove side with the fastball since he has not done that yet. We saw the slider. We talked about how ridiculous the data on it is, the metrics on it. Let's see if he can throw it for a strike. I'd like to see that. And obviously, if there's a third pitch, let's see that as well.
All right, we're off and running, man. Aiden Keenan just getting us going. Who needs coffee? Who needs an energy drink when you just watched that guy hit 3,000 RPMs on our radar? All right, this is Xander Muth.
Captain of the all-flow team.
I should have known. That was my mistake. I was looking down. We got going quick. Xander Muth out on the mound. The righty ranked 7th, as you can see, out of Illinois, the Ole Miss commit.
Yeah, Muth's a guy we've seen a bunch in the last year, a highly ranked player. He's currently the number 7 player in the country. Big righty. He's listed at 6'6", 190. Think it might even be a little more physical than that at this point. A little bit younger for the grade. He's just recently turned 17, and we've seen the fastball up to 94, 95. Big life to the arm side on the pitch. You can see it from that lower slot that he releases from, that generating that hard run and sink. And flashes of a really good slider at times, too. It's still a little inconsistent, probably in the upper 70s, low 80s. With some sweep to it, it's usually a pretty good pitch for him. So we should see some. This is a heck of a starting pitching matchup between Keenan and Muth.
You mentioned the flow. Well, he said he's a Cardinals fan, Muth is, and he loves to watch Dustin May. Brings a lot of energy when he pitches, dominates when he throws. Oh, yeah, by the way, he also has a pretty great head of hair himself. Dustin May coming back from Tommy John surgery. I know the Dodgers are going to be excited to get that guy back in the rotation.
No doubt. They talk about easy, explosive stuff. Dustin May, goodness me. Bowling balls and sliders, and it looks like he's playing catch, and he's kind of skinny and unassuming physically. He's fun to watch. I'm excited to see him back healthy as well.
So leading off for Purple, Isaiah Drake steps in, uncommitted in this class, and out of the hand to get going, Muth hits 95.
Isaiah Drake currently the leader in the clubhouse, I believe, as fast as 60 time with his 6.15 yesterday. That's floating. We talked about it earlier. There's moving, there's burning, and there's floating. And the 6.1 is floating.
You can check out those times, perfectgame.org, to see all the top times in the 2023 class. But Muth working quickly, comes back and gets a quick strikeout of Drake.
That's 3 quick whiffs there for Muth to start it off. It was fastballs at 95 and 92, and that was a changeup there. Very, very heavy movement to the arm side on the changeup. That horizontal movement is in the mid-teens. Almost no vertical, though, which is interesting. It means that changeup's holding plane well, and we're not seeing it dive down as much as we are just kind of fade away from a left-handed bat.
That brings up Eric Batanti, takes strike 1.
Muth really athletic. You could see it just in the way he moves, the ease of which he's throwing 95 miles an hour here in the first inning. Got some deception to the delivery with that crossfire. The lower slot is deceptive as well. Sometimes kind of leads to bouts of wildness when he'll get under the fastball from that slot, but for the most part, this is kind of what it looks like, what it's supposed to look like, a young power pitching prospect.
An Oregon commit, Batanti at the plate, plays for East Prime, goes to Aquinas High School. He's played in USA events throughout his career so far. Said it's an unbelievable experience getting to represent his country as he rips that pitch right into Ethan Hindle's glove for the second out of the frame.
And that's just a challenge fastball. It's a 94-mile-an-hour sinker towards the middle of the plate. Battanti got barrel on it, hit it 85 miles an hour off the bat. Not quite as much as he would have wanted, I'm sure, but still, hey, that's a good pitch and a good result and good baseball play overall.
The ball put in play, 1 strikeout so far for Drake. He'll face Will Gasparino. We'll see him in the outfield all game long. Swinging at the first pitch, gets through the infield for a base knock to get the purple team going. Didn't waste any time. He saw what happened in the first at bat and saw, hey, I got to swing on this guy early. I got to get to that fastball early. I'm not going to let him get any of those crazy pitches on me.
And this is 104 miles an hour off the bat. You can hear the crack of the bat there on the broadcast. Ball's hit really hard, obviously on the ground, but Gasparino is a very, very unique, very high ceiling type of athlete. I mean, you could see the body there. He's 6'6", 215. He ran a 6'4", yesterday at 6'6", 215, and with the type of body that you could see being 240 with no problem, just in terms of adding strength. It's a really, really fascinating power, speed, athleticism, right field type of profile potentially down the line, but hitting balls hard like that and with those tools, it's special.
Ralphie Velazquez gets a chance to step in against Muth on the left-hand side of the plate, taken off, heading down for second base. Gasparino steals to Taggart Tyson behind the plate in this inning for Orange. So as you mentioned, one of the better 60 times, and he's shown it off.
6'6" guy getting a great jump and stealing a bag. That was a good changeup from Muth to get a swing and miss. Need to talk about that too. And we need to talk about who's hitting now as well, given what he did yesterday during batting practice.
Yes, Ralphie Velazquez, the Arizona State commit, got a big smile on his face most of the time. He was part of our Select Festival game as well. We've known this guy for a long time, and his bat. But to get to see his bat in person yesterday, Brian, during BP, you were impressed?
Yeah, I mean, the last 4 or 5 hitters yesterday of the workout, like the last 20 minutes of the day, were unbelievable. And Velasquez, if I'm remembering right, was the last hitter of BP. And my man was launching balls pull side. That was fun to watch as he grounds out there. Good first inning from Muth.
Yeah, good first inning. We'll get a chance to see Xander Muth again, but hitting 95 in this very first inning of work with a strikeout, and as you said, off the end of the bat of Velasquez.
Yeah, it's power stuff. A lot of 94, 95. We didn't really even see the slider that much in that particular inning. Just saw a lot of left-handed hitters. I'm sure we'll see the slider more next half, but the changeup was good. That was kind of something that was impressive just for me personally. I've seen him throw a pretty solid changeup, but that was the most consistently good changeup I think I've seen from him. So establishing that pitch early against left-handed hitters. Now we'll see the slider against righties, all the while commanding the fastball. I thought he looked great.
Yeah, these guys making sure they stay hydrated, always carrying around these gallons of water here at the Trop, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. And this is our second game today. A little bit later on, we're going to have another workout. So we'll have a whole new group of prospects coming in from the class of 2023. You can see here at the Trop. We've been hanging out. So welcoming. Everybody here has been so great. It's nice to be able to come in here indoors in Florida in the summer for the Perfect Game National Showcase. Don't have to deal with rain. You don't have to be dealing with the heat. You got some good tunes. I love being here at the Trop. You got scouts in the stands littered across to see these guys and the next draft class coming up. They'll also get a chance to see, there they are, there's the scouts back after maybe a quick lunch break before the workouts today. They got their polos, their zip-ups. I saw Jim Schlossnagel mixed in there, head coach for Texas A&M's program. He's been out here all week. John Savage. It's been pretty cool to have these guys in the stands to watch their commits, watch their guys.
Chris Pollard from Duke is here. Saw his commit Macon Winslow hit a bomb yesterday in game, the catcher. Yeah, it's like we talked about on the first broadcast today, Danny. It's a good spot for coaches to come to see their commits as well as look at some of these potential uncommitted guys, but definitely more of a pro scouting environment here.
Best on the ground down the line. Colin Priest takes care of that for the first out of the frame. Aiden Keenan back out on the mound for his second inning of work. And what's cool about these questionnaires, Brian, that we get from these guys is they share a scouting report. So Keenan shared whippy arm from a low 3/4 slot with arm side run, pounds the zone with a fastball in the low mid-90s. He's athletic, confidence, presence, curveballs, high 70s with sharp bite. Occasionally will throw his changeup in the low 80s. And Caden Irving steps in to see all of that.
There's the breaking ball there. Again, that's a great pitch. That's the one we needed to see located. And then the pitch before that, the ground out from Justin Best was a changeup that I wanted to see too. So I think he must be listening to the broadcast.
Yes.
AirPods down there or something.
His pitch comm is tuned into us here on Perfect Game TV. I'm sure of it.
That's a breaker with 2,900 spin and 22 inches of sweep, and then we go fastball up and in on the hands. That's a great job by Irving to get rid of that. And we talked about Irving earlier as having one of the loudest BP rounds of the event so far, and Velasquez is one of those guys too, and Pete Kraska is another one of those guys who fit that bill. But going to see a little bit different stuff in the box here than BP, for sure.
Behind the plate catching Keenan in this inning, Hideki Prather. And he's doing a good job back there. Good job by Keenan to add to his strikeouts. I believe that's his 4th.
That was a gross sequence. He probably threw one too many balls there, 5-pitch at bat instead of 4, but went breaker to get 0-2, went up and in with the fastball. Irving did a good job of wasting it, but then perfectly spotted 93 on the black away. A tremendous sequence there.
Antonio Perota, the Virginia commit, steps in. His friends call him Toe. I don't know if I'm going to call him Toe, but that's his nickname he shared with us, part of FTB Phillies scout team. Our guy, Nelly Gonzalez, who's been down on the field coaching at the National Showcase, and Jeff Perez.
Saw Parada just a couple weeks ago at East Cobb hit a ball where I've never seen anybody hit a ball at East Cobb before. So
to the moon.
Tremendous power. Danny, obviously you've been there quite a bit. He hit the house.
Ooh.
When you walk into the complex, he hit the house up there.
Didn't hit the house this time.
Ooh.
Aiden Keenan, 2 innings of work. I believe that was about 5 minutes total.
Yeah.
Out on the mound, 5 strikeouts by my count, Brian.
We saw what we wanted to see. It's explosive stuff. He was a little wild in the first inning, reined it back in the second, peppered the zone with fastballs at 94, 95. Really high spin, really sweepy horizontal breaking ball. Was able to fatten it up a little bit and land it for strikes. It's more of a curveball look. We saw a good changeup that got a weak ground ball from Justin Best. Just that was explosive. That was really, really loud. It's what we wanted it to be.
We love to see it, and he's going to go get himself a drink, cool off in the bullpen. The bullpen's here at Tropicana Field, out on the field. Very unique part of a lot of different things in this field. You can see there the guys hanging out right on the field. So oftentimes you need somebody to help catch those foul balls, the rockets off the bat of these guys to make sure they stay protected over there while they warm up. And you can see Xander Muth warming up for his second inning of work. Another quick one, him, Aiden Keenan trading punches. What do you hope to see from this guy? You get one more look at him today.
It's simple. I want to see the slider, and I think that'll come as we see some right-handed hitters come to the plate. But was mostly fastball with some changeups mixed in the first inning. Want to see the fastball command still, but want to see the slider as well.
All right, if you heard that, Xander, let us know. Give us a sign. Another scouting report from this guy. Shared exploding fastball with run, wipeout slider, and a changeup that drops off the table. A great competitor.
I'll agree with that.
Jonathan Mendez leads off for Purple out of Los Angeles, California. J. Sarah Catholic High School. On the ground, Ethan Hindle to first, and they make the play.
94.5, call it 94 or 95, whatever, just well located on the outer edge, kind of hit it off the end of the bat. can't really pull that. Good pitch from Muth to get a early quick out.
I mean, if I'm in school and it's 94.5, my grade better be a 95.
Agreed.
Better not be an A-.
100%.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
These guys know about grades. They've got some really good ones. Aiden Smith steps in, Mississippi State commit out of Lucas, Texas, plays for Doolin's Dodgers prime. Tim Doolin, the coach over there with that team.
There's the slider. It looks like it's more of a sweeper, more of a horizontal breaker. 80-81. We saw one earlier in the inning, but good to see it. Good to see him bring it out. There's another one there that he lands over the inner part of the plate. Sort of a front door pitch there. Just about 12 inches of horizontal movement on that per the data in front of us.
Comes back with the heater.
It's a heavy fastball. It's a sinker, lower spin. We're seeing it classified as a sinker. There's good arm side to it. There's good horizontal to it. Heavy pitch.
Smith lays off that pitch, brings the count full in the bottom of the second, just one down for Xander Muth's second inning of work.
This is just a micro example, but we've seen Muth really run the slider away, and we've seen him break it over the inner third for a strike. We haven't seen him command it where it kind of starts on the outer black and then dives away to get a swing and miss. So that's one sort of quadrant of the zone that we want to see him command the slider to, because that's mostly where you're going to get swings and misses against right-handed hitters.
And there's a swing and miss from Smith. So adding to his total, Muth with a strikeout.
Yeah, that's just 95 above the letters, coming in on the hands a little bit. Muth's got some deception to him. He's a little crossfire, even with a longer arm action. I don't think hitters see it all that well, but when you can throw 95 that's running in on the hands, that's an easy way to get some swings and misses up in the zone.
2 down, TJ Pompey steps in. He looks at strike one. Pompey, the Texas Tech commit, fouls that pitch back and into the stands. He ran a 6.5 660. Yesterday, we mentioned it. These guys had their workout day yesterday afternoon, and then they're going to play the next 2 days. They'll have their games. But it mixed in with day one, the workout from day one and the first group of guys. So Kendall George did have the fastest 60, 6.16, and then Isaiah Drake, by a hair, 6.15 60, overtook that top spot.
And that's just 6.15, 6.16. That's fast.
Blink and you miss it.
That's faster than you can blink. So
Yeah, it's impressive. It's really impressive.
different kind of speed.
I will say, I think that these at-bats these guys seem to be working them a little bit more and making Muth work a little bit more in this inning.
Well, we're seeing Muth definitely try and work the slider in more, and he doesn't quite have as much command of it as he does his fastball. So that's sort of leading to him getting behind a little bit. However, when you can do that, you're going to probably have some success. That's 94 just running up away from you in the zone. Muth looked great. He showed the things I wanted him to show. The changeup was good. He commanded the fastball well. It's a really quality fastball. Good body, does it easy, good arm speed, checks those boxes. Was able to throw the breaking ball for strikes. We saw him able to sort of add some verticality to the pitch and take away some of the horizontal movement to give it a little bit of a different look. Will need to add some bite and some sharpness to that breaking ball moving forward, but he definitely has feel for it, and I like that. I've been a big fan of Xander Muth for some time, and he just continues to project forward, and he looks like a really high ceiling arm.
On top of that, an honor roll student, a 4.5 GPA. As I said, Dustin May fan. He likes Pedro Martinez. Pretty great role models to have in your life. He's also a history fan. He loves that subject. He gets to learn about the world. in the United States. He said the last 6 months, his workouts, he's been really in depth, trying to gain weight and power, Brian, which obviously I think when we hear you're projectable, you have room to grow, those are the exact things that you're talking about. And he said he's eating a lot of steak and rice. My dad makes the best steak. His dad, Craig, mom, Melissa. So shout out to them for feeding that kid and helping him grow.
I wouldn't mind a steak.
Could someone deliver a
We have a
steak
steak?
to us?
Specifically steaks cooked by his father.
Medium rare, right? We're on the same page about that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right, good.
You know Vinny likes his steak well done.
Him and Brock Porter, your guy.
Unbelievable.
Come on now.
Unbelievable.
Come on.
Maybe they got something figured out we don't.
I don't know about that. Well, Brock Porter definitely does. We do not. I will tell you that. The new arm on the mound for the purple team, Ty Baker, out of Houston, Texas. Big first pitch from him facing Brett Denby at the plate.
And Baker's a guy who's been on the radar. He's committed to Texas A&M. He's from Houston. We've seen him a bunch. Stuff took a big step forward, though, this earlier this summer at the UBC, where pitching for Texas 12, he was up to 93, pitched at 90-92 for the most part, struck out 6 in 4 innings, and earned his invite to the National.
Big summers for the 2023 class. There's no doubt about it. He plays for Texas 12. We saw a bunch of guys yesterday, a part of that travel team. Jeremy Knox, Corey Van Allen. And good pitch out of Baker's arm. Evens the count, 2-2.
Denby's is an athletic middle infielder from Indiana, committed to Georgia, which is a little bit unique. But obviously Scott Strickland, very familiar with the Midwest from his time at Kent State prior to Georgia.
That's right.
But yeah, he's a good athlete, projectable body. He's got some pop at the plate. There's good arm strength there. He's just a well-rounded good player.
Another guy, a 4.5 GPA. He goes to Jeffersonville High School in New Albany. Rips that pitch. Eric Batanti, to call him Priest, for the second out of the frame.
It's a good fastball on the outer edge. Fair bit of vertical to that, but yeah, just a tough pitch to square up where it was located, and good defensive play in the middle infield by Batanti.
So 1 down for Baker. AJ Garcia steps in, the Duke commit out of New Jersey from Monroe Township.
Change up there. We're seeing the full mix already here from, from Baker. I was looking at the wrong thing. That's my bad from Ty Baker. 90, kind of sitting 89-90 with the fastball. A good bit of vertical to it. He's got some arm side. You can see it right there. At more average spin on the fastball. Looked like a pretty solid changeup, turned over out front.
Texas A&M head coach Jim Schlossnagle in the stands watching his commits here in person at the National Showcase. He's got to like what he's seeing so far. He's got a couple of spots, I think, a couple of places in his rotation that he would like to see Ty Baker fill.
No question. And these guys are, you know, in the age of the transfer portal, there's more readily available, ready-to-play players than there ever have been at the college level. So with these high school guys, you're trying to balance not only bringing in high school guys that you can develop, that you really have identified that you can develop into long-term, high-impact players, while also kind of counterbalancing, well, you know, we can supplement our team whenever we want in the offseason too, whereas that used to only come from JUCO. And now in the age of the portal, obviously, that's different. Good pitch there.
Punch out for Baker to get AJ Garcia.
Just a fastball on the inner third to a left-handed pitcher, or a left-handed hitter, excuse me. Well located just off the black inside. A good spot. Tough to pull the trigger as a hitter. And Garcia can hit, too. He's a good player.
2 down. Ethan Hindle steps in. He's made a couple of plays in the field at shortstop for the Orange team. He's a Kentucky commit, Nick Mingione. Saw them at the SEC tournament. Big fan of the way he runs that program.
Hindle's a good athlete. We saw him with the defensive tools yesterday in the infield. It looks like he moves well laterally. It looks like he's got good hands. The arm strength is solid as well. Well-rounded player, good piece to project upon once he's at Kentucky.
Goes to Arrowhead High School. It's been busy the past couple of years, playing all around the country. He lifts that pitch in the air, the Chop Monster. Left field, no problem. Isaiah Drake to end the inning for the purple team. So he looks up. He's like, I see you. I see the top of this dome. Ty Baker threw 1 inning of work. We'll get to see another one from him. Brian, what'd you like?
Yeah, it's heavy stuff for Baker. He looks like he's got some command of the fastball. He worked up and down with the pitch. You can see him spotting in different quadrants of the zone there just on the replays as we go along. That's a really well-located fastball down and into a left-handed hitter. We saw the breaking ball. It's got some shape to it. We saw a changeup that looks like it's got a little late dive on it. It's a 3-pitch mix. He threw a lot of strikes. Competitor looking for more of the same in the second inning. Cameron Johnson coming into pitch now for the Orange team. This has a chance to be very explosive. Saw him this summer already a couple times. Big physical lefty, as you can see. You don't need me to tell you that. Big arm strength too. We've seen it up to 96 or 97 this summer, maybe a couple times each. Also really good feel for his slider. It's a big 2-plane breaker. And we've seen him do some cool things like get into trouble with fastball command and pitch out of it by simply throwing a bunch of sliders. And that's not necessarily something that will work at the big league level, but it's important at this age to have that knowledge that maybe if one thing isn't working, I'm comfortable enough in myself and knowing what I'm good at that I can move to something else to work and pitch out of a jam. And I saw him do that a couple times earlier this year in Hoover. Really, really talented, like high octane left arm with big stuff.
By the way, my mistake, Ty Baker making that catch, I believe, out in left field for the purple team. All right, we're rolling along. Game 2 today. We've had 2 days worth of games, 2 workouts. We'll have another workout tonight, and then a bunch more games throughout the rest of this week at the Trop.
Long one tomorrow, 4 games.
Oh, baby. Right here on Perfect Game TV, you can catch them all. Levi Jones can't check his swing, the Oregon State commit, facing Johnson.
Johnson there, at 92-mile-an-hour fastball that had 21 inches of horizontal movement on it. And you can see that extended 3/4 slot. It creates some angle. That's 93 there. Ooh, I thought he did a good job getting over there, just didn't get his foot on the bag.
Yeah, Johnson going over to cover first base. That ball chopped lightly over to first baseman Antonio Perota.
Yeah, it's a good path, a good route there. He just kind of missed it with his right foot, that's all. Jones running well, had about a 4-3 there down the line.
All right, the man who's been behind the plate for the purple team, Hideki Prather, the Michigan commit. Brian, I know you mentioned him before we got on air. He steps up to the plate. What can you tell me about this guy?
He's really talented. He's a really, really talented defender. He moves extremely well behind the plate. He's athletic, he's twitchy, he's instinctive. It's not a cannon of an arm, but it's enough arm strength given the quickness of his release and how accurate he is to where it plays above average, well above average, in fact. And I was pleasantly surprised by the BP yesterday. I'd been told, that knew he swings the bat well, he can hit, but I think he showed more power than I expected him to show yesterday, and just really loved the long-term upside of him as a catcher.
And a punch out for Johnson of Prather in the bottom of the 3rd.
The slider there, Prather was clearly looking for fastball. Good job by Johnson there, starting it off the plate, sweeping it over the plate, and it froze Prather in his tracks. Couldn't pull the trigger.
MJ So steps in Another LSU commit out at the National Showcase. You got a pinch runner over at first base. Johnson's going to check on him. That's Levi Jones, pinch running at first for the purple team. A single, excuse me. He got a single. My bad, Levi.
Oop, might have him picked. Nope.
Behind the plate, George Baker for the orange team. He was mad I was calling him a pinch runner. He was real mad.
Huge life on this fastball from Cam Johnson. At 21, 22 inches of horizontal movement coming out of that lower left-handed slot with serious velo behind it. It's a really tough pitch to hit. It's a tough pitch to square up, even when he's not necessarily missing bats. That's not a pitch that gets barreled up. A lot of weak contact off of him.
Jones heads to second, throw down. Just misses. Great throw from Baker, but sliding in safely, Levi Jones.
Seriously impressive throw there from Baker. It had the swing and miss. It had Seau kind of diving across the plate there, and he still got off a really strong, mostly accurate throw. It was a little bit up, even if it's on target. I think that bag might be stolen, but had 204 on the pop, which, given the hitter diving across, that's really impressive.
The transfer was impressive to me. That one stood out.
You don't have to, it's like we just talked about with Prather, you don't have to have a cannon behind the plate. If you can be super quick from the time the ball enters your glove to the time you throw it, that can cut down on the time it would also cut away if you had a full grade or two better arm strength. So just get quick with that, get quick with the transfer, get efficient. You have to be very fast, but you cannot be rushed is the thing, and that's true in a lot of things in life. But have to just be very quick, and that's we're talking about with catchers now. Catchers are athletic now. These aren't big physical hulking dudes who just sit back there. Catchers are amongst the best athletes on the field nowadays.
Yeah, super dynamic, I would say, and I think that's the evolution of the position. We see that, I think, throughout the years and as long as baseball's been around, how that position continues to grow and evolve. And I think catchers today, now more than ever, are some of the most athletic guys. Alejandro Kirk, Will Smith, just to name a couple at the big league level. I know there's more, but that position is changing and evolving all the time.
Ooh, just missed with the slider. It's a good pitch. His slider is not overwhelmingly sharp yet, but the command that he has of it and the willingness to throw it for strikes and the way that it tunnels off of his fastball, the way it's deceptive in that, it plays like it's a hammer. And I think it's got the upside of being that. It's just not quite that yet. More mid-70s, more with some sweep rather than hard tilt, but the feel for it, the command of it, again, the tunnel off the fastball, it all really allows that slider to play in a big way.
That one catches Lucas Moore. Looks like on his forearm. We'll get another look at this here. That does not feel good. Maybe the elbow. Close to the elbow. He drops his bat coming in at 90 miles an hour. Maybe his hand. Wow, I can't see it all. I don't have my glasses on. Wow, I just realized that. That's probably a problem. Let me put my glasses on here so I can see better. So he's going to take a break for a second. He'll come back to the plate and have another chance for an at-bat, but he's going to get looked at, make sure he's okay. So Colin Priest steps in. Jones over at third base. And we'll see a pinch runner step over at first. That's Lucas Moore. Do I have that right?
I think Lucas Moore just got hit, right?
He just got hit.
Yeah.
That wouldn't make sense.
It is Chase Meyer down there.
Close, 21. Very close to 20.
Yes, one off.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Good block by Baker.
Priest is a guy with really good bat to ball skills. We've been watching him for a lot of years. consistent performer with the stick, has always been able to hit. And as he's gotten bigger and continued to grow into his frame, that power has come on in a more substantial way. And we saw that in BP yesterday. Really hit some balls really hard, launched some balls pull side for bombs.
Chase Meyer is the pinch runner at first base. Lucas Moore was hit in the previous at bat. Runners on the corners, 2 down in the bottom of the third for Cam Johnson. Gets that call, strike 1.
Good pitch on the outer part of the plate with that angle that kind of takes it running across the plate away from these left-handed hitters.
The 1-1 pitch gets pre-swinging.
Just a sinker, a good spin on the pitch, just a sinker down in the zone with that arm side on it, kind of dives underneath. It's a tough pitch, even if we get barrel on that, it's really a tough pitch to do anything with, and swing and miss on a fastball down the middle.
So he comes back 2 left on and ends the first inning of work with a strikeout for Cam Johnson. We'll get to see him again, Brian, but impressive from the lefty for the first inning of work.
Yeah, the physicality stands out, obviously, and the arm strength does as well. A lot of 92, 93 that inning, kind of sat there. The fastball's got really good quality to it. He's able to command it, at least in spurts. It's a tough pitch to square up given the angle and the life on it, and he was sweeping that slider across the zone pretty well too, and we talked about that already with the deception of it, the tunnel of it, how it's a good pitch for him that is only going to continue getting better as he throws it harder.
You're checking out Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. This is our home for the week, the Perfect Game National Showcase, the class of 2023. We just saw the draft wrap up. Clint Hurdle, who's out here, part of the Rockies organization, he was out at the draft. He got to read a couple of names, looking sharp as always. Got an up-close look at the set, at the guys who are out there. He was like, those guys realized real quick, 3 o'clock in LA wearing their suits. Little stuffy, a little stuffy. These are some of the guys who come to these events. They are the scouts.
They are the scouts.
Yeah, the scouts. Professional scouts, college scouts. They are scattered across the Trop in the stands. Checking in on the class of 2023, the next draft that comes up. Reeves Reynolds steps in, facing Ty Baker in his second inning of work. Reynolds, a Mississippi State commit, fouls that pitch back.
Reynolds has done a good job this summer with the stick. He's kind of always hitting. He ran a 6.65 earlier. Solid arm strength from the outfield. We saw more power maybe than we expected yesterday in BP from him, because he's consistently on the barrel this summer, just not in terms of home run power necessarily. But yeah, just a good, well-rounded player. I know we've said that a bunch, but this is PG National. They're all really good.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Baker's family is wildly athletic. His dad, a Rice baseball alum, said he made it to Double-A with the Royals. His uncle, Lance Berkman, I don't know if you're familiar with that guy.
Who? Yeah.
6-time All-Star World Series champ. His uncle, Josh. His grandfather, drafted by the Cubs as a catcher out of high school. He decided to play football at Mississippi State, where he was an All-American and a second-round draft pick. Played 4 seasons for the Oilers, 1 with the Chargers. His great uncle Frank, basketball and baseball at Southern Miss. Played 5 years with the Yankees and Orioles. His grandfather, Rick Hall, played TCU basketball. His great uncle, Sonny Campbell, TCU football. I mean, you are born to be an athlete when you have a family like that.
No doubt. We talk about bloodlines, and it's I'd rather have it than not. I guess is kind of how I feel about bloodlines in terms of evaluating a guy. I'd rather have it than not.
So we got a pinch runner over at first base. Gavin Taylor behind the plate, catching Baker right now.
Looks like we got Lee Ellis out there at first.
There we go. No throw over. Ellis slides back. He ran a 6.4 160. Takes off. Taylor's throw. Great throw right on the mark, but sliding in safely.
It's a good jump, good speed from Ellis, obviously. We knew that. We know he can run, but a really good jump there. And decent throw from Taylor behind the plate. Bounced it, but did get rid of it quickly. Was able to at least make it a play.
Another full count to Reynolds. He skies this ball in the air. Looks like it's going to stay on the field, over in the bullpen, but it'll land. So another life for Reynolds at the plate.
Reynolds hitting 300 this summer in PG events. You know, like we said, a lot of barrel, not a lot of juice yet, but you can see it in the BP. You can see that it's coming, it's on its way. He's going to continue getting stronger. He has power. He's just doesn't loft the ball super a lot yet, but still a good-looking offensive player.
Reynolds gets a little piece of this one. Colin Priest tries to dive and catch it, just out of his reach. Good at bat by Reynolds.
Spoiling good fastballs up in the zone. We've seen him spit on some breakers.
Making Ty Baker work. Another pitch fouled off. A lot of free souvenirs. There's been a bunch of fans. I see a kid going for it.
Absolutely.
Got some families here. Gets the. Hopefully he'll get the
Did he
baseball.
lose it?
Uh-oh. Wait a second.
Is that guy who tackles kids out of the way to catch home run balls here? Did we see him? I didn't see him out there.
I didn't see him out here. I saw that guy. I don't think he'd be allowed here. Not during the event. Rips that pitch in the air to left. That's Isaiah Drake coming in to make the catch in left field. So makes contact after all of that, but a fly ball out.
Yeah, just got under it a little bit. It's a solid pitch at the top of the zone. Tough to get on top of that the way you need to really barrel it. But, yeah, solid pitch for Taylor.
One down, one on. Mark Gialusi steps in, Boston College commit. First pitch strike from Baker after a long at bat. And there we go. He got the baseball.
We got it. Good.
That's how it's supposed to go.
Happy to see it.
How many do you think he's had so far? That's what actually I want to know.
I don't know. I would like to see that stat. Like who leads the PG national history in foul balls retrieved? We keep track of everything else. How do we not have that?
That's what I'm saying. All flow team, all foul ball team.
Absolutely.
We're going to work on that this summer. I know it. It's Lee Ellis. He's running, taking off, no throw down, slides in safely. We mentioned it, Ellis, a 6.4 160 yesterday.
Yeah, very good runner, very good athlete, very instinctual. You see third base stolen more on instinct than you do on speed, pure speed. But good player who we know can handle the middle infield. He looks like a good athlete at short with hands and feet and arm strength, and had a good summer. He's had a good summer playing with that Phillies club.
So check this out again. I mean, look at that read. That's what it is.
Yep.
Checks back in.
Quick pop up, ready to go, no problem.
He's got the oven mitt on. Protect that hand. Michael Petit, UAB commit out of Palm Bay, Florida, steps in with a runner on third, 2 down.
A lot of power in this right-handed swing. We saw that on display yesterday during batting practice. A lot of lift, a lot of leverage at times. Power hitting upside. He swings it hard. He wants to do damage.
So Ty Baker, second inning of work, delivers another strike. Shared with us, tall athletic frame with room to grow. Brian, good life on the fastball that lives in the zone. When slurve is on, it's not going to be hit. Changeup has room for improvement, but has potential.
Yeah, it's a 3-pitch mix, and he's out there competing, and the fastball isn't overwhelming at all. You know, a lot of 85, 87 in this frame after being more 88, 90 in the first. But you're seeing the fastball play at the top of the zone when he commands it there. We've seen some sharpness to the breaking ball, and there's definitely some feel for the changeup there as well.
Ball down to Petit. Top left of your corner, hand of your corner, excuse me, the screen. Don't forget, we've got the velo listed, the RPMs, revolutions per minute as well. We're gonna get a pinch runner over at first base, so there'll be 2 on, 2 down in the top of the 4th. Trying to make sure we got everything right. Got all the signs, all the notes. He's going. No throw down from Taylor. That's Adrian Santana running for the Orange team.
Santana trying to get into a run down there. He hesitated. He wanted Taylor to throw it so that Ellis could come home.
Did Ellis orchestrate that? Is that what's going on?
Maybe. Maybe it was telekinetic. Who's to say?
I think it might have been Nelly.
Might have been Nelly.
Yeah.
Might have been Nelly.
Taylor knows 2 down. Not as concerned about the runner as he is the batter. Good block. Ellis has got to stay put. We know he wants to come home.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that with Bryce Eldridge in the last game. We know he wanted to take third base. Wasn't quite able to do it. But that one does scoot away from Taylor. So Ellis coming home, and look at the speed of Santana. All the way from second base on a ball that doesn't even go 50 feet.
Unbelievable speed, and that's, again, we're talking instincts. And in a showcase setting, you don't necessarily have to you don't have to play with any sort of caution. We're not like trying to win the game necessarily here. So these guys can play with an aggressive mindset, and that's what Santana did there. Why not? Let's keep going. Throw me out at the plate if you want. Go ahead. I'm going to make you make the play on me, and able to do that.
Petit lifts this pitch into shallow right. Lucas Moore makes the catch, so that's going to do it for Ty Baker's day. Santana with the speed, knew he wanted to come home. That's why he went out to pinch run. Very impressive. Ty Baker on the mound, 2 innings of work. The Houston, Texas native committed to Texas A&M. Brian, you saw him. Give me a little recap.
Yeah, it's we saw him compete well. The fastball's got some life to it. He put some fastballs in good spots, as you're seeing here. Moved it to both sides of the plate, was able to pitch up in the zone a little bit. It's an athletic body. He's got some feel to spin the baseball. He's got some feel to turn over a changeup. Needs to continue developing in terms of his athleticism and hhis command, but has the makings, a 3-pitch mix of a potential starter long term.
We move to the bottom of the 4th, game 2 today at the Trop. This is the purple team and the orange team. These are the very official names that we have given these teams based off the color of their shirts. That's how we do it here, Brian.
I was just using Legends of the Hidden Temple names. Orange
What a
Iguanas
throwback.
and the Purple Parrots.
What a throwback. Loved the purple parrots.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Big Blue Barracuda guy myself. But,
I wonder if Cam Johnson has seen Legends of the Hidden Temple.
we're dating ourselves.
I'm going to guess it's a no. I'm going to guess it's a no. What I do know about Cam Johnson, though, his dad's somebody who encourages him, inspires him. His dad, Steve, he said he believes in me and motivates me to be my best. Love to hear that. His mom, Tasha, he's got a 12-year-old brother, Carter. He's got a 3.34 GPA. And he's been working on gaining confidence and maintaining it.
He's got one heck of a left arm, too.
Yes, he does. First pitch swinging. Lucas Moore back at the plate after taking a pitch off his hand, his arm. I still am not 100% sure. I apologize. But he's back after getting hit. And down 0-2 in the count early. Johnson shared with us, as far as pitching goes, he's a physical, strong, very athletic left-handed pitcher with an electric arm. Gets the strikeout of Moore with a plus fastball. Said he's reached 97. Brian has a low 3/4 slot, adds deception with a ton of arm side run and sink. Tunnels well with all 3 pitches, including a plus slider changeup. A competitor on the mound, going after hitters aggressively. I'd say so.
Yeah, I mean, I think he kind of hit the nail on the head there. I think he scouted himself well. Low 3/4 slot, electric left arm. I've seen the 97. Can confirm that. He's not embellishing there at all.
Love that.
Throws his slider for strikes as we've seen so far. Would like to see more of a changeup here. Let's see the changeup against this right-handed batter, but maybe let's see the slider go to the back foot or something. But either way, a very high-end left arm with lots of upside.
He's facing Jackson Goldberg out of Overland Park, Kansas. He's been busy this summer as well. All these guys have. Comes from an athletic family. His dad played baseball at George Mason, drafted by the Rangers, played with the Rockies. Also plays football in high school, but strikes out. Cam Johnson comes back in his 2nd inning of work, efficiently and effective.
Yeah, great work here from Johnson. He did it in the first inning too, or first hitter of this inning too. But that's just a really well located breaking ball. Looking fastball away, it looks like fastball away, and then all of a sudden here it comes breaking over the heart of the plate.
Yeah, nice job by him. Now facing Dylan Andino.
And Dino had a good day yesterday too through the workouts. Another uncommitted guy. Probably shouldn't be uncommitted. He's got a lot of tools, a lot of ability. Ran a 6.81, which is solid speed through 96 across the infield. Has plus arm, no questions about that. Looks like he's got a chance to stick on the dirt, shortstop, third base maybe. And there was some power in the swing too. It had a 95-mile-an-hour exit velocity in our testing yesterday in Diamond Kinetics. Lots of tools to the profile here.
He plays for our Bellows Scout team. He attends Reborn Christian Academy in Orlando, Florida. Good eyes on the outside part of the plate. His dad played baseball in Puerto Rico and New York. Mom played volleyball and softball. His grandfather ran track and field. He's going to head back to the dugout. We'll get a chance to talk a little bit more. Oh, no, excuse me. No, he's got a 1-2 count. That's right.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good. We're locked in.
Good. Here we go.
One more strike.
Come on now. 2 down, bottom of the 4th. Good thing you're here, Brian. Yeah, there it is.
Go.
Big pitch from Cam Johnson for another strikeout. So ends his day. It's been the theme today, Brian, ending on a strikeout on a high note.
And that might have been the most velo I think he might have hit 95 in the first. But either way, after pitching at 91, 92 for most of the outing, he goes 94.5 to end his outing on the mound. But yeah, we'll go over it again. He's huge. He's physical. He's got a great arm strength. It's mid-90s fastball, pitched in the low 90s, but into the mid-90s consistently. Great angle, great life on the pitch. Showed some command of it down in the zone. Was able to spin a slider consistently. Was landing it for strikes more so than he was getting big swing and miss on it via sharpness or anything like that, but still a very, very good pitch that he has great feel for that will become a plus pitch in time. And I thought the command was solid. I don't think it was outstanding, but I thought it was solid, and that's what we were looking for from him.
Some of these guys, this is one of the biggest events that they've been to, the National Showcase. They get the opportunity to perform in front of scouts. They get to see where they match up as far as their classmates go in 2023. It's pretty cool to see, and they're busy this summer. They got a lot going on. So are our guys on the ground. Taylor Gillum, part of Tandem Media, our media team, with Perfect Game, getting up close and personal with this guy, and as he should, because he's had a great summer so far. Cole Schoenwetter out of Santa Barbara, California, the right-handed pitcher committed to UCSB. Brian, the other day, talking about him during the 17U WWBA championships and what he's been able to do the past couple of weeks. Are you speechless, or are you? What words do you have?
He has 44 strikeouts in 18 innings this year in PG events. That's not bad, as I see it. That's most of the hitters that he's faced. But yeah, his 17U WWBA start for Trotsky National over at East Cobb, unbelievable. 17 strikeouts in 6 innings, complete shutout, complete dominance. Was missing bats with the fastball and the breaking ball, just electric stuff.
Cole Schoenwetter goes by Sho. He and Shohei Ohtani. You guys can share that name.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, he's facing Walker Buchanan, the Virginia commit. Buchanan tall in the box, takes up some room.
Ooh.
Barehands it. Schoenwetter back to first base, fields his position. No big deal, sir.
No problem. Usually you don't want pitchers to do that. Usually you don't want them sticking their bare throwing hand out there in the middle of a batted ball, but it wasn't hit all that hard, and that instinct takes over at that point as a pitcher. That he's not necessarily thinking about that at all as he does it, but we've already seen the stuff. It's been 93, pretty loose and electric arm with a big breaking ball, so pretty good stuff here to start for Schoenwetter. There it is.
Tagger Tyson at the plate, the Louisville commit. And you saw Schoenwetter's body, it was leaning, the momentum going left, which is why he stuck that right hand out there to get the pitch. So good on him. It is a little scary when you see the bare hand because you're like, protect the hand, protect the arm, but makes the play. A softly chopped ball. That one not so soft, coming in at 91, and it's gonna hit Tagger Tyson. He'll wear that, have a nice bruise and a souvenir from Schoenwetter. We'll see a pinch runner head over to first base in a second and maybe give Tyson a moment to head back to the dugout. So we'll see another batter come up. He'll be back in a second after he feels like already checking out the bruise, I'm sure. Yeah.
At 91, running up and in on your elbow and ribs area, that's not what you want as a hitter. But yeah, we'll just give him a second, catch his breath. He can come back up whenever he's ready to go. And we will go to George Baker. Baker, another guy who put on a good display in batting practice yesterday. We talked about him behind the plate. He's got a cannon of an arm and really athletic in terms of how he gets out of his crouch and the quickness in which he does it. But had a really good BP round yesterday. Lots of whip to the barrel, strength and pull side pop, and exit velo of upper 90s. He's a talented player.
I believe it's Brett Denby at first base, pinch running.
I think that's right.
Okay, all right, look at me go.
You got it.
Put my glasses on. That's what happens. Big pitch from Schoenwetter. He's been busy, as we said, this summer, racking up the strikeouts.
44 and 18 innings. That is quite a few.
Talk about consistency. Taking off Denby for second. He'll stand up in there. That ball ricochets off Ralphie Velasquez behind the plate this inning, catching Cole Schoenwetter. Scouting report for the man on the mound. Heavy fastball with arm side run. Fastball up to mid-90s. Two-seam changeup in the low to mid-80s. Hammer curveball, late break, knuckle curve grip, all thrown from a higher 3/4 arm slot. That is his own scouting report on himself, Brian.
Looks right to me.
Checks the
Right to me.
boxes.
Yep, it's loose and whippy, and he's got plenty of arm speed and kind of sitting 91, 92 and doing so easily. We're seeing some life to the arm side of the fastball, but it's mostly vertical. In its break, he's consistently over 20 inches of induced vertical. And the breaking ball has, obviously, as we've seen, quite a bit of movement, quite a bit of shape.
Carries that pitch into the air. Shallow right field coming in to make the catch. Will Gasparino had to run a long way for that one. Calls off the second baseman to make the out.
It's a good job of using the fastball to get weak contact, and we're going to see Tyson come back up here. And it looks like he's going to, yeah, okay. Yep, this is Tyson. I don't know what I was thinking about there, Dan.
You know what? It's the same thing I'm thinking about. The same thing. By the way, Adrian Santana back at first base. Watch out.
Of course he is.
Of course he
Of course he
is.
is.
Guy loves to run. How many people can you say that about? Two on, two down, top five.
Schoenwetter having just a little bit of trouble commanding the fastball. I wonder if his hand has been in any way affected by that bare hand from earlier in the inning, but just kind of spraying the fastball a little bit. It's not what you'd call wild. He missed there by a couple inches inside. He's missing up a little bit. Just needs to rein it back in and consistently dot up the fastball like we've seen him do.
The 3-0 pitch comes in for strike one.
And a reminder, even though this has been a couple hitters since Tyson was up last, he got plunked, so we are all fastballs right now.
Couldn't hold his swing on that one.
Fastball running away from him on the outer third, off the plate. Tried to hold up, just couldn't do it.
Runners are going, but strikeout for Cole Schoenwetter in his first inning of work out on the mound. Started off cruising, got into a little bit of trouble, but gets himself out, leaves two stranded with a big strikeout.
Yeah, and we saw the electricity here. It's a very easy, very loose, whippy, projectable 91, 93 with the fastball. Big curveball with lots of shape, with good bite to it. Easy to project that to be pretty good. And not to mention, he's a good athlete.
Yeah, there was the barehanded play. You heard everyone in the crowd say, ooh, and then you saw the smile from Cole. Cruising along into the bottom of the fifth inning at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2023. I see out on the field there my trusty partner, Darren Sutton, who's been up in the booth calling games, calling workouts. He'll be back in the booth tomorrow doing a lot of great work for Perfect Game and the media team that's been out all over the field, Brian.
I think he's trying to talk the umpire into miking up. What do you think?
Yeah, I wonder too. I wonder too. Yeah. There he is. There's Darren Sutton. I'm sure he's going to love that we're putting him on the broadcast. I'll probably hear about this later.
What did he expect? He walked on the field in the middle of a game.
It's
of course we're throwing him on the broadcast. Hello, Darren.
Hello, Darren. Hello, Darren. Oh, my goodness. Love being back at the Trop. It's Select Fest season. It's All-American season. The next couple of months are going to be a lot of fun. We'll be all over Perfect Game TV. A lot of feature stories. A lot of games will be aired. can see your favorite players all over PGTV this summer.
Luke Cole on the mound now, a Southeast Michigan guy who came to the Great Lakes Indoor Showcase back in February, was 90-93 with a sharp downer slider and earned himself an invite to PG National as a result. He's athletic, he's projectable, still think there's some room to fill out on that frame. An uncommitted right-hander still at this point, so if you're looking for a righty to round out your 23 class, I would pay close attention here. And like we said, I'd expect him to probably sit upper 80s, low 90s, maybe as high as 92, 93. We'll see. And if he's feeling the breaking ball, it'll be sharp and should miss some bats. He's a good young arm with some projection, who's a little bit on the younger side for the class as well.
Said one of the most memorable events he's pitched in, he had a no-hitter in the WWBA 17U in Atlanta. I'd say that's pretty memorable.
Pitched really well a couple weeks ago. I didn't see that outing, but pitched really, really well a couple weeks ago. I was getting a bunch of texts about it.
Gavin Taylor steps in, a Nevada commit out of Tarzana, California.
It's a heck of a name of a city.
Not sure I've ever said the name of that
Yeah,
city before. I hope I pronounced that right. Please let me know. I'm sure you all will if I don't. That ball lifts into the air into right field. Mitchell Petit makes the catch for the first out of the frame.
Pretty high spin
Michael,
on the fastball.
excuse me.
Oh,
Michael
yes,
Petit.
you got it. Pretty high spin on the fastball here. To over 2,500 already. Good way to get weak contact there from a right-handed hitter is to get that fastball on the outer edge, and that's what he got. And Taylor just kind of flares it into right for an out as Cole continues to pump strikes.
Another one in there to Isaiah Drake, the Atlanta, Georgia native.
It's a good-looking slider there from Cole. 78, tight, good spin. Change up there from Cole. That's a pitch I have not seen much from him, and that was a good one. At 84 miles an hour, lots of horizontal movement to it. Really sold it like a fastball.
That one, watch out. Looks like it catches the bat of Drake. Umpire checks on him. He's okay. That's going to be a foul ball strike.
That pitch had some cut on it, as you can see by the data set in front of us there on the big board. A little bit of cut. Just kind of got to the side of it, but that's a really good pitch. And then there's that slider dotted on the outer third.
Call gets the strikeout of Drake. 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. So pretty good showing for a guy who hasn't picked school yet.
Right, yeah, and he was just kind of a late bloomer. And I talked to him at that event back in February. I said, "What's going on, man? Like, do you have grades?" You know, and he's a really good student, and said he was just kind of coming on in terms of velocity. The summer before, he was struggling to throw some strikes, and so that led to not as much recruiting interest as maybe his stuff suggested that there should be, and wanted to come to the PG National and wanted to play in big-time events this summer to prove himself and show that he's absolutely a D1 Power 5 type of arm, and it certainly looks like it to me. This is pretty good stuff.
Love the confidence. He's facing Eric Batanti, the Oregon commit. Batanti shared hitting. He's got gap-to-gap approach with pop to hit home runs. His defense makes the routine plays, smart with situations, and base running takes pride in that, always tries to get to the next base. 2 quick outs, though, for Call. We'll see if Batanti can change that.
Interesting to see how Cole wants to attack here. 1-2, he's got the good slider, but we also saw that really good changeup. And I want to see if he wants to go back to it here maybe against a left-handed hitter.
Will Briggs behind the plate, paired with Luke Call. That pitch evens the count to 2-2. Call goes outside. It's a full count to Batanti. Works it to bring it there.
Looked like a change up there that might have gotten away from Call. Arm side, 83 with low spin. Very low spin compared to the rest of his stuff. That fastball and slider both up in the 2600s.
The 3-2 pitch to Batanti. It's a ball, so we'll see a pinch runner and straight fastballs from Call.
It's not a bad idea to go slider there. You know you can spin it. You know you've gotten some swings and misses on it already in a full count. But Batanti's a very, very high-profile hitter. It was easy for him to take that. And now Call's going to have to come to him with fastballs.
That one skips away from Briggs. Runner advances to second. Call plays for D-backs Brinberg, Chi-Town Cream, coached by Josh Brinberg and Chuck Reeder. That pitch is ripped right back up the middle off Batanti's bat. The runner comes home to score, so maybe gets tripped up a little bit there going home. That's all right. You made it home. That's all that matters. Hot off the bat of Batanti, though, to bring him in. I'm going to get his name in a second. I don't have it at my fingertips.
That's Chase Meyer.
Thank you so much.
The plate there. He's a pitch. It's okay. He's mostly a pitcher. That's all right.
He's an athlete.
He's an athlete, yeah, but it's okay. He's a pitcher. Maybe
Will he be allowed to pinch run again, though?
Absolutely. He scored. He scored.
Will he be allowed? I don't know if he will.
He scored the run.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if
What do you want? He was safe.
Oh my
Who cares
goodness.
how you get there, right?
On the ground from Will Gasparino, and going to make the easy play, Ethan Hindle over to second base, Brett Denby to get out of the inning. Oh my goodness. Luke Call on the mound, trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school. Makes a good first impression, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting profile. He's very, very spin heavy, very, very adept at spinning the baseball. The fastball eclipsed 2600, the slider eclipsed 2600. You can see the break on it, the athleticism, the quickness of the arm. He threw a changeup that he killed the spin on well. It was more than 1,000 RPM separation from the fastball. He's still projectable into his body. He's still kind of figuring out what he's doing in terms of how to deploy his arsenal and that. Given the spin profile, given how good the stuff is, I think that's got maybe even more upside than I thought it had the first time I saw him, and I really liked it the first time I saw him.
Awesome. So I expect we'll get to see another inning from him and see what else he has, which is always nice when you're intrigued by an arm like that. Somebody who's still trying to figure out what his priorities are for school and where he feels like he can excel the most, have the best chance to succeed on the mound, in the classroom, what have you. Check out the Trop. Brian, you can see out there in the outfield. I think the Rays are taking a nap. Do Rays nap? I don't know.
I would.
If you were a Ray, you would nap?
I would nap, yeah.
Interesting.
I think that's reasonable to expect.
Yeah.
It's like an animal
so.
of the sea.
Yeah, you get to nap?
You get to nap.
Yeah. Is it true that horses nap laying down? Do you know that?
Standing up, you mean?
No, I think they lay down and nap, don't they?
I have no earthly clue. Noted city boy here.
They can do both. Did you know that? Isn't that crazy? Pretty special, huh?
I don't spend a lot of time around things that I know could kill me. So haven't spent much time around horses, haven't been around sharks or bears.
Horses are a threat to you, Brian Sikowski?
Horses are you're one bad twitch away from
oh my goodness.
being sent through a brick wall. That's okay. I respect them. They respect me. We both have our parts of the world. Mine just has more concrete.
I'm learning a lot. I'm also learning about this guy, Cole Schoenwetter, who's back out on the mound for his second inning of work. A phenomenal summer that he's had so far. We get to see him come back out to face Will Briggs at the plate. Schoenwetter shared with us, because they share scouting reports. Heavy fastball with arm side run, fastball up to mid-90s, two-seam, changeup in the low to mid-80s. He said hammer curve, late break, knuckle curve, all thrown from a higher 3/4 arm slot. He's also consuming a lot of Chipotle these days. It's always the same. He said it tastes great.
Who doesn't?
One of my
Who
favorites.
amongst us doesn't consume a lot of Chipotle?
None of my friends. They're all big Chipotle fans.
Absolutely.
Darren Sutton's a big Chipotle fan. I know that.
Jeremy Brown has been to every Chipotle in the country. In fact.
My favorite thing is when H shares how people spell his name, because I think that everyone on earth has forgotten the H. It's just a special thing he has.
H is his nickname, but once upon a time, H is actually short for the original nickname, which was Superfluous H.
Oh, wow. What a word.
Story.
That was a big word. That was a big strikeout that you just saw from Schoenwetter, hitting 93 on the radar gun, 2,300 RPM.
93 above the belt. Tough to catch up to that. Good spin on it. Good horizontal, or pardon me, good vertical on it.
So one down for Schoenwetter.
Starting to see that command. Maybe he's a little bit back in rhythm on the mound. That's really well spotted. That he's moving the fastball to both sides of the plate there. That's actually a changeup that he pulled to that side of the plate. You don't see that very often, especially against a left-handed hitter, a righty throwing a changeup in there.
He's facing Carter White, who's been in the outfield. He'll be at first base a little later. Schoenwetter, a Cubs fan, Marcus Stroman fan. He said he likes his swag and the way that he goes about playing the game. Mentioned earlier, Stephen Milam, who played in the game before, has an HDMH tattoo. Height doesn't measure heart. I don't know if Schoenwetter has the same mentality about height. He's got some inches on him.
Long, lanky build, lots of room to fill out. Just that projectable pitcher body that you want. You want projectable body with athleticism and arm speed. That's kind of where it starts. There's your building blocks, and he definitely checks those boxes.
Good pitch from him for a strikeout. 93 on the clock.
That's again at 93 above the letters with above average spin to the fastball. When it's located up there, and he's shown the command this inning that we saw at the WWBA. It's put the fastball on both sides of the plate and then elevate for swings and misses, and then play the downer breaking ball off of that. He looks good so far this inning for sure. There's your curveball for a strike. I think he's feeling it.
Feeling it against Lee Ellis. We saw him on the bases coming home, creating some chaos. Lee's dad played D1 basketball, at Manhattan College. Mom ran D1 track at Pitt. His mom, Tisa, he's got a sister, Anissa, as well.
Athletic bloodlines.
Rips that pitch on the infield. MJ So makes the play, ranging, covered some good ground and a good throw to end the inning, and that'll be it for Cole Schoenwetter on the mound today. Nice job by this young man in his second inning of work. A lot more efficient, Brian.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw the fastball command in this inning, and that was the difference. I think it's whenever you could, it's easy to miss bats with the fastball up in the zone when you've set it up, commanded in other spots. When you're wild and you're kind of consistently up in the zone, it's a little bit more difficult. It's easier for those hitters to lay off of that. But there we saw him. He worked down in the zone, arm side, down in the zone, glove side. Now we go upside, or up in the zone, for a swing and miss. Big breaking ball that he was sweeping across the zone with two-plane break. Really good performance, especially in that second inning.
He's going to get some high fives and fist bumps from his teammates out there in the bullpen over in right field, right outside the foul lines. A unique setup here at the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. The second half of the Major League season got started yesterday. The Rays on the road. That's why we're here at the Trop. A ballpark inside with the air conditioning, which we always appreciate in the middle of the summer.
No question.
In Florida. We're just getting going on Perfect Game TV. This is the second game today. If you're just hanging out with us this afternoon, catching your favorite players, some of the best in the class of 2023, top prospects all across this week. The past 2 days, we've already seen a ton come through. If you missed anything, go to perfectgame.org or Perfect Game TV to catch all of those guys' numbers, some incredible video, some of the records that were broken, some of the 60 times. You can see it all over there just in case you missed it. And we'll get to see Luke Hall back out on the mound. Ralphie Velasquez, just an assault with the bat. Okay, Ralphie, we see you.
Getting loose. That was 104. We talked about it earlier. We don't count foul balls, but when you hit them that hard, I'll talk about it. That's 104. He got the barrel out, is what we're saying.
What'd that ball do to you, man? The Arizona State commit, we've seen Ralphie for a long time now, comes back with the breaking ball. Changed things up a little bit. Ralphie was sitting and waiting on that first pitch, obviously. Ralphie told us he takes pride in his hitting skills, the power that he's got. His catching skills have also gone up to another level as he swings through, strike through by consistently working on the little things. Also another Juan Soto fan. He said he brings excitement to the field, plays the game the right way while still having a good time. The last 6 months, this guy's been working on his strength and conditioning.
And the body looks better. He's always been a physical guy, and he looks like he's kind of turned some more of that into some strength and into some athleticism. He looks good, and we talk about the offense, and he's got a good arm behind the plate. He's a fun defender to watch as a catcher. He's just a good player, as we know.
He's always got a smile on his face, too.
He loves it. He loves the game.
He's never not had a smile on his face. It's actually amazing.
I love watching guys who love playing.
He lifts this pitch into the air, right center, coming in to make the play for center field. Walker Buchanan for the Orange team. He's got some flow too out there, doesn't he?
That was just a good, solid breaking ball that was able to get Velasquez a little bit out in front of it, and that's all that he needed. He still hit that relatively hard for not having his legs underneath him when he hit it at 88 miles an hour off the bat. That just kind of speaks to the strength. But just a good job by Cole, changing speeds enough there, getting him out front, and we got what is relatively weak contact.
He'll face Jonathan Mendez, the UCSB commit out of LA. All-Star Game festivities took over the city this past week and weekend. That feels like a million years ago at this point, by the way. And I think it was 3 days ago.
I'm told that the draft was the same week as where we are now.
No, it's not true.
I'm told that
it's not true.
That was either months or a year ago, or I don't know. The schedule has everybody jammed up right now, just in terms of I don't even know what day it is. Who's to say? It's day 3 of PG National. That's all that matters.
That's right. We're just getting started. We've got the 14U National Showcase next weekend, and then we roll into the select festivals every weekend after that. I know we've got a schedule. You can head over to Perfect Game TV, of course, to find out all the locations and times and rosters. We've revealed the rosters for the 11 and 12U, but a lot more to come from those.
The All-American game coming at the end of August. Great time of the year for PG stuff.
A new home for that game right now, Chase Field in Arizona. Pretty excited for that.
Gorgeous ballpark. Absolutely gorgeous.
One down in the bottom of the 6th. The 2-2 pitch to Mendez outside. He works the count full. Call, the son of Patrick and Becky, his sister Emily. He shared his dad was a 7-foot high jumper at Central Michigan University, Bri.
Fire up.
Yeah, mom's a veterinarian. Back to the animals. Maybe mom knows about the Rays and how they sleep. Maybe mom can let me know. I don't know.
Well, I want to hang out with Dad, a fellow alum.
Yeah.
If we're talking about the greatest university in the world. That's known.
the Chippewas.
Fire up Chips, that's right.
Let's bring them into the broadcast booth. I'm not sure if they're here
Mom
at
and
the
Dad, if
park.
you're listening.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Come on up. We've got a pinch runner over at first base. Straight fastballs from Call at this point to Mendez. He lays off that pitch. Call shared he's a math and science fan. He likes Justin Verlander. He called him a generational arm. I'd agree with that and add a Hall of Famer to it as well. Back when he was with the Tigers, I'm sure Call got to see a lot of him. That ball inside, hits 90 but misses.
Just having a little bit of trouble with the fastball command, and sometimes that gets exacerbated when you're forced to only throw fastballs. When you've been using the slider or the changeup as a way to even counts and get ahead, when your fastball command is eluding you, and then we make you throw only fastballs, it can kind of exacerbate that problem. But that's a good pitch right there.
Will Briggs fires down to Antonio Perota, excuse me, for the third out of the inning. So Call comes off the mound, doesn't finish the at-bat, but you did get to see a lot from him, Brian. As you said, he's looking for a home when it comes to college.
Yeah, and you can see it. He's athletic. He's got a quick arm. The fastball was kind of sat at 90. I think he was up to 91 or 92 and down as low as 88 or 89, but kind of sat right at 90. Well above average fastball spin. You can see the shape of the breaking ball there. It is a sharp pitch with good spin. He showed a changeup that got some guys out in front. Good fade to it to the arm side. It's a 3-pitch mix with some projectable traits given the spin quality, and I'd have to imagine that he has a long list of suitors who are interested in him.
Yeah, as we said, if you get a chance, I know we have a shot of it, the scouts in the stands on our third day of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. As he's going to pick up a fun little device over there. That looks like a mini trampoline.
Oh yeah, that's the post arm care plyo ball off the tramp. I've seen that a trillion times. Guys who use the driveline system. This is how they calm down after pitching. They throw the ball off the trampoline there, and like the recoil of it back into the arm and the direction in which you have to release it. It kind of something with the muscles in the arm, and I'm not going to pretend to know what I'm talking about, but that's the general vibe of it. I apologize to all the many people way smarter than me who could explain that better, but I'm more of a hitting guy.
I think you're doing a pretty good job. You're doing better than you ever think. Oh, hey, Darren. Another walk through our shot. Darren Sutton just walking right through our shot there. Thank you so much, Darren, for that. So there you see Luke Call's day is done, but there are a lot of scouts in the stands, college scouts, seeing the commits that they have here, also getting a chance to see some of the guys who are uncommitted, pro scouts as well. Even though the draft just wrapped up, they've still got a lot of work to do, and they're going to get a chance to get eyes on Cole Miller, the UCLA commit out of Newbury Park, California. He'll take the mound for the purple team. The righty plays for SoCal Giants. Chuck Fick's team goes to Newbury Park High School. His head coach, Curtis Scott, out there. What can you tell me, Brian, about this guy?
Big dude at 6'6", 230 or whatever, 225. It's loose with the arm stroke. We've seen him up to 93 this summer, 93, and punched out 5 in 3 innings at East Cobb about a month ago. Yeah, just looking forward to seeing what else he's got. We know he's big. We know he's got arm strength.
Adrian Santana went from second to home on a ball that barely got away from the catcher earlier in this game as a pinch runner. The Miami commit gets to step in and try to show off the bat facing Miller.
Good change up there. Fastball 92, 93, change up at 85. He's got a longer, lower, extended slot out there, given the length of his arms. He uses every bit of them. It makes that changeup a little bit more deceptive out of the hand because he releases the fastball out of the same slot. Good job by Santana to just get rid of that. That's 93 with life to the arm side, nearly 20 inches of horizontal movement, located in a great spot. Santana was able to get rid of it.
Yesterday, Kendall George had the fastest 60-yard dash time, a 6:16, or excuse me, 2 days ago. And then Isaiah Drake overtook that top spot, 6:15. But the guy you're looking at, Adrian Santana, is tied for second with a 6:16 60-yard dash. We saw the speed on display earlier, and that ball is lifted in the air to shallow right center. A little communication. Good job, guys, out there coming in to make the catch. Aiden Smith in center field communicating with Isaiah Drake over in right.
The slider there, pretty solid tilt to the pitch, thrown at 84. That's firm. It looks like it's playing well off of the fastball. We saw the 3 pitches there. We saw fastball, changeup, and breaking ball. We'll see if he's got anything else. But looks like 3-pitch mix. Looks like all with pretty good utility. There's another slider there. Not a ton of movement, but at 83 miles an hour with fringy spin, throwing it for strikes on the outer third.
Blake Grimmer, a Tennessee commit. He's got a really athletic family. Mom played volleyball and basketball. Mom Lisa. Dad Len played baseball. His sister Olivia played volleyball. His other sister Sophia finished runner-up at Teen World CrossFit Games. She was ranked top 10 in the world. Who do you think wins in a thumb war?
That's pretty good.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, being top 10 in the world in anything is pretty good, right?
Yeah,
you know,
I would say so. I'm wildly impressed. Yeah, comes from a really big family, really athletic family.
You hear Blake's one of the top 300 baseball players in the country, and she's scoffing at him. Like, yeah, that's sick, bro.
Check me out. Hey, drop third strike. Gavin Taylor throws down for another out in this inning. Check out this pitch. Nice drop.
It's another slider with more down to it than horizontal movement, and just diving right underneath the bat of Grimmer. It kind of looked like a fastball most of the way there, and then just fell off the table, sharp at 83, 84 miles an hour, playing off that mid-90s fastball.
Justin Best swings through strike one. A Florida State commit, playing outfield here. Son of Rick and Kathy, sister Morgan. Another athletic family. Dad played high school. He was a high school baseball coach, retired military. Excuse me, mom ran track.
We've seen Best for a number of years. 6'3", 200-pound left-handed hitting outfielder. A solid athlete with some power. A good, well-rounded tool set in general.
Watches that pitch. He had a 6.65 60 during the workout portion yesterday for his team.
It's well above average speed. Consistently just a good athlete. We've seen him play a ton over the years.
But another strikeout from Cole Miller, getting the job done today for the purple team. Nice job by him in his first inning of work.
Yeah, a big guy with good stuff. It's 6'6", and he does it easy. Generally speaking, guys 6'6" and physical, it's more efforty than it is easy, and that's easy. It's a longer arm stroke with something of a high back elbow. You can point to that, but he's over his front side well. The slider missed bats. Very much a lively fastball, and he showed a good changeup too. 91, 93, mid-80s with both the slider and the changeup. Has the makings of a real power arm.
All right, we're moving to the bottom of the 7th at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2023, and what's awesome is we see new guys in the field, new guys on the mound, guys behind the plate. They're rotating positions all game long to make sure that we get a good look at every single guy who's come out to this showcase in the 2023 class. This is Garrett Ballman, out on the mound, out of Oviedo, Florida. The righty plays for FTB Phillies scout team. Our guy, Nelly Gonzalez, who's been down on the field, part of that program. Dante Bichette, Jeff Perez as well. So a guy that Nelly is familiar with. We'll get to see Garrett on the mound do his thing for the Orange team.
Yeah, I saw Garrett earlier this summer. We've seen him a ton. Being a Florida guy, our scouting director and our other national cross-checker literally live in Florida, so we're usually pretty strong down there as far as knowing about players. Jared and Vinny know so many players in Florida that I only have to think about asking them about a player in Florida for me to get an answer. So, and Bauman, of course, a Haggerty High School guy from Oviedo, so that's a double Jared Goodwin, my guy.
Yes.
Anyways. So, big dude, 6'8", 240 pounds. He looks like Jackson Rutledge looked like in high school.
Ooh, I like that.
Big physical dude. I saw him pitch in Hoover. It was good. 90-93. Was throwing breaking ball for strikes, kind of an unchallenged outing. It wasn't necessarily against an elite team, but still did what he had to do. Does it pretty easy. There's some crossfire to the delivery, but he's a big guy who repeats well for how big he is. And I'd imagine we'll see some stuff here too. Should be maybe 93, 94 as far as his top today.
Scouting report for Bauman. I always have fun playing baseball. That's why I feel like I've been so successful. I try to have fun, compete. When playing this game, you never know when it can be taken away from you. Plays every game like it's his last. And he's been working on getting out of his comfort zone, doing things he doesn't like to, meeting new people, being away from his parents. And that is everything that this summer encompasses when these guys go on the road for showcases and special events before they head into their senior year of high school before the draft. He's facing Aiden Smith at the plate, Mississippi State commit. Brian, what do you know?
Yeah, Smith's a good athlete, right-hand hitter from Texas who's committed to Mississippi State, which is always notable. You know, you see usually these schools, they lock down their backyards, right? And so it's always weird when I see like, all right, here's a kid from Louisiana who's going to Ole Miss, or here's a kid from Oxford, Mississippi who's going to Auburn, or here, you know, something like that. It's always unique. So the kid from Texas going to Mississippi State, he's a good athlete. We saw him yesterday, obviously work out, took a pretty solid BP. Generally moves well throughout his defensive stuff and this, that, and the other thing. Ran a 6.48. That's plus speed through 94. A good arm strength. It's just a good, well-rounded player who's still growing into a 6'3" frame and is probably going to have pretty substantial power at the end of it too.
The son of Ann and Ryan, his sister Madeline, 16 years old. He fouled that pitch off himself. That doesn't feel pretty good, I would bet. Also another Chipotle guy. Chipotle steak bowl. That's his order.
I can't do it with steak. I just don't think it's good steak. It's like people who get, you know, like a steak bagel at McDonald's. What? No, if you're going to get steak, go, you know.
Maybe it's their jam. It might be their jam.
Not to yuck anybody's yum, but anyways, yeah.
Garrett Bauman gets the strikeout. Good pitch, good fastball.
Top of the zone there, got the slider to break a little bit there, and then good horizontal movement on it. And usually you don't see sliders thrown up in the zone like that necessarily, and that's 94 there with quite a bit of arm side life. It's a heavy pitch, heavy 94 at 6'8" and doing it easy. Again, we talk about big dudes who kind of struggle to repeat because they're so long, and we've seen so many of them even today with Eldridge and now Bauman, who are repeating and getting downhill, and here's strikes and strikes and strikes and strikes. So it's fun to watch for sure.
It has been a blast. Game 2 today. We had one earlier this morning. 4-game slate tomorrow. But we got a lot to get to before then. Another strike from Bauman to TJ Pompey, batting for Purple, Texas Tech commit.
It's a changeup there from Bauman, thrown at 85, firm. Lots of horizontal break, nothing in the way of vertical break. That's something of a unique shape to that pitch. And there we see the slider again, similar. Not much vertical there, a lot of horizontal, just moving in the other direction. And with the fastball, he's able to tunnel these 3 pitches together and throw them all for strikes. And it's a very interesting look and tough for hitters.
There it is, another strikeout for Bauman.
It's a changeup again. Changeup, you don't necessarily see right-handed pitchers able to throw changeups off the plate glove side. Changeups, generally speaking, are going to run back arm side. So if you miss glove side, you risk leaving it right over the heart of the plate. So you don't see it very often. But then that's a perfectly commanded changeup over the glove side edge to a right-handed hitter. Tough to do anything with that.
Levi Jones steps in with 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. traveled a long way to get to this event. I'm not sure where he was coming from. Maybe not as far as Portland, Oregon. Cross country to get over here to Tampa, Florida. It's a lot of sky miles.
Absolutely. Diamond medallion, at least.
That ball misses. Bauman also, on his bio, I really like this. He shared a little bit about his family. Dad Chuck, Mom Anita. He seems to be Mom's biggest fan. Mom was varsity captain of her girls basketball team in high school, and he shares about his dad. He says this, that pitch ripped right into Adrian Santana's glove, though. You'll have to wait until he comes back out for another inning of work to hear how he described Dad and his athletic abilities. Garrett Bauman in an inning. Brian, what did you like?
Yeah, it's 3 pitches. He's huge, he's physical, it's easy, and the tunnel is excellent. The ability to throw all 3 pitches out of the same arm slot, and the command to both sides of the plate. We talked about it. It's kind of uncanny command of the changeup to work that side of the plate, and the horizontal movement of the slider there. 3-pitch mix, he's massive. He looks like a starter. He looks durable. He looks college ready, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, good flow, too. We'll add you to the team, my man. Wrapped up the 7th. We move to the 8th inning in Game 2 here at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. An indoor ballpark. Every guy you talk to seems to be super interested in this unique ballpark.
It's because every guy you talk to has been outside.
Yeah, that is the truth. That is the truth.
Or everyone down there sitting behind the plate wearing a PG shirt remembers the horrors of National at JetBlue, the weather. So
We don't bring that up, Brian.
everybody very, very excited to be here.
We don't bring that up. We talk about horrible things
Oh.
like that.
Ooh.
Well, we'll get another chance to see Cole Miller on the mound for Team Purple. Cole Miller also coming from an athletic family. He shared with us his dad Michael, played for the Raiders, 49ers, and Eagles. His uncle played for the Cubs. Grandpa played for the Redskins. And his brother plays for the Guardians. His brother, Jake. You familiar with Jake Miller? You know
Yeah,
that guy?
Absolutely.
Jake Miller. That's his
Absolutely.
brother.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Not a bad athleticism bloodline.
Yeah.
All right. We got NFL. We got MLB. We got, yeah, I mean, you could sell me on him being a tight end.
Yeah.
Defensive end, 6'6",
Yeah.
230. Yeah.
I agree.
I could buy that.
I like the Battery brothers. Those summers have to be pretty fun, I would imagine. He's probably got some good advice, too, from his brother Jake. Caden Irving's going to step in, though, and face Cole Miller.
89 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour at the hollow of the knee with a lot of life on it. That's a pitch. It's a good take, even though it's a strike, because it's probably just a ground ball to short if you do anything with that. There's a slider commanded on the outer edge. We're seeing the command here, and that's a gyro slider. I was actually talking to a friend who helps me to understand more and more analytics as the days go on. And when you have such small horizontal break
Yeah.
and such small vertical break,
Tell me.
that means it's a gyro slider in terms of gyro movement. And those pitches can be effective, most especially if they're thrown firmly with not much separation off of the fastball. So in the first inning, when he was throwing that pitch and missing bats with it at 84, 83, 84, 85, and the fastball's 91, 92, that's right in that ideal spread to throw a gyro slider, is when you're 7 or 8 miles an hour off of the fastball. You don't want it to be 12 or 13 or 14. So the harder you throw it, the better. And even without a ton of movement, that allows it to be effective and miss bats. And we've seen that so far from him.
I feel like I'm pretty tuned in to baseball, Brian, and I don't know if I've heard a gyro slider before.
It just refers to the movement pattern of the pitch.
I love
movement
that.
of the pitch in general. And I asked the question while we're sitting right here. I said, like, hey man, what do I make of a pitch that's missing bats that the eye test says is good, that doesn't have a lot of movement? And there's another one there at 82. That's just 4 inches of horizontal break and 2 inches of vertical break, but because of the action of the pitch and the way the spin affects the ball flight, it can be a very, very valuable pitch.
I love hearing that. I wish my friends would text me things like that. By the way, great job behind the plate, Gavin Taylor, blocking a couple pitches there, keeping it close. And then they get the drop third strike of Irving. That'll bring up Antonio. How did you pronounce his last name, Brian?
Parada?
Parada,
Is
okay.
it Parada? I could be wrong. I'd like to apologize if I am, but
That's okay.
I had it as Parada.
Okay, we'll go with that. The Virginia commit steps up to the plate with one down in the top of the 8th.
Talked about it earlier. I saw him hit a ball to Kennesaw from Marietta a couple weeks ago at East Cobb. Huge left-handed pop. We saw it in BP yesterday too. It obviously put on quite a display given that power. But we got a pitchable guy on the mound, so he's definitely not going to just come right to him down the middle. We're seeing him lose his fastball a bit, arm side this inning at 22 inches of horizontal break. That's quite the level of sink. But kind of struggling to catch up with his body as he gets downhill. The length of that arm stroke you're seeing, we talked about timing earlier. The timing's a little bit off right now. But when you're able to locate it just close enough to the edge and let that life take it away, you can miss that way and still get swings and misses like he did just there.
Parada shared he had knee surgery back in 2017. He said it set him back over a year and a half without baseball. But with patience, perseverance, he said he was able to overcome that. And he had the help of his family, another athletic family, Dina and Nino. His parents, mom played college soccer at UVA, played U18 on the women's national team. Dang. Dad played soccer through high school. Very impressive. His sister, Valentina, he shares 12 years old, and he put this himself, a really good soccer player with a lot of exclamation points.
It's a soccer family.
Yeah.
And here we have a 6'5", 240-pound dude with tremendous power.
Tremendous power, yes. Unbelievable. He does strike out here. Cole Miller adds to his tally, 2 down in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, Miller here, that's just a really well-commanded fastball. You saw the timing get a little bit better there. He was able to consistently get over that front side a little better, which allowed him to bring that pitch a little bit more glove side where he wanted, at the knees on the outer third with some sink. Good pitch, great pitch, actually.
So Brett Denby steps in. He takes ball 1. Denby loved playing in Jupiter last year. He shared with us special experience because of the unique environment. He said there were so many scouts there. It was so fun to play in front of them. I would imagine he feels the same way about the National Showcase right now, Brian.
No doubt. And this is, a Midwestern guy, Great Lakes area guy. Obviously have a bias towards those dudes, and Denby's a good player. Going to need another bat here to finish the at-bat after that sinker ran in on the hands, which is what it is prone to do. But yeah, Denby's a good player. We talked about him earlier. He's athletic, he's twitchy, he can play maybe a couple different spots on the infield. We've seen him hit, we've seen him pitch, potentially a two-way guy once upon a time, probably now more of just a primary bat, but either way, it's a good player overall.
Cracked the bat, had to grab a new one. He shared with us over the last 6 months he's been following a strength program designed to make him stronger and a better athlete. I would say so. He had to go grab the new bat. Good pitch, though, from Cole Miller that split that piece of wood in his hands.
Look at the data on that slider. Less than 1 inch of horizontal and less than 1 inch of vertical. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's like as true gyro as you can get.
The definition of.
Definitely.
That's what you're saying.
And that's unfair of him, too, to break his bat with a sinker in and then run a slider away. That's not very nice. But
yeah, Denby doing his best to fight them off.
Absolutely. That's a good job there by Denby. He saw it that time. I don't know. The exit velo we're seeing on the board says 109. I'm not going to quite give him that. I don't think he fouled that off at 109. We might have had a misread there, but either way, good at-bat so far from Denby.
Good eyes, Brian. Good eyes. A good battle here. Cole Miller, Brett Denby. Miller gets the best of him, though. Leaves the inning with a strikeout out on top for Cole Miller out of Newbury Park, California. UCLA commit, Brian.
Yep, we saw him. That this was a 3-pitch mix that he had utter confidence in and really advanced command. It's the excellent job of commanding that gyro slider. We talked about fastball at the knees to both sides. Was able to elevate, was able to turn over a changeup. Just pitched really well, low effort, and again, for the 100th time, I mean that as a compliment. Low effort, well done.
We head to the bottom of the 8th, and we'll be right back.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Welcome back to the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2023. The National Showcase taking place at the Trop, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. It has been an amazing couple of days, our first few days here, learning a lot more about the 2023 class on Perfect Game TV. And we've got a few more days to go. In fact, after the game today, a new group of guys will come in, more top prospects in this class for their workout portion of the showcase. If you want to check out velo times, 60-yard dash times, catcher pop times, if you want to see who's top in this class, head on over to perfectgame.org and you can get all of those numbers. We have spoiled you, I promise, with the amount of data that is being provided on these guys. Also head over to Perfect Game TV, because if you want to learn more about who they are, maybe the guy off the field, we've got you covered there too. Our media team does such an incredible job of sharing stories about these young men. This guy, Garrett Bauman, we're going to see another inning of work from him. I shared with you right before he finished his first inning of work. His mom, Anita, dad, Chuck. So Anita was varsity captain of her girls' basketball team in high school. Dad, real quick, that ball chopped off on the ground, gets through the left side. Blake Grimmer unable to make the play, so Hideki Prather safe at first base.
It's a do-or-die play here. You got to come in on it. You're not going to be able to get there in time to do anything but try and get a short hop. If you try and wait back on it, Prather's going to beat it down the line. Probably like to see Grimmer keep the glove a little closer to the ground as he sweeps there, but that's pretty much a do-or-die play. Nice
job by Lee Ellis, though, to keep that ball from rolling any farther. Keeps Prather at first base and brings up MJ So. So's been really great on the field today. He lifts the first pitch he sees in the air. Justin Best makes the play out there.
It's 93 off the bat there from So. Got barrel on it. Just we're in a big league park now, so that's, you know, a medium depth fly ball at this point. But 93 miles an hour, hit it hard. Just a good swing. Attacked a fastball up in the zone on the first pitch.
One down in the bottom of the 8th. All right, so he says about dad, Chuck, my dad wasn't as good as my mom at sports and played baseball and golf. What an honest Abe he is. Big fan of mom, though. Love that they share this information about their families with us. He's also got a brother, Eric, as we see Lucas Moore swing through strike one.
It's a great change up there. At 0-0 count, you know Moore's looking to jump on a fastball like So just did. Great. It looked like a fastball the whole way, dove at the last second, change up at 84. It's a good pitch. He went right back to it. It's a change up again. He just put it a little further down and away from Moore. Still 84 miles an hour, nearly 20 inches of horizontal movement on that pitch at 84, 85 miles an hour. It's a good pitch. He's got great feel for it. We've been saying that the whole way.
No doubt. So siblings, Eric and Charlie, he also shared, Bauman did, that his favorite team, the Phillies, he likes Zach Eflin. Likes how he plays the game, keeps his composure, doesn't show emotion, which Bauman feels like he's done really well lately. Big swing from Moore. And a strikeout for Bauman.
That's fastball up in the zone there. Just after going change up down, he challenged up in the zone with the fastball. It was a perfect pitch in a perfect spot. And he should like Zach Eflin.
Yeah, what do you
Annie,
think?
Zach Eflin, also a Haggerty High School alum. We have to mention it contractually.
We
work,
do.
We work with Jared Goodwin. What do you want? Zach Eflin, obviously the big leaguer with the Phillies, a Haggerty High School alum where Jared coached for a number of years. Colin Priest hops up here, a guy we talked about earlier. Professional hitter Colin Priest is the nickname Vinny Servino has given him, my cohort and colleague at Perfect Game. Left-handed hitter, 93 there from Bauman with good spin on it. Going to say it's a lot of left-handed hitters he's seen. We've seen the changeup come out more as a result of that. Be interested to see if he could maybe command a back foot slider. Would need to probably get a strike here to try that. But either way, Bauman's been great. Just like to see a little bit. Would like to see him try and experiment a little bit with pitch selection.
Priest rips that ball in the air to AJ Garcia in left field. So that's going to wrap up Garrett Bauman's outing on the mound for the Orange team. A lot of different takeaways from this guy, but a lot of positives that you liked coming out here, especially in the second inning.
Yeah, it's heavy stuff. It's 90, 93 like we saw. It might have been up to 94. I'd have to look back. Really good feel for his changeup, good feel for his slider, throws all three for strikes, was able to command all three, not just throw all three for strikes, and was setting up hitters with pitches down in the zone and then going up. There was clearly a plan of attack. I've liked Bauman all summer. We all have, and that's just an exclamation point on top of the fact that he's pretty good at this.
Hey, make every day a beach day in St. Pete, Clearwater, where 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, and rejuvenating sunshine await. So consider that's your official invitation to come kick back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine, plan your escape at visitstpeteclearwater.com. We've been inside, haven't had a chance to check that out yet. We've been in the air conditioning for our national showcase, but it looks beautiful. I love beach season, no doubt about it. These guys, though, focused on the mound, focused trying to get that invite to the All-American Classic, trying to impress these scouts that are in the stands. You can see them scattered all across down below in the lower bowl. You've got Major League scouts, college scouts, guys who are checking in on their commits. Love to see all of these people here to see the next class, the 2023 class, who are showing out. You can see some guys there waiting. Now, I do believe that these guys are waiting for the next workouts, Brian. This is accurate.
That's right. This is Group 4 you're seeing right there. And here we are heading to the 9th. We'll obviously take the 30 or however long minutes it takes for the grounds crew to flip the field again, but there's going to be no time wasted when it comes to jumping into the next group. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see our guys try and set up the 60-yard dash in the middle of the game out there in left field. So
we get things going.
definitely trying to move with pace.
Yeah, there's a lot to do. Stay with us on Perfect Game TV. We will be with you all afternoon as we go through the next wave of workouts. Danny Wexelman, Brian Sikowski, that young man, Barrett Kent from Pottsboro, Texas, the righty, plays for Doolin's Dodgers 17U Prime. He's committed to Arkansas. What are you looking forward to, Brian? He gets a chance to come out here in the 9th.
He's actually a pretty talented two-way guy. I mean, we've seen him a couple times this summer. He was at 17U Elite in Hoover and hit 750, which is it's pretty good.
750?
Yeah, it was at 17U National Select in Texas earlier and hit 500. So, you know,
sounds good to me.
Pretty good hitter, too, with some power, but I think he's going to make his hay mostly on the mound. It should be in the 90-93 mix. He's big and physical at 6'4", 200. Arkansas, generally speaking, does not recruit players who aren't good at this. So Kent, obviously a very talented player.
AJ Garcia steps in at the plate. Duke commit. We talked a little bit about him earlier. He'll get another chance to have an at-bat in the second game today. 3.9 GPA, 1250, excuse me, SAT. I have my glasses on. Still hasn't seemed to matter today.
You got to be good at the school.
Shoot.
Go to Duke.
Yeah. I wouldn't be going to Duke. Back behind the plate, catching Kent, is Hideki Prather. We saw him on the bases last inning.
It's 92 there to start. Good spin on it right there at the bottom of the strike zone on the outside edge. Slider in a similar spot, breaking ball in a similar spot, however you want to classify that as a slider or a curveball. .95. Don't know if I expected to see that from Mr. Kent, but that's a loose arm with a lot of whip to it, and you can see the broadness of the shoulders. He's probably going to fill that frame out some more.
Yeah, I bet Matt Hobbs likes that too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pitching coach at Arkansas. Garcia shared with us both his parents. Gracia, excuse me, I said that earlier. AJ Gracia, I apologize. As he does strike out, I'll head back to the dugout. But both of his parents inspire him. He said they came up from humble backgrounds, more so than he has had to, and they've worked harder in their whole lives to give him the opportunities that he has in front of him.
Fastball above the belt with some life on it, with some rise on it, swing and miss.
All right, Ethan Hindle back at the plate. He's made some nice plays on the field today.
Kind of just seeing Kent move the fastball around here. Missed outside there, but mostly been a fastball attack. It's a pitch with some heaviness to it, with good action on it, good movement on it.
Just firing the strikes in. Hindle doing work this season in high school, 2022 first team all conference. Strikes out there though, so another strikeout for Barrett Kent. He's mowing through these guys right now.
It's another one of those gyro sliders we talked about. It's very little movement in terms of vertical and horizontal movement gained according to the readings, but it's deceptive. It's a deceptive pitch. It comes out of the same slot as the fastball. The fastball is very firm. We're seeing the sliders thrown to spots, which obviously makes a difference. That one got away from him a little bit there. But already missing bats with both fastball and slider today, and we are only 2 outs into his outing.
He'll face Reeves Reynolds, the Mississippi State commit. He lays off that pitch.
Fastball's got good vertical action to it. We're seeing the readings here north of 20 inches of induced vertical at times, along with, I don't know, somewhere between 7 and 12 horizontal for the most part. That's a big swing. Reynolds trying to do some serious damage there, and he should. 3-0 count. Get loose. We're at a showcase. Swing it hard.
Green light, baby.
Absolutely.
We'll see what Kent comes back with. 3-1. That pitch spoiled.
Another fastball there in a similar spot. It looks like this is what Kent wants to do when he gets behind. It's challenge up in the zone with the fastball, dare guys to hit it.
Good battle between these guys. I like to see this.
Absolutely. Slider there. Down in the zone, good job by Reynolds to be able to fight that off, even when I'm sure he was trying to expect fastball and cheat to it a little bit.
Kent trying to work his way back. He did, but technically that will be a walk. So now we'll see straight fastballs from Kent.
No runner. Everybody tired?
I'll go. Okay. That's fine.
Go ahead down there. I'll take over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Honestly, I always want to run the 60. Just want to show you guys I'm athletic. I can do it. No one ever lets me.
Danny goes 5'9" in the 60.
Come on now.
move over Michael Gupton.
What would
We
you
have a
do if
new
I did
record.
that?
I don't know. I don't know.
You'd have to name the 60 after.
Do you have
me.
any other tools?
I have many tools. My toolbox is very full, yes. That ripped right back up the middle. Slow roller coming to get it. Dylan Andino, and the tag from Ralphie Velasquez over at first base. So good job by the fielders to make the play and get out of it. You can see a little smile on Barrett Kent's face. Dylan Andino making that play. What do you think, Brian?
It's a firm fastball. It's a whippy arm. He's got clear arm speed. The fastball command kind of came and went in terms of finer points, but he showed the ability to do it. He's got that gyro slider that he's able to throw for strikes, and he got some chase at the bottom of the zone with it. But mostly this was about the heater. This was about the fastball. It was up to 95, sat below that, was able to pitch with it, got swings and miss in the zone and out of the zone with it, which is important. And he looked good. It was a great first inning for him.
Self-scouting for Barrett Kent. He shared with us 6'4" broad frame athletic speed, is a strong 2023 two-way player on the mound. Right-handed pitcher, has a clean arm, smooth delivery, 4-pitch mix, fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. Fastball up to 95, off speed 78 to 84. Commands the zone, works inside and outside. So the day is done on the mound for Kent. Potentially going to see him batting because he's got another game coming up tomorrow. These two teams will have one more 4-game slate tomorrow. This is game 2 of 2 today. As we start to move along, we're in the bottom of the 9th. And the orange team will have a new arm on the mound. Eddie Copper from Ivyland, Pennsylvania, committed to the University of South Carolina.
Copper's pitched well a couple times in front of our scouts this year. Went to the high school showdown back in March in Hoover in the academies portion, played with the artillery scout team academy and pitched well. And then with artillery last week in Georgia, pitched well again, punched out 8 and 4 strong innings. He's a physical guy, committed to South Carolina like you mentioned, Danny, 6'2", 205, right-hander. Well-built frame, probably going to be upper 80s, low 90s. Will throw some strikes. Yeah, good physical arm, Edward Copper.
George Baker back behind the plate, has a little chat with Copper, gets on the same page, and away we go. Jackson Goldberg back at the plate out of Overland Park, Kansas. Baker and uncommitted in his class.
That's 90 right on the edge. That was not quite on the edge.
Good grab by Baker.
Good twitch behind the plate for that back there for sure.
Is that a category? That should be a category too.
What, best twitch?
Best twitch for a catcher?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Copper shared with us over the last 6 months, he's been trying to become stronger, gets the strikeout of Goldberg. He said, as strong as possible, I've been trying to increase hip and shoulder mobility. On the pitching side, I've continued to work on my pitches, develop my slider, Brian.
Yeah, that was a change up there. That clearly looks to be the preferred secondary, at least given how good it was. At 85 miles an hour, not that far off of the fastball, but the action of it and the sell of it make it was too far in front to hang back. The hitter was, and got a swing and miss.
Dylan Andino made a nice play, got that slow roller for the out coming into the bottom half of the 9th. He hits that pitch softly on the left side. Ethan Hindle running to make the play, gets the out. Good play by him.
A good athletic play in the middle infield. Had more time than maybe he thought, but you have to charge that ball. Like, you have to play it like he did. And when you come in and field it cleanly and you give yourself plenty of time, then you have the time to take an extra 1 or 2 steps that allows you to get truly balanced and throw across the diamond on the run firmly and accurately.
2 quick outs in the bottom of the 9th with Copper on the mound. That brings up Gavin Taylor. Might as well say it again, Tarzana, California. It's the last time I'll say that today. The ball just skips away from George Baker. You can see on the top left part of your screen, we've got the velo and the RPMs, revolutions per minute, listed on there. And you can see the horizontal and vertical break Brian, which you've been breaking down all game long with these guys, and the ability of them to really manipulate the ball in new ways. As that pitch is ripped into left field, ranging back, Michael Petit makes the catch at the wall.
I mean, hey, hit it hard. Give it a ride, Gavin Taylor. That ball was hit hard, 92 miles an hour off the bat. I didn't think it was going to get out. I thought we might have had a double, though. Good job in left to make a sharp turnaround and take an efficient route back to the ball. But a quick inning from Copper there, just kind of pounded the zone with fastballs at 90. They have some heaviness to them. We saw him get some weak contact. We saw him miss bats. We saw a pretty solid changeup there as well. Looking forward to seeing more because we only saw 6 pitches or whatever that was.
Yeah, and that was a nice catch. That was Walker Buchanan, pardon me, out in left field, making the catch at the wall. Nice job by him and by Eddie Copper. All right, we're moving along to the 10th, Brian. I do believe we have a half inning left. Is that correct?
I think we have an inning and a half left.
An inning and a half left. Wow. Okay. Once again, my math just
Sorry about that.
failing me. It's all right. Don't break my. You're not breaking my heart. No worries about that. Our friends watching on Perfect Game TV, they're stuck with us for a little longer. Danny Wexelman, Brian Sakowski. This is nearing the end of game 2 today. As we said, stay with us, stay right here. We've got workouts coming up for a whole new group of guys in the ballpark for the workout portion of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase at the Trop, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. We're rolling along here, the purple and the orange team, as they have their first game at the Showcase, our second game today. They'll get a chance to have another game tomorrow. They'll mix it up as we have 4 more teams actually joining the mix here for days 3 and 4 as we head into the weekend. This is the 2023 class. Brian, I'm excited about this class.
Think about it this way. Think about it, how unique this is. This is the PG National Cam Collier should have been at by age.
Yeah, great point.
Cam Collier has been drafted out of JUCO and picked in the first round. So to get, like, again, this is a 23 class. We're not talking about Cam Collier, but again, to talk about how unique and young he was.
You're right.
To be the Cincinnati Reds first round pick and the way he performed at JUCO against 20 and 21-year-olds was remarkable this past year.
Chops on the ground off Mark Gialussi's bat. Coming over and makes the play, Jackson Goldberg. Yeah, out of Chipola. Pretty impressive. I'm very happy for the Collier family. Lou especially, we spend a lot of time with him on the road. You know, he's been a great influence in Cam's life. The whole family.
Still just consistently pounding the zone, getting some weak contact from Barrett Kent here. That's how we start off the inning. Yeah, it looks like MJ So is warming up. I think that's going to be our extra half.
Okay.
He is a two-way guy. These two-way guys, the guys who do both, if they're primarily a position player but also pitch, then we let them throw 1 inning. If they're primarily a pitcher but also hit, then we let them take at-bats. But that's why you see this extra half added on is we're going to give the 1 inning guy, another 1 inning guy here in this case, so an inning 10 in the game.
So Barrett Kent, the man on the mound, Michael Petit at the plate. Down 1-2 in the count. Another big pitch from Kent. Another strikeout. You like what you see.
Yeah, that's 93 there with heavy arm side. He's kind of looked like it had some rise up in the zone there. Just really got in on the hands is what we're talking about. Up in the zone, in on the hands, it's tough to get to that, especially at 93. It's tough to get to that if it's 87, if it's located there. So just a really good pitch in a good spot. That's a swing and miss pitch, or it's going to blow up a bat.
Kent will face Walker Buchanan out of Jupiter, Florida. Plays for the 2023 FTB Phillies scout team. Our guy, Nelly, down on the field. He lists him as Nelson Gonzalez. Jeff Perez as well, part of the coaching team for FTB Phillies scout team.
I don't think I've ever heard Nelly referred to as Nelson.
Well, there you
before.
go.
That might be
Maybe
the first one.
Maybe you will now. Listen to this too. So Walker Buchanan sharing a little bit about his family's athletic history. He shared his grandfather played with the Boston Celtics for 16 years, won 8 championship rings. He's in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Oh, sure.
Dad, Dad Brian. Strike called there. Dad Brian, first-round pick in 1994 with the Yankees. Played pro ball for 16 years. Played for the Twins, Padres, Mets for a couple of years too. Mom played lacrosse at UVA, won a national championship in 1993.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Strong family ties. Just dropping knowledge on you, Brian.
Pretty good.
How do you feel about that? Yeah.
The 8 NBA championship. I mean, like, you know, credit to everybody for the impressive things that they do in that family, but the 8 NBA
I'm going to have to Google that.
stands out.
I got a little homework to do. So it looks like a strikeout from Barrett Kent. And I think that's going to end his work. We're going to stay out on the field, though. As you mentioned, MJ So's going to come out and pitch as well and face a couple of guys. But Barrett Kent's day is done. Impressed with the young man, the Arkansas commit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big fastball with even more or even bigger fastball potential. The slider, the breaking ball is unique in the gyro shape and how the spin profile plays together. And he missed a lot of bats with his fastball. He got a lot of weak contact as well. You see that there. Was able to challenge guys up in the zone with the pitch, was able to command it to both sides. I think it's a live arm. And again, we talked about it before. It's pretty easy, too. That's a pretty low-effort delivery. Think Coach Hobbs has some really good clay to work with there once he gets to Arkansas.
By the way, I'm going to introduce you to this young man and then tell you a quick story about Coach Hobbs. So MJ So out on the mound from Plano, Texas. And as we mentioned, an LSU commit. We got a lot of those guys out on the field here. Scouting report for himself as far as pitching goes. Good velo, good curve, slider. Best pitch is his changeup, Brian.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And this is a guy we've seen for a number of years, and he's got a younger brother who's very, very talented as well. Committed to LSU. We saw him earlier today look really good defensively in the middle infield. At second base, he made a really good play, ranging far to his right, being athletic to throw on the jump. He's a solid athlete. I think he's probably best at second base long term. Going to be interesting on the mound as well. Has some bat speed at the plate. He's just a good two-way player. He's well-rounded. He's got a good tool set. He's a solid athlete, and we've seen him perform a ton over the years.
His brother Minjay, a 2025 Vanderbilt commit. That's his little brother.
LSU and Vandy in the same family.
Let's go. I'd like to see what mom and dad are going to be rocking as far as jerseys go if these guys get to campus and face each other.
Get one of those split jerseys, right?
Yeah, you
Half
got to
and
get
half?
the split
Yeah,
jersey. I just wanted to share quickly. So I saw Matt Hobbs in Omaha, Arkansas, making it back to the College World Series. And it's cool because my job, I was a sideline reporter, and oftentimes there are things happening within the game, and you can hear the broadcast talking about it. Well, the pitcher's doing this, or something's going on, or we're noticing this, or I wonder how long he's going to stay out for. When do you think they're going to bring in the relievers? And sometimes if you can build relationships, you can go up to these pitching coaches and ask them questions. It's intimidating. I'll be so honest about that. It's intimidating sometimes, but Matt Hobbs is one of them. There's a couple of them that say, whatever you want to ask, whatever you want to know, come up to me and ask me. You should never be afraid to do that. And I'm so appreciative of that because it makes the broadcast better, but it makes us smarter as a viewer to get to have that insight, a little bit of insight. What did you say to him during that mound visit? How did you help him? Why did you go out on a 3-2 count in the middle of the game to go talk to him? So I just really appreciate what he does for the game and for us as well.
Hobbs is great, and there's any number of people, like you said, Danny, who the willingness to not gatekeep information, that's just what makes the game better. It makes our jobs easier. Love when we can just call guys on the phone and say, hey, I'm not looking for quotes. I'm not looking for breaking news. I'm not tweeting anything. I just want to know. I want to understand something better. And they take the time to talk with you about it. Love that. It makes our jobs easier, makes life easier.
No doubt. So MJ So on the mound, called strike against Taggart Tyson, Louisville commit at the plate.
You can see So pitches with some effort. It's kind of a reliever profile in that sense with the head whack and the hat flying all over the place, but it's pretty good stuff. He's dotting up 93 in the outer black. It's a quick arm. That's 93 as well. There's a lot of vertical on it. There's a fair bit of horizontal on the pitch. It's big arm strength, but we've known that for some time. He was a guy who threw pretty hard at an early age, and it was easy to see that there was arm speed and ability there, and it's so on. It carried forward.
Tyson, Tyson, unsure of what he wanted to do there, but they're throwing it around.
That's wrong.
What did you see?
I think the umpire called it a ball.
Yeah, he pulled it back.
Yeah.
Pitches off the plate, pulls the bat back. Getting a little excited back there. So we'll see straight fastballs now from MJ.
There it is. Yep. Perfect spot. You go slider away. The slider was a good pitch. It just was a ball. So, good take by Tyson in that scenario. It was a weird misunderstanding between the catcher and the umpire, I guess. But going right back to the fastball there, that's a perfect spot. It's at the knees. It's on the outer black. There's absolutely nothing you can do with it. Perfect pitch in a perfect spot.
So is a physics fan. He likes physics. He said, I use the information for baseball. I'd like to hear that. I'd love to have a conversation. I know Darren Sutton had a conversation with him, and we're going to learn a lot more about this young man and his family over on Perfect Game TV. I know that we've got our editor, Chad, here. He's sitting right next to me, actually, in the booth, working on a lot of different features about these young men you're going to see soon coming to Perfect Game TV. He's also a steak and rice fan. He said, made by my mom. Home-cooked meal fuels him.
Did you ever have to take physics?
No, I never even got close to that class.
Well, I wouldn't even been in the same building.
Exposing me all day here, Brian.
I'm telling you the same thing. I didn't. There's no way. You kidding me?
Man. No, I joke all the time. I think I had to repeat algebra. One of my math teachers follows me on Twitter and swears that wasn't the case, but I'm like, you don't have to make me feel better. I know it's true. I know it's true. I'm sure George Baker is much better at math than I am at the plate right now. Behind it, though, Hideki Prather ready to pull the trigger, fire down to first base, check on the runner.
I would like to see Prather throw in game. I'd like to see this base running catcher matchup here. We'll see if So can put it in a good spot for him. There he goes.
Taking off. Let's see the arm. Throw down. Good block by Dylan Andino to keep that ball on the infield.
It was a really quick exchange behind the plate by Prather. I had 2 flat on the pop. It looked like we might have been a little bit late getting over to cover the bag, but that's really explosive out of the crouch, like clear athleticism, solid arm strength. Put it in a pretty decent spot, too. You can easily see how Prather's catch and throw upside, the defensive upside behind the plate is viewed so highly.
Reeves Reynolds steals that bag for the orange team. Prather's going to come out, have a quick convo with So. Quick little convo, back to the plate. They're good, on the same page. The count even at 2 to Baker.
Change up there. First time we've seen that from So today. Just kind of sailed it arm side. You can see the action on the pitch, though. The arm speed. He definitely has some feel for it.
That ball chopped on the ground. That's Jonathan Mendez, by the way, over at shortstop. My mistake. Makes the play, gets the out.
96 off the bat there, even on a ground ball right to short, a super casual 6-3 put out, but that's still, you can see the bat speed there. You can see the impact that he has in his hands that bat speed creates. Hit that ball hard. Baker did.
Yeah, great job by Mendez keeping that ball on the infield after the throw down to second base, and nice job keeping that ball in his glove, makes the throw over. That brings up Will Briggs.
Good pitch, slider there. We saw it. That's the first time we've seen him get a swing and miss on the slider. We saw him get a close swing and miss in that first at bat. But good to start that bat off with it. He's been hammering that edge with the fastball, so I'm sure that's what Briggs came to the plate looking for. And then the slider just disappears off the edge.
2 down, runner on third in the top of the 10th. Comeback strike for So.
1-2 count. Another breaking ball there. I would imagine he's going to go right back to the fastball here, trying that outer edge, 93, 94. Nope, got that slider. I don't know what I'm talking about. It was a good pitch, though.
Great pitch. Gets the strikeout. Prather tags him out. So a little bit of work for MJ So out on the mound, getting to show off the arm in a different way, Bri.
Yeah, this is what we kind of expected it to be. We've seen him good like this. It's 93, 94, really good arm speed. He shows the ability to put it on both sides of the plate. He likes to work glove side. He likes to work away from hitters regardless of handedness. We saw the slider come on a little bit more as the inning wore on. We saw him throw a changeup too. But we've known this about him. He's a good pitcher. He's got good arm talent. The fastball had high spin. It was good stuff. Good outing.
All right.
Close it down with one more inning of Copper, I believe, and then we'll roll into workouts.
Roll into workouts. Maybe I got to eat lunch first, but then we'll.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is unimportant to everybody except for me.
Are you calling the workouts?
I'm not calling the
No,
workouts.
neither am I.
No. I'm going to tell you who's going to be calling those workouts.
I think it's Vinny.
Mike Farron, Vinny Servino.
I think Uncle Mike and
do believe you're right.
my cousin Vinny are going to be up here in the booth for the workouts.
Vinny was with me up here yesterday, crushing.
Absolutely.
You as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been awesome. So has Eddie Copper.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him pitch because I only saw him throw 5 pitches or whatever that was in the bottom half of the inning. Or 6 outs, whatever that was, whatever we're calling it. It's a showcase. The innings are made up. We can do what we want.
Hey, by the way, another guy, big Chipotle fan. Go-to meal, Chipotle steak, brown rice, lettuce, queso bowl. Just saying.
That's fine. That's
Same.
fine. Hey, Chipotle's good. We talked about it. Anyways,
This is Isaiah Drake. You've seen him patrolling the outfield. Dribbles that ball foul. Out of Atlanta, Georgia.
change up there, kind of running away from him. 20 inches of horizontal movement there to the arm side on that changeup, along with that 90-91 he's shown. There's another one there. That was a little further out. Pretty good job by Drake. We don't know, a ball or two out on the outer black has not really been in play in this game. Maybe it has in other games, but that's a good job by Drake to spoil that one because that's a good pitch, especially with 2 strikes.
You know what I like about this at-bat, another pitch fouled off, is that Drake's IQ at the plate and his knowledge of where that ball is not trying to roll it over. He wants to have a smart at-bat here, his last one of the day. They'll come back tomorrow and play. Comes back inside, though, and Copper gets Drake. I just liked the at-bat, though. I liked what his approach was. He was not trying to pull that ball. He was trying to go the other way with it.
Yeah, and we've seen Drake have a little bit of trouble with some swing and miss today in this game against different pitchers. I agree with you. Like the approach, stay away, use the big part of the ballpark, especially with the guy you know is going to throw a changeup. But then when he comes with that vicious sweeper in under the hands, it's tough to do anything with that, especially when you're looking away.
He'll face Eric Batanti, an Oregon commit. Batanti's shared Dodgers are his favorite team. He loves to watch Corey Seager play because he's a taller shortstop. He gets the job done day in and day out. Someone Batanti can look up to.
There's definitely something to be said for, in the last several years, bigger guys are getting shots at short. Brady House is a great example. Marcelo Meyer is 6'3". These guys are taller, bigger guys who, in years past, would be automatically, all right, you're going to play third. You're not going to play short. But now it's Carlos Correa is a good example of that as far back as if you can play enough defense and you rake, we'll put you there. That's fine.
Batanti lifts this ball into left. Reeves Reynolds makes the out. 2 down for the Orange.
Quick 2 outs again. Here with Copper on the mound. He's just kind of filling it up. He's filling it up and challenging. It's been fastballs right around 90. We've seen the changeup. We've seen the sweeper of a slider. Just a consistently good attack mentality so far in his 2 innings.
Will Gasparino steps in, sees ball 1. His dad, Billy, of course, we're very familiar with Billy Gasparino. Drafted, played baseball at OSU. Will himself played baseball, soccer since he was 3 years old. He shared a lot of basketball and football growing up too. Soccer was his main sport until he was 13 years old. He went to a bilingual Spanish school for elementary, so he's fluent in Spanish. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
Very important in this game.
No question. Especially if you want to work in baseball like your dad.
No
Very
doubt.
helpful. Very
Yeah.
helpful.
No doubt. Yeah, I think we're seeing it more and more, that I think you realize, wow, it's really hard to learn a language, and you understand why Latin players or those who don't have English as their first language sometimes are timid to do interviews, answering hard questions in a second language, and you completely appreciate that. But I do think that you're seeing more and more big leaguers who are getting more comfortable doing those interviews without being perfect. And I think that's really important. I think what's more important, though, is that we as the media are learning those languages and making the same effort as the players are to speak English. We should be making that effort and more to be learning their languages.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I remember hearing David Dombrowski speak once. This is many, many years ago. I think I was in high school when he was still with the Tigers. And somebody asked him, like, what's the secret for working in baseball? And he said, become conversational in Spanish. Like, that was number one. And this is 15 years ago, or wherever it was. But
holds true today.
Absolutely. As we have a good inning there from Copper, another 1-2-3. 90 miles an hour on the fastball, good action to it, moved it around the zone. He's big and physical, does it pretty easy. We saw him attacking both edges of the plate. We saw him sweep a breaking ball in. We saw him throw a changeup with fade away, and very, very successful outing, very efficient outing. I doubt he even threw 20 pitches, Danny.
The guys who started this game, I mean, on the mound again, we just see a lot of impressive guys, but you got to give it to Xander Muth and Aiden Keenan, who started this game. And then every arm coming in after them, I thought really impressive, rounding out the day today as well. So that's going to do it for our 2 games today, but stay with us here on Perfect Game TV, because we've got workouts with a whole new group of guys. 4-game slate tomorrow. Stay with us right here, though, for our entire crew. Our director, Steve Banta, my colleague here, Brian Sikowski. I'm Danny Wexelman. Right back here, we'll be here 3:45 Eastern, Perfect Game TV, for the rest of our 2022 National Showcase coverage. See you later.
days alone. You need to sleep.
Okay. Where are you? Where are you? And you'll know who this is. Okay, look on the field.
Right behind second base, stay off the dirt.
Danny, come on. You don't see me? What's up, baby? How are you? Great. It's so good to see you, man. You doing good? I'm happy for you, man.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate it.
Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Thank you so
Really
much.
good
All
to see
love.
you.
You as well. Thank you.
Go pull it.
Hey, what's up, kid? How are you, buddy? Congratulations.
That's crazy.
I hope you enjoy it, brother. Enjoy the ride.
I'm just showing
Look
love
forward
to
to seeing you again.
Come down. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll let you get some sleep. It's all good.
I'll be here for a minute, yeah. Don't rush. I got you. Love you. Yo, it's Lance. I'll probably be here around 6. Okay? And then you just ask for the chair. You just make sure you have your ID. No. You'll get your ID. You go to gate 7, and they'll check you in. You'll have to get a wristband, and your name, and then that's it. And then you just walk in. Come around the gate. I would be here around 7. And then you just walk in with a few people with perfect names. He'll give you a shirt and stuff like that. And then all you're doing is basically going to set up a camera for you, get behind the bullpen, and then you just basically videotape. The thing is delayed, so when you press a button is to raise the pitches. The pitches are already going to pitch. 4 pitches. So all you're doing is taking maybe 6 pictures, videos of 4 seconds, and then that's it. And then you wait 2 innings to do it again. Okay? But if you have any questions, just let me know. Or text Tammy. You've got her number too. Okay. Sounds good, baby. Bye.
I'm here to I'm coaching the other team.
I bet that, my guy. Say that.
Better be in the dugout.
I got you. Say that for real. At what time?
Right after you're done here. Yeah, this team right here.
All right, that's time.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Exactly. Top event, man. Like one that game at time. I made it quick that get it done. Yeah, Shimmakart was here earlier. Yeah, Shimmakart was here with his mom and his brother. They were setting up an NFT or something. I don't know what they're doing. Yes. Yeah, so I think TJ West is coming and Arena's coming. Because I don't think... Oh, yeah. I don't know if you want to go get the phone. You want to go get a snack.
We are underway here for day three, of the Perfect Game 2022 National Showcase. You're starting to see some of the competitors here running with Vinny Servino. I'm Mike Farron, and we're starting to get a look at a couple of the participants from the red team, Team 9, that are getting off the line. All right, Vinny, let's see. We've got Griffin Graves here and Eric Guevara. Graves from Jackson, Tennessee, and Guevara from Statesboro, Georgia, wearing number 13. And just as a reminder for folks, as we look at R.J. Hamilton, number 15, and Ryan Mooney, number 16, getting in here, what are some of the times that scouts are looking for in the 60-yard dash?
So really anything anything sub-7 obviously is going to be on the athletic radar. Once you start getting into the 6.6s and below, you're talking about above average runners, even maybe a little bit better than that. Obviously, we've had some blazing times earlier this week. Had some a couple of 6.1s, some 6.2s, anything in that kind of range. You're talking about a plus to elite runner.
Keon Parnell was on the right there, and Big Jacob Zatella on the left. And here is A.J. Goya and Andrew Lamb. Andrew Lamb wearing number 22.
Yeah, Goycha actually ran a 6.4 at the Sunshine East, and he's a primary catcher, so pretty good athleticism behind the plate there.
Our next runners here, Miller Green is number 23, and number 28, Edward Phelps III. Now, each runner is going to go twice. You'll get the red and the royal blue team, and then the next the two will run again. On the left, Zion Rose, catcher, committed to Louisville, and Chance Makow is number 27. A couple of more participants, Jacob Brown, number 32, and Logan Hughes, number 33. That gets us through the first heat for the red team. For the royal blue, Ariel Antigua is number 5. And on the left, Nathaniel Coupet. Antigua committed to South Carolina, Coupet uncommitted. Andrew Duncan is on the right, Jason Janesco on the left. Janesco, catcher, outfielder from Moosic, Pennsylvania. Jake Kulikowski from Tampa Jesuit on the right. And on the left, George Lombard, committed to Vanderbilt.
Looks like we had a 6.2 there for Andrew Duncan in the 60. Obviously, a bevy of pretty elite tools.
Arjun Nimala is number 14 here, number 13 on your right, Kevin McGonigal. Both of those players, top 20 players in Perfect Game's latest rankings of this class. Troy Reeder on your right, and on the left, Steven Spolito. Blake Brookins is on your left, and on the right here, Bradley Link, committed to the University of Richmond, a future Spider.
Brookins is an interesting one there, Mike. Big-time football player as well. 6'4", 6'5", left-handed swing, one of those really big power projectable speed types.
Cameron Fluke is number 27 is James Hankerson, number 28, Colton Hartman. And number 32 is Max Stagg, and number 33, Robert Rodriguez. Pick him up and put him down. It looks like one more from the Royal group. This is number 10, Antonio Jimenez. Jimenez out of Archbishop McCarthy in Miami. And he will run with Daniel Cuvée, also committed to Miami. All right, let's get back to the top of the red group. Number 5, Isaac Armstrong. Number 6, Braden Bates. Excuse me. AJ Garcia on the left. On the right is Cal Fisher, Deerfield, Wisconsin, committed to Notre Dame.
6'2", there for AJ Garcia. Obviously a really, really good athlete. He could run too. Obviously that's evident.
Griffin Graves on the right there. On the left, Eric Guevara. And here come Ryan Mooney and R.J. Hamilton. That's quite a pairing with those two.
Yeah, both ran well last time. Ryan Mooney's has got some football scholarships recently, some scholarship offers. Hamilton, a really, really elite runner as well.
Mooney's brother was a freshman, the shortstop at Duke this year. Left, number 20, Jacob Zatella. Number 17 was Keon Parnell, committed to Mississippi State.
6'3" there for RJ. Pretty good time.
Lamb running their second group. And now here's Miller Green and Edward Phelps III.
Yeah, Trey Phelps, a top 15 talent in this class coming into the national. Big right-handed power, also pretty good athlete himself.
Jacob Brown is on the left. Zion Rose is a catcher. Number 30 there. As I mentioned before, he's at Brother Rice High School in Chicago. Logan Hughes on the right here, and Ariel Antigua.
6'9" for Zion Rose there, another guy in the top 100. Obviously, really, really good athleticism.
It was a good showing at the PDP All-Star game in Los Angeles last Friday, too.
That's right.
Andrew Duncan is on the left. Nathaniel Cabay on the right. Jason Janesco, number 9. Number 10, Antonio Jimenez. Jimenez had a full start there, so he's going to get another chance. Now, it doesn't matter when they start, right, so long as they start clean, because it's laser driven, correct?
Absolutely correct. It's one of those where if you trip the laser early, it's best just to kind of stop, reset, make sure we're getting accurate times.
Jake Kulikowski is on the left side, and on the right, George Lombard.
Lombard coming off a monster 17U Worldwood bat. 1 point ended up 9 for 9 with a couple home runs in the playoffs. 6'5" there for George.
Kevin McGonigal is on the right, and Arjun Nivala. Both of these guys are top 20 players in this class.
Yeah, both McGonigal, obviously one of the best hit tools, I think, in the early portion of this evaluative process, and Nimala's got some monster power in that frame.
On the left there, Steven Spolita and Troy Reeder. Reeder committed to Notre Dame.
6'5" for McGonigal, 6'6" for Arjun Nimala.
Bradley Link is number 18 on the right, and number 24 is Blake Brookins. Did you mention him before as a football player as well? He's committed to Florida. The left, James Hankerson, and on the right here, Daniel Cuvée.
Both those guys, big power hitters, Hankerson and Cuvée. 60s might not be their forte, but hitting balls really far is.
You don't have to run hard if you just have to trot, right?
That's right.
Easy left turns. Colin Hartman on the right, on the left there. Robert Rodriguez. And I think we're down to our last in the blue. That is Max Stagg. And for the gold squad, Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. A number of players on this gold team that are going to be running here from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's right. Should be a pretty good year over in Puerto Rico when it comes to the 2023 class. A lot of talent, obviously, and we've been running some more events over there, from showcase to tournaments to Jupiter qualifiers. It's been a really exciting time over there.
Number 2 here is Adrian Padro, and number 5, Victor Cartagena. 6, Daniel Gonzalez, and number 7 is Jorge Gonzalez Febo.
6'4" there for Adrian Padro.
Gonzalez Febo committed to Bethune-Cookman. Number 9, John Lopez. And number 10, Adrian Lopez Dieppe.
6'4" for Gonzalez Febo, who's one of the best tools in the class, breaking the junior national record last year with a 101-mile-an-hour throw from shortstop.
Number 11 is Yael Melendez, and number 13, Darnell W. Parker Jr. Parker going to Washington State. Ariel Pastrana wearing number 14, and number 16 is Tommy Turner, Coventry, Rhode Island.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Turner pitch a little bit later on this week. Heard some, we see some big velo out of him recently. Good year for Rhode Island.
It seems like it, really good year. Those are the names and the numbers. I know we missed a couple of guys there too. Those were roster ads that I just don't have in front of me. Jaden Bastian was number 19, and Kyle Johnson number 21 in that. This is Boston Flannery on the right, and on the left, Landon O'Donnell. Sebastian Pisacreta is on the left, and on the right, Samuel Parker.
Got some times tricking in a 6.50 for Jaden Bastian.
Justin Torres Soto is in gold, and in white, Anthony Belisario, as we get into the final group of runs here. Again, what did you say the low for this tournament so far? 616, right?
I think it's a 616 by Adrian Santana.
Hunter Backstrom on the right, Boston Barrow on the left. Wait, Santana had a spectacular workout yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, one of the best shortstop defenders in the class. Yeah. Santana tied with Kendall George at a 616. The best, though, Isaiah Drake with a 615 yesterday.
Don Brown Kennedy is number 7 there, and number 9 was L.J. Mercurius. And here we have Walker Martin, number 8, and Jackson Willits, the son of former big leaguer Reggie Willits on the left.
Reggie on the coaching staff at Oklahoma now.
Ran their offense, the Chaos, C-H-A-O-U-S. On the right is Caleb Hampton. On the left, number 18, Sebastian David.
Looks like we had a 6'4" for Hunter Backstrom and a 6'3" for Dondrion Kennedy. Caleb Hampton with a 6'5'6".
Fonson Rosario was number 19, and Anthony Huezo, number 22. Nigel Buckley is number 24 here, and number 27 is Boots Landry. Texas 5A state championship this year, committed to A&M. Derek Mitchell is on the right. And on the left, Easton Shelton. Carson Tinney on the right here, and on the left, Ty Wade.
Derek Mitchell coming in at a 6'5'6". The guy's a top 100 player in this class.
6'3", 200-pound outfielder committed to Louisiana State. All right, back to the gold team. Our final runs here, Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera and Adrian Padro. Padro on the left. Victor Cartagena on the right, middle infielder and right-handed pitcher, and Daniel Gonzalez on the left. Jorge Gonzalez Febo is on the right, and on the left, John Lopez. First, you see how physical some of these guys are as well. Adrian Lopez Diepa on the right, Yael Melendez on the left. John Lopez just definitely looks the part of an athletic catcher, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, another guy that can run despite kind of that toll that it takes being behind the plate all the time. 6'8", there in his second attempt.
First off the line there, Darnell Parker Jr. and Uriel Pastrana. San Juan, Puerto Rico on the right. Here, this next group, number 16, is Tommy Turner. And 19 was Jaden Bastian. 21 is Kyle Johnson. 25, Boston Flannery.
Johnson,
New City, New York.
Another touted two-way guy. Been up to 93 from the left side of the bump. Also had a number of home runs at the 17U World with bat.
Landon O'Donnell on the right, on the left, Samuel Parker.
They only live for 2 days. They probably live it all the time.
Sebastian Pisagreda on the right, and on the left, Justin Torres Soto. And now into the final group with Team White. This is Anthony Belisario and Boston Barrow.
Yeah, it's with the guy who plays Mr. Bean. Yeah, but it's man versus beat. It's literally an entire series of this guy goes public.
Andreon Kennedy is number 7. LJ Mercurius is number 9.
You would get a kick out of
Mercurius going to UNLV. Kennedy uncommitted. Jackson Willits on the right, Caleb Hampton on the left. Willits joined his dad at Oklahoma. Hampton slated to go to South Carolina. Walker Martin is on the right here, and on the left, Sebastian David. Stanford commit.
Caleb Hampton turning a 6.50 his last time there.
Fonson Rosario and Anthony Hueso. Nigel Buckley is on the right, Boots Landry on the left. Derek Mitchell, number 28, number 29, Easton Shelton. Carson Tinney is number 30, number 31, Ty Wade. And that should be it for our runners today. And the final 60-yard dashes are complete here on day 3. Take a look at some of the guys that we've seen come through here. Good group from the Royal squad here. Kulikowski and Lombard, and Armstrong and Bankus, and Antonio Jimenez leading the charge there as you look at some of the runs for the 60-yard dash. We were talking a little bit yesterday, Vinny, about the unique thing. There's not just 60 times that are recorded here, but the 10-yard splits as well, and that kind of plays better for baseball, right? 30 feet is important, those first 30 feet, that jump, and I'm curious what you have noticed in those times over the years. I mean, now that, what, 5 or 6 years that those have been in existence?
Yeah, so the 10-yard split is a very good indicator of that kind of explosiveness out of the box, how quickly you go from contact to start your run. The first 10-yard obviously is a little bit more demonstrating the athleticism, the quickness out of the box, because obviously you can be fast, but also not have that burst, so to speak.
So that's just some of what they're doing here as part of the run for the 60-yard dash. All right, we're getting ready for outfield throwing here. As you can see, the field being adjusted. And here's what happens as everybody sets up in right field who's going to participate in this. It's 5 throws, right? So explain to folks what they're going to be looking at here over the course of the next several minutes.
You're going to see 5 throws for each outfielder. They're all going to be in right field. The first 2 throws are going to go to third base. The last 3 are going to go to home plate. These are going to be often 1-hop, 2-hop line drives that get to the outfielder. And obviously we get to determine the arm strength here, kind of the fluidity, mobility, footwork. It's a little bit of everything, and hopefully a lot of these kids go through the game actions like they would in a game situation.
Yeah, that's always the hope, right, is that they're going to try and treat it as much like a game as possible. But the other part is that there is a radar gun on them, right? And we do have records that can fall. In fact, we've had the record outfield throw at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The arm strength is obviously an important quality of an outfielder. You know, you got right fielder is typically your strongest armed guy, whereas left field is typically kind of a less of an arm. Obviously, it's not always the case, but arm strength is an important tool not only for showing off the entire tool set, but also for controlling the running game, various other things.
So we'll get a look at some of these guys throwing here. Do you have an idea of who in this group are some of the stronger arms?
Well, obviously, a lot of the kind of two-way guys, right? The guys who also have some experience on the mound are going to have some pretty good arms there. Andrew Duncan was a guy who ran really well in the 60. He should also probably have a big arm. I mentioned Kyle Johnson before, been up to 93 from the left side on the bump, so I'd expect some good arm strength there.
Miguel Huguet's has the record, as Vinny mentioned before, 102. That was in this tournament. And he was in the low 90s on the bump, 91, 92, pitching a couple innings on day 2. Actually, yesterday he was pitching in the morning. And, so it's interesting to watch how that translates. A little less of a crow hop behind you on the mound.
Yeah, it wouldn't quite be as fair if they allowed the pitchers to crow hop.
It's barely fair now. We were watching the games from this morning, and just the number of guys that were throwing 94, 95 with just, elite carry. It's amazing how much the stuff looks like, or the fastballs play like average or slightly above big league fastballs right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a testament, I think, to kind of this new generation coming through the amateur ranks, these 17, 18-year-old kids. A lot of the times, you talk to them, and especially the pitchers like we were talking about, have such an understanding of not only what their approach and everything is on the mound, but of their own pitch design, of their own pitch qualities, and kind of what they need to do to really develop and improve all of that. And it results in a lot of fastballs that probably play somewhere near the pro level now.
Really, really good stuff. Obviously, command is something that still needs to be worked on, and there's a lot of refinement before that, but it's certainly, there were no shortage of guys today in the games that were played this morning and early afternoon that wouldn't excite scouts, I think. And that was against a pretty good quality group of hitters. We were impressed by the batting practice display from, these teams that are in, 5 through 8, so that kind of second group. It was a really professional display yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, a lot of deep hitters in that second group. I think a lot of the kind of middle group guys, a lot of the really show that consistency, not only just in terms of power and raw power, which is something that you'll see during BP, but like you mentioned, a lot of professional approaches, a lot of line drives, a lot of use in the whole field. And a lot of those guys, a lot of those hitters just obviously had a really tough day with those arms to the mound.
Yeah, which is understandable. I think the second game had a grand total of 5 hits in it, I think, right?
Yeah, if that. And I'll tell you, I was down there obviously scouting the game up and tracking the pitchers and everything, and the amount of fastball swing and miss was a lot. And that says not only a lot about the velocity that these kids have at this age, like you said, 94, 95, but the overall quality of the fastball. Sometimes you can time up 94, 95, but when it's got that carry, that life, that induced vertical break on it, it's really, really hard.
Yeah, I was sitting here. Neil Solins is here, who's the Tampa Bay Rays pre- and post-game host for radio, and Neil and I were sitting watching some of the last game and watching on the screen, on our screen here, for you when the games are live, we have the TrackMan data, and his jaw he was like, this kid's throwing 95 with 2,400 RPMs, which is above the major league average on a 4-seam fastball, and he just was, gobsmacked by it. It's really, this is an incredible collection, and I think the polish is impressive as anything too, right? It doesn't seem like, to your point about the professional batting practice, the way guys go about the business, it seems like they're starting to get a little bit more polish in the way they're going about business and doing things that scouts want to see, as opposed to just lighting up the radar gun, whether it's thrown from the outfield or from the mound, or just trying to hit as many balls as far as possible.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Obviously the kids see the 60, 70, 80 scouts we have directly behind a home plate watching them, and obviously at that point they'll show their full pitch mix. And what kind of really stood out to me today was the overall command. Like you mentioned, there were no very outstandingly long innings in terms of pitch count or anything like that. So good to see the polish and the strike throwers too.
Yeah, I think through 3 days worth of games, we've had like one rolled inning, which is pretty incredible, right? So
not typically the norm for a showcase style setting like this.
All right, we're just about set to go. It looks like Braden Bakes from Huntley High School in Huntley, Illinois, getting ready to get started from Algonquin. He's committed to go play for Eric Wedge at Wichita State, getting some last-minute instructions here on how to go about the outfield drills as we get started with Team Red and Braden Bakes. See him showing off his number for the camera so everybody knows who it is, and they can match it up with his throws. First couple will come to third base. Boy, that was really under control, wasn't it? There was no extra crow hop with it or anything.
Yeah, and that's something that scouts definitely want to see, is more game actions. They don't want to see you take 6, 7, 8 steps and try to throw it as hard as you can. Obviously, they want to see the arm, but they want to see kind of under control, the really efficient mechanics. And Bakes isn't doing anything too spectacular here. Like you mentioned, he's keeping it compact, working through it, quick release.
I think he threw one too many to third base there. As he comes home with that one. Pretty accurate, too. That's right around the plate. He was right around third base, which I know tends to be a tougher throw. Pretty impressive round there for Bakes. We'll see if we can get a 87 on the top velocity. And that's the first throw from A.J. Garcia, another Midwesterner. Goes to DePaul College Prep in Lincoln Park and committed to Indiana.
Seems like we've had a number of those guys from the greater Chicago area that have been impressive this week.
Well, there's something in the water there.
Always a good year in the Midwest, right?
It's always good to be from Chicago. Garcia's arm ranked 111 in this class. And A.J. Garcia's top speed, 92 miles an hour. Here's John Glaskick from Scottsville, Virginia, committed to play for Randy Mazey at West Virginia University. The Mountaineers. Excuse me, this is not Glaskick. This is Ryan Mooney, who's committed to Notre Dame. Mentioned him before. You mentioned he's got some football opportunities potentially coming too, right?
Yeah, definitely two-sport athleticism for the Orchard Lake St. Mary's Prep Eaglets, who finished the year as the #1 high school ranked team in the Perfect Game Top 50.
The national champions in the top 53 straight state championships in Michigan for that group. Brock Porter, their star, the 4th round draft pick of the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, don't know if you saw that, but it looks like Brock Porter's going to have quite the payday coming towards him if those reports coming out from trade rumors today were true.
Just under $4 million, which is, that was a heck of a draft strategy by the Rangers, wasn't it? See Mooney's top speed at 87. Got an underslot deal for Kumar Rocker at 3, then didn't have a draft pick in the 2nd or 3rd round, and were able to get arguably the top prep arm in the class in the 4th round.
Arguably the top prep and the top college arm, if you would consider Mr. Rocker that.
Yeah, Parnell here from Mississippi, committed to Mississippi State. Ranked number 244 in this class. His cousin, Willie Joe Gary, is actually in A-ball with the Minnesota Twins. So some good family bloodlines there.
Yeah, and something I think helps a little bit in terms of the overall feel of what's going on when you go through this summer circuit senior draft process too.
Parnell talked a little bit about that as being important to him, and at least saying, hey, listen, I got a chance to be able to go on and play professionally if I want to. His cousin kind of opened the door for him there. A.J. Goitia, Montverde Academy, listed as a primary catcher. Showing off the versatility here. Catchers will throw later.
Goitia working through it pretty easily here. Does have a good arm, gets on top, nothing really too noisy about the mechanics. Obviously, sometimes the primary catchers move away a little bit with the compact arm stroke, but Goitia was good bolts there.
87 on the peak there. Here's Andrew Lamb. Andrew Lamb with a real quick release there. He's committed to USC out of that great high school program at J. Sarah.
Another primary catcher here, but one that had a big spring for J. Sarah. Obviously, one of the top hitters on one of the top programs in the state.
And in the country, and they have a good history of catchers too. Austin Hedges, a product of J. Sarah High School. And Andrew Lamb has one more throw left in this group. One up home. Zion Rose, we talked about a little bit earlier, committed to Louisville out of Brother Rice. He is a catcher as well.
Zion Rose, one of the many players that we've seen over the course of this week who came through our youth PG Select festivals, a 13U and 14U alum.
Impressive kid, impressive makeup.
Like, what time will you guys get home tonight?
Yeah, showing off a good arm here and really working through the baseball nicely. Stays behind it.
Pretty accurate throws all the way around for the catching prospect. 91. All right, we're on to the second group here. This is Nathaniel Coupe from Boynton Beach, Florida. He is uncommitted. Part of back-to-back state championships at North Broward Prep. Right around home plate with all of these throws.
Yeah, I was going to say the arm strength comes pretty easy here for competitive. He's been right on target with most of them.
He was an underclass last year for perfect game. 85 miles an hour, his high. Here's Andrew Duncan, who he mentioned was one of the better arm strength guys in this group.
Yeah, one of the better tool sets overall here for Duncan. Obviously had a pretty big spring. We really locked in on him down to the PG High School Showdown down in Hoover. Florida State commit's got a lot to like in terms of tools.
Right, you could just see the carry on his throws really, really good. And accurate, too. That's the other thing, is he's been just about on the glove on everything.
Yeah, right on the money, moving well. The arm's quick, throws are on target.
That was a tougher play there, too, the way he had to move to his left, wait back for it a little bit. 95 on the outfield throw. Not a surprise based on the carry on those throws. Here's Jason Janesco now from Music, Pennsylvania. He is committed to East Carolina. Just outside the top 400 on the PG top 500 here. Janesco listed as a primary catcher, although he does play some outfield too. Janesco's top throw at 89. Jake Kulikowski is headed to Miami. He's already run out of his hat. Now he's got to make sure that the fungos don't hit it.
Kulikowski, another prospect from a powerhouse high school program, Tampa Jesuit, obviously down in Tampa, Florida. Kulikowski's got a pretty left-handed swing too. His BP should be pretty impressive.
Fires that one home on a fly. And his round of throwing is over. 91 for him. Now here's Blake Brookins. Florida commit. Boy, he is 6'5", 210 pounds.
Yeah, it always seems like those lanky, athletic left-handed hitters that Florida gets committed pretty early always end up being super intriguing.
Certainly has good arm strength, it looks like. What do you know about his football background?
I believe he's a wide receiver. I might not be right on that, but I think he's a wide receiver. Anyways, he has had a pretty good summer with the bat, playing for the top-tier Roos. Good left-handed swing. Pretty good barrel control and controls those long levers well, too.
You're right. Tight end, but same thing.
Guy who catches passes.
He's a pass catcher. Here's Max Stagg. He is here from Australia to participate in Perfect Game National. He is an international free agent.
Yeah, we've had a number of international participants in our national level showcases here recently over the last couple weeks. Obviously, we saw Zach Kin earlier this weekend on the bump, left-handed pitcher from China.
Yeah, nice little cutter, Zach Kin.
Yeah, real fielded pitch. Stagg showing some pretty good athleticism here with his movements and a strong arm.
A couple more throws to go here.
Outfield can be a balancing act sometimes. You don't want to be too aggressive, but you also don't want to be too tentative.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for Max Stagg. Max Stagg, 93. So we try and look up his run times there. This is Robert Rodriguez, committed to Florida International. And a sub 7 second time on Stagg as well on the run, so pretty good athleticism. I said Stagg was up in the press box here yesterday trying to soak it all in before the workout day today. Rodriguez almost done with his round.
Yeah, Rodriguez, a high school teammate of Adrian Santana, who we saw in the second group over at Doral Academy down in South Florida.
6'3", 195 pounds for Rodriguez. 92 on his top throw. On to Team Gold. Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. Uncommitted, one of several uncommitted players on this Gold roster. Showing really good arm strength there.
Yeah, should be a couple big arms on this team. Ortiz Rivera moving the feet really well.
5'10", 160. Interested to see. He plays middle infield too, and I'm really curious to see his infield work. Catching that one on the fly. Can move a little bit.
Yeah, like I mentioned, with these outfield actions, we always do like to see the athleticism. And obviously the footwork's really fast here. Moving through the ball well, quick transfers. Arm should be quite good.
Yeah, very good. 97, as a matter of fact. That kind of jives. I mean, everything was on a line. Good carry on his throws. Adrian Lopez Diepa is next. He is an outfielder. Plays a little third base too. Attends the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. And another uncommitted. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the participants from Puerto Rico who are uncommitted, looking for not just to get in front of scouts, but to potentially get a college commitment, right, Vin? To just try and continue their baseball playing in the States?
Yeah, something we talked about a little bit on the broadcast when I was up here yesterday was the fact that a number of college coaches are here, and not only here, but watching the broadcast. Not only to check in on a lot of the guys they have in their classes, but also bevy of pretty impressive uncommitted talents here.
Yeah, especially with signing day coming up, and you might get a better idea of what some long-term scholarships look like. Yep, done. This is Uriel Pastranov. Pastrana's got a strong arm, maybe a little less accurate, but 6'1", 170 pounds. David Ronsley and I were talking yesterday a little bit about, you know, these throw homes are pretty common in the showcases, right? It's the throws to third that are ones that participants aren't always doing.
Yeah, it's obviously we get the 3 throws to home, so a little bit more emphasis on that, but typically we want to try to focus on both, especially in the showcase setting, the game setting. Something that we tell our coaches all the time is we want to see kids try to make every play they can make on the field. We want runners going. We want them taking the extra base. We want stolen bases. We got to see pop times. We want to see hang times. We want to see a lot of different baseball plays.
Jaden Bastian committed to Jacksonville. So a couple of pretty on the money throws. His first one was right on the bag. Out of the First Academy. A future Dolphin.
JU had a pretty good recruiting class with their 2022 high school class. Looks like they're not. They keep picking up right where they left off here with 23 and Bastian. 6'5" runner in the 60, I believe.
His round is done. 89 miles an hour for his top velocity. Up next, this is Kyle Johnson. Kyle Johnson from Leesburg, Virginia. Not far outside D.C. You were talking about how it was good run for the Chicago area. It's really good for Northern Virginia next year, too. Johnson part of that. Attends Riverside High School.
Yeah, it feels like every year we get more and more of the entire country involved in an event like this, which I think is not only key to an evaluative sense, but I also think it's very important to kind of represent the country as a whole.
Johnson with a really strong showing. 94 for his top outfield throw. This is Justin Torres Soto from Hatillo, Puerto Rico. Ranked in the top 200 in this class. He too is uncommitted. We've already seen one uncommitted commit during this event, right? Jaron Purify, who had decommitted from Michigan, ends up following Eric Bakich to Clemson.
Yeah, that's two pretty good commitments for Clemson in the past week between Purify and Dylan Head, both previous Michigan commits following Coach Bakich over there.
Strong work in the Midwest already for Eric Bakich. It's been Louisville's bag in the ACC for the last decade or so, Bakich's connections in Michigan undoubtedly helping him there.
I'm going to move this back.
Torres Soto is done, and now here is Anthony Belisario, an impressive first throw from the Staten Island product. He's heading to Coastal. 2016 national champions. Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, Belisario showing off some pretty good athleticism here with his movements, pretty fluid. Like you mentioned, Mike, the strong arm. Solid collections of tools, it seems.
5'10", 155 pounds, but he's pretty muscular at that size.
Yeah, a lot of wiry strength there.
Courts his final throw. And the top velocity for Belisario, 93. This is Hunter Backstrom. Too has good baseball bloodlines, played at J. Sarah, but his brother, Mackay, is in the Braves organization, playing at A-ball. Is currently on the injured list.
Mackay, a former PG All-American himself.
Backstrom really bounces around the field.
And guys like Backstrom and Kulikowski, you do got to respect the, well, if the hat's going to come off, it's going to stay off.
We have had a problem keeping hats on heads here at the tournament this week. The number of pitchers who've lost hats mid-throw. Who's the ASU commit? Was it Soldan yesterday? Who every pitch that he threw.
Oh, Tommy Roldan.
Yeah, Roldan. That's it. Tommy Roldan. That was pretty funny. He's got a pretty good head of hair on him. So
I was going to say, a lot of times these kids with the plus lettuce don't realize the hat's got to be a little bit bigger too.
Caleb Hampton next. Hampton from Ooltewah, Tennessee. He is committed to South Carolina.
Another guy who it seems is almost becoming more and more common, guys who are running 6'5", 6'6" and have strong arms that come in well. On target throws here.
And Caleb Hampton is done. And 90 miles an hour, his top speed. This is Alfonso Rosario from P27 Academy in Newark, New Jersey. He is committed to Chipola Junior College.
Obviously, the eye test isn't as accurate as the radar gun here, Mike, but this ball looks like it's humming out of Rosario's hand.
Yeah. That has some serious velocity on it. Rosario, a top 500 prospect here. 6'2", 215 pounds. He's been up to 93 on the mound at PG events, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 5 or a 6 out of him here. 101. Wow, second highest ever.
Oh, wow. Good to know the eyes aren't broken yet. Shouts out to Newark, New Jersey.
Anthony Hueso is next, committed to UC Irvine. Strong, accurate throws here, and it's a tough act to follow. Here's people buzzing on the field now. The word's getting down to them about the 101. That's the second highest. What the previous record was 100, is that right?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that was Chase Davis, one of the record holders among some others.
Chase Davis will be eligible for the 2023 draft out of the University of Arizona, power hitting outfielder. I believe the infield record is 99. Blaze Alexander, is that right?
Blaze Alexander, and I believe Sabin Sabalos as well.
And 94 for Hueso.
Very good round by Hueso.
Yeah.
One of those tough to follow up the 101. Something we were talking about last game between the two arms who were 92-95 and struck out every hitter they faced. Somebody's got to follow those guys up.
Derek Mitchell is next. Good arm strength. That was a really strong throw there.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be a pretty good arm, too. Kind of patient behind it. Taking a couple extra steps, but, wants to get his readings.
Heading to Louisiana State.
LSU, one of these SEC schools that really focused on making their recruiting a national brand, not just tied locally.
Jay Johnson has such an excellent reputation with hitters, too. 92 for Derek Mitchell. So the outfield throwing is over, and everyone will reset now as we get ready for the infield work. And you get a look at some of the top performers here from the outfield throwing on day 3 of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. Starting with A.J. Garcia. There's Zion Rose, the catcher. Vinny's favorite power guys, Jake Kulikowski, followed by Max Stagg, who had a very nice showing, both running and throwing from Australia. Belisario with a cannon arm. So did Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. Another look at Rivera, who really intriguing athlete. Andrew Duncan, one of the first 90-plus throws that we've seen. And a look at that there. And this is the throw of the day from Newark, New Jersey. It is Alfonso Rosario, 101 miles an hour. That's the end of the throwing. And we will get ready for infield here. You can make every day a beach day in St. Pete, Clearwater, where 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, and rejuvenating sunshine await. So consider this your official invitation to come kick back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine. Plan your escape at visitstpeteclearwater.com. It's one of the most beautiful places in the U.S., Clearwater Beach. St. Pete here. We are in St. Petersburg, Florida. Beautiful little downtown area here. A lot of bars and restaurants right within walking distance of Tropicana Field. So much to do downtown in St. Pete. And now we get ready for our infield drills. So infield drills, we're going to start here, it looks like, with Isaac Armstrong for the red team. All right, so 5 different throws again. Vinny, tell the folks what they can expect.
It's 5 throws for our infielders, whether you're third baseman, shortstop, second baseman, everybody works out at short. First one's going to be right at you. The next 2 are going to be to your backhand. Fourth one is going to be hit up the middle, range into your left, and the final one's going to be the slow roller in on the grass.
All right, so this is the second of the backhand throws for Isaac Armstrong. And while we're clocking arm strength and certainly interested in it, there's much more to that with this drill than just how hard guys are throwing.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is one of the drills, perhaps the drill that you can most show off in game actions. A lot of guys, obviously, we still do the velocity readings and such. And after that, we like to see them go through the motions of how you would in a game, typically, especially with the backhand and slow rollers.
85, the top velocity for Armstrong. This is Cal Fisher from Deerfield High School in Deerfield, Wisconsin. And so now when you're evaluating guys in this, how much are you looking at feet and the hands as much as maybe the carry and accuracy on the throws?
I would argue we're looking at the feet and the hands a little bit more than even the carry. When you're looking kind of at arm strength, obviously you want to grade it on the scale, but you're also kind of determining left side, right side, where they kind of fit. And I think the footwork and hands, along with body control and a lot of other things, really do that for you too.
Nice strong finish by Cal Fisher. That was a difficult play. He had a long way to go to get that one. Strong actions at shortstop there. And now here's Eric Guevara from Georgia Premier Academy in Statesboro, Georgia. He's committed to Auburn. Guevara listed at 5'11", 190 pounds.
Yeah, Guevara's definitely got a very good arm. And he's moving to his left and right pretty good here. Slow roller's often a really pivotal part of this round too, kind of how you do the body control on the run, the accuracy of the throw as well.
I've been pretty impressed by how guys have handled that play coming in on the run. 91, that's a really high number for an infield throw. All right, up next is R.J. Hamilton from Hoover, Alabama, the home of the SEC baseball tournament. Of course, I just saw that one of Hoover High School's most famous baseball alum signed his first professional contract today. Sonny Jachara, officially a member of the Los Angeles Angels organization. They're going to send him right to Double-A. SEC Player of the Year.
Always love me some Sonny D. It was a really impressive round by R.J. Hamilton there. Really fast feet, really great athlete too.
79 on the throw, but again, with the accuracy and the actions. Here's Jacob Zatella. Boy, Zatella is a muscular guy at 5'11", 195 pounds from West Chicago, Illinois.
Zatella is a good example of primary third baseman. Got to take his throws at shortstop. A lot of the guys listen to us as primary third baseman, though. Takes some pretty athletic rounds at short. You see Zatella, like you mentioned, is a super physical guy, but he's moving around to his left and right pretty well.
Yeah, his feet work extremely well. I mean, physically, he reminds me of a couple of other former PG All-Americans. I was thinking of Nick Northcutt in particular.
Oh, yeah.
But a little bit maybe stronger up top, and his feet work extremely well. All right, our next Infielder is Edward Phelps III, who's heading to Georgia. 6'2", 215 pounds. This is the top 15 prospect in this class.
Another Georgia Premier Academy prospect, similar to Rivera, playing on the same team over there. Georgia Premier, the home of former PG All-American Daniel Espino, one of the top pitching prospects in baseball.
Cleveland Guardians. Espino was throwing 100 in high school before everybody was throwing 100 in high school. He was the first. I don't know if he was the first, but. There's Jacob Brown now, committed to West Virginia. Brown listed as a third baseman.
Yeah, you can tell he's got a little bit longer of an arm stroke through the back. Typically, you see that for third baseman. You got to get a little more on the throw. You also have a little bit more time, typically at the hot corner.
His actions are pretty good, though, and
smooth hands is what you're looking for out of a third baseman.
Yeah, that play going to the middle there, I think for a guy with some length to him can be a difficult play because the feet can get crossed up, and I thought he handled that really well.
Yeah, it's always important about what we talk about body control and footwork.
Ariel Antigua is next from Trinity Christian Academy in Lake Fort Worth, Florida.
Antigua definitely one of the better shortstop defenders coming into this class. You see the exchanges are lightning quick, buttery smooth here.
He's a terrific story, too. His family homeless at one point. He's managed to find a way to continue to work hard. Better fortune has come their way, it seems like. And he certainly has had experiences, real life experiences, that have helped to motivate him. Impressive young man.
Yeah, didn't even let a couple uncork, just showed true game actions. Hands are super smooth. Really, really impressive round from Antigua there.
This is Antonio Jimenez. Antonio Jimenez from Archbishop McCarthy. He's going to go to Miami. Play for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, Jimenez is a pretty smooth shortstop. Long, lanky, lean.
He was showing off the cannon on that throw. Well done for Jimenez, whose top time 100 miles an hour. That's a new infield record. And Jimenez fired up about it. You'll love to see that. Little fist bump there, pounded his chest. Now here's George Lombard. And you can hear the buzz as everybody now knows that he threw 100 across the diamond.
Really good hands there by Lombard. Another guy with really quick exchanges.
Committed to Vanderbilt.
The son of Tigers bench coach George Lombard as well.
Yeah, one of the really good gentlemen. Future big league manager George Lombard. Kevin McGonigal next. He is an Auburn commit. You mentioned he's one of the top hitters in this class, though, too.
Yeah, definitely a true left-handed stick. Another guy here who was out in LA last week.
The PDP Pipeline, an all-star game that started on Friday and kicked off all-star weekend. 86 for McGonigal. Next is Arjun Nimala from Strawberry Crest High School in Valrico, Florida. He is heading to Florida State. His high school teammates is one of the pitchers here, and Alex Philpott.
Yeah, high school and travel ball teammates of that Ostingers Baseball Academy team that won the WWBA World Championship last Jupiter.
He's showing off the quite an arm here, too.
Yeah, the defense has been really good all summer for Damala. Smooth with a good arm, can run. A lot of tools and projection here. One of the younger players in this class.
87 on his top throw. Offline on his last throw, but overall pretty good. This is Bradley Link, Suncoast Community High School. He's committed to Richmond. Compete in the Atlantic 10 Conference.
Yeah, we'll see Link on the bump later on this week. He's previously up to 95 on the mound. Last week up in Atlanta.
Link finishes his round.
But yeah, I'll make
with
that
a
graphic.
93 across the diamond. Pretty good. He looked displeased with it. Daniel Couve is next, 6'4", 215-pounder. You can see he's a third baseman. This is another top 20 prospect in this class. This Royal team has 3 of the top 20 players, all offensive pieces.
Yeah, Couve really moving well there. The backhand. A two-way guy. He got some arm strength in the bump, obviously. Showed it off there from the left side, but some of the best raw power in this class.
Oh, and going to the bare hand, too. That is a very third baseman play. There's a lot of third base actions from him throwing 94. All right, Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera is next. Pretty good in the individual skills so far.
Definitely moving quickly here to his backhand. Shorter footwork, but really setting his feet under his body well. Obviously, we know about the arm. I'm sure that'll play here as well.
A little accuracy off, maybe just a touch, but it's the one-hop throw there. Ortiz Rivera, 91. Adrian Padro. Padro from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy in August.
Stays low through it there on the backhand. Doesn't stab with it, just kind of works through it on release. Padro, another guy that showed a strong arm in the outfield. I'm sure it'll translate well here in the infield.
Nice two-handed play on that charge. 94. Victor Cartagena is next. He is currently uncommitted. Second one to the backhand here. Do it again. Every time we get a chance to set his feet on it. And one more for Cartagena as he
Curious to see the arm strength here. I think it was coming out pretty good.
88.
Here's the junior national record holder.
That's Jorge Gonzalez Fabo from Orlando. What's his junior national record?
101 miles an hour from the infield. Feel like we'll see that attempt probably on the up the middle one here.
Here he goes.
of a lower slot. Good accuracy, though.
He's been accurate in his throws. One of those things where everybody knows about his arm strength, right? So show him that you can make plays. He certainly did there. 94, easy 94.
Still plenty of arm.
John Lopez next. Letting that one fly on the play towards the middle. And one more to go for John Lopez. Listed as a catcher, but those were pretty good actions in the middle infield. Yahil Melendez committed to Rice.
We've seen a couple primary catchers work out at other positions. Obviously, as baseball has gone on here, the athleticism of the catcher position has become more on the forefront. That allows you kind of more positional versatility, like you see with shortstops, outfielders.
Greater emphasis on that with as big as the stuff has gotten at the professional level, as often as breaking balls have thrown, that athleticism is so important. A clean round for Melendez there. Darnell W. Parker Jr. next, Carrollton, Virginia. 10's IMG.
Yeah, Parker's a smooth-handed defender, really good hands. He's played a lot of second base too. Fits somewhere in that up the middle range here long term.
Let that one fly.
Really good footwork there too. Timing and anticipation. A lot of baseball IQ things here really stand out for Parker.
88 for Darnell Parker Jr. Now here's Landon O'Donnell from the Inspiration Academy in Bradenton, Florida. His brother Logan plays at Central Florida.
Bradenton just down the road here from St. Pete. O'Donnell, who's also pitched in the past.
Showing off the arm strength on that one towards the middle.
Typically, when we talk to the kids, obviously, they're going to want to try to get that velocity reading, and it's always the one right at them or the one up the middle that they seem to favor the most when it comes to letting it rip.
For Landon O'Donnell at 95. All right, on to the final group here. This is Anthony Belisario, who showed impressive arm strength from the outfield and shows impressive arm strength there. Boy, nice play from the outfield turf.
Yeah, what stood out about Belisario the most to me, obviously, outside of the arm, was the twitch and the athleticism. You see that there with the footwork, lightning quick feet.
Belisario struggling on the one coming in, but see if we can get a velocity reading on him. 90 miles an hour for Belisario. Boston Barrow is next. Barrow from Capistrano Valley High School in Rancho Santa Margarita, California, committed to UCLA. Number of UCLA commits here this week. Play for John Savage and helped to usher UCLA into the Big Ten Conference.
Still feel a little bit weird about saying Southern California. It's going to be a Big Ten hotbed, but it's the world we live in now.
What a time to be alive, Vinny. Barrow at 87. Dondrion Kennedy from Benbrook High School in Fort Worth, Texas. He is uncommitted. top 150 player in this class.
Really good hands here by Kennedy. Lets that backhand come naturally to him. Doesn't try to force it. Transfers are quick. Looks like a guy with a pretty good chance to stay short. We already know he's a really good athlete, too.
Boy, he was just chest high on most of his throws, too, to the first baseman, 87. Excellent, excellent round for Kennedy. Walker Martin next from Eaton, Colorado. Part of their back-to-back 3A state championships at Eaton High.
Another guy here with a smooth backhand. Range as well, can throw on the run.
Chance to come in on this one.
Real good mover, Walker Martin.
84 miles an hour for Martin. This is Jackson Willits, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Throw was right on the money. His dad, former big leaguer, former first base coach for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, well, it's clean transfers here. Pretty compact, not a lot of extra moving parts.
Right on the money with his final throw. Nicely done for Jackson Willits, 86 miles an hour. This is Sebastian David from Medina, Washington. He is going to Stanford.
Good on the backhand there, stays connected.
6'1", 194 pounds, with room to fill out. That certainly fits the Stanford mold.
It's the mold of a lot of guys here when you're going to be looking at, you're going to hear the word projection a lot.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of projection left, yeah. Guys seem to get a lot stronger at Stanford with Dave Esker's program.
Oh, yeah.
This is Boots Landry. Friendswood High School, Friendswood, Texas. Admitted to Texas A&M. A&M in the Final Four of the College World Series this year. There's a third baseman.
Coach Sloss was here for a couple days earlier this week. Not sure if he's still here, but
we want to keep him from drowning.
Boots Landry's got to be up there for most Texas A&M name of all time, don't you think, Mike?
It is pretty close. I need to know how you get the name Boots. That's the...
Sure, there's got to be a story.
No.
Well, up next is Easton Shelton out of Bishop Gorman High School in Las Vegas. He's committed to UNLV now. Easton Shelton, I can tell you what his nickname is. It is Fridge. And that makes sense because he does look like the entire refrigerator. It is a far more appropriate name for him than it was for others, because this is a big, square-chested third baseman who moves really well.
6'5", 225, I can tell you. It's a physical kid.
Wow. Can't wait to see him take BP. Ty Wade is next. Texarkana, Arkansas. He is committed to the Hogs, Dave Van Horn's program. The Omahags are back this year.
All right, well.
Wade is listed as a catcher, but plays a little third base as well, some first base. that'll do it for the infield drills. As Ty Wade, last on the list, 85 miles an hour for his top throw. Look back at some of the work here for the left side of the infield drills before we get to the first baseman. Look here at interesting guys. Jacob Zitella. Jacob Brown, committed to West Virginia. The actions of Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera as well. Chance to see guys really show off their arm strength. That is our 100-mile-an-hour man today, Antonio Jimenez, firing it up, and there's his look back. Yeah, let's go. Let's go is right. 100 miles an hour on his top throw, and now Jared Goodwin gives some instructions to the kids on the first base side. So now this is first baseman throwing. Now first basemen aren't asked to throw a whole lot in games, a couple of relays here or there. So what are the things that you're looking for with this? Because it is a game-like drill in a lot of respects.
Yeah, the first two throws from first baseman are going to come deep from the hole at third base, show off the arm strength, that sort of thing. I think one of the more evaluative ones, though, is going to be when they have to, right-handed throwers got to turn, go to second base. Left-handers got to kind of throw underneath, shuffle it over to second. The double play ball, a little bit more of a common play there at first base than some of the others that we'll see. But obviously a chance to show off the arm as well.
Miller Green up first from the Lipscomb Academy, Nashville, Tennessee, committed to Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Miller, a top 100 prospect in the class, one of the better two-way prospects in the class too. Obviously, tons and tons of projection in this frame.
Here. Good sidearm throw to second. And he gets the throw on the run there to end it.
Good mover for a big guy, too.
Yeah. This is Jacob Brown again. We saw him on the left side drills. Getting a chance to work on the right side as well. Show off the arm strength there.
Format for the first baseman here, you're going to get 5 chances. 2 are going to be deep at first base, so across the diamond to third. 1's going to be deep, a double play ball to second. The 4th one, as you'll see here from Brown, is holding the runner on and going to second, and then we're going to get a slow roller third base.
Tough angle throw for a righty, nicely done. 86 miles an hour, his top throw. This is Logan Hughes, who's committed to Stetson. Out of DeLand, Florida, which is where Stetson is. Right in his backyard. The Stetson Hatters.
Quick transfers and clean throws here from Hughes. First baseman always seem to look a little more athletic when they're left-handed, don't they?
So they don't have to throw across their body ever. They just don't like it as tough as a right-handed first baseman had it. James Hankerson, committed to Wake Forest.
Lefties always seem to get the benefit of the doubt, only in baseball, though.
6'3", 235, Hankerson. Yeah, lefties, what they lose for in desk space, they make up for in being important in baseball.
Hankerson, another prospect that we've, prospect archetype that we've mentioned in terms of going to put on a pretty big BP.
Samuel Parker is headed to Georgia State, 6'4", 210 pounds.
Parker won't be making the throws across. Instead, just showing off the actions. Arm might be a little bit tender.
So Parker, you get to see him, how his hands work. Next on this is Jarrett Bonet from Manti, Puerto Rico. He's listed as a right-handed pitcher.
Bonet's a physical right-hander. We'll see him throw a little bit later on, but he's been into the low 90s before. Definitely intriguing on the bump.
Big physical guy. Let's see what's that. 6'3", 215. And now here's Boots Landry. Show off that good arm strength there from deep in the hole.
Boots another corner infield guy. Left-handed stick with some big power from that side too. Moving well over here at first base.
Soft feed, I mean, coming off the bag. He's the guy that's had the best or done the best job of recreating game action, I felt like, with his footwork at first.
A lot of people don't realize the subtleness and nimbleness you got to have over at first base, especially with the footwork when you got runners on.
I always like to say that too, because that's where I played, but nobody believes me. Easton Shelton here, Bishop Gorman High School.
Gorman, another powerhouse high school program we talk often a lot about. First rounder Justin Crawford out of there.
And a good round for Easton Shelton, 85 miles an hour. That'll do it for infield drills. Catcher pop times are next. We'll have those for you after this. You're watching Day 3 of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase on Perfect Game TV.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Back at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida, with Vinny Servino, Mike Farron with you as we get to our final defensive workout of the day. Catcher pop times. Catchers are getting their gear on and getting some instruction as they will make throws down to second base and get a feel for their arm strength overall, and then on to batting practice from there. All right, so catcher pop time. I think most of us probably have heard the phrase pop time, but maybe give us an idea of Vinny, of what pop time is, and then what you guys are watching for in this drill as we get our first into the catcher's gear, Jay Tuttle here.
Catcher drills are obviously the most straightforward here, right? You get 5 throws, throw it down to second base. The pop time is the moment the pitch hits the glove of the catcher to the moment the ball hits the glove of the infielder at second base. Right around 2.0 is major league average. This is obviously a showcase environment. This is a drill. It's not a live pitcher. So these times are going to be a little bit lower than that in most cases. A lot of guys got good arms, like Tuttle.
And, you know, as part of that, they know what they're supposed to do, so sometimes you just see them kind of come out of the crouch a little early, and that might reduce that pop time just a touch. But 1.88 for Jay Tuttle. There's AJ Goitia. Goitia from Monteverde Academy. catchers too. I know arm strength is obviously important, but it's not just about how strong the arm is, right? What else are you looking for with these catchers in this drill?
We're looking at the footwork, the receiving skill. It's not a pitch coming in. It's not a breaking ball, fastball type thing, but there is still a ball coming in. We want to see how you would get the glove on that and how you replace your feet, the lower half, a lot of flexibility involved.
T at 1.85.
That's something about the position that we've talked about in terms of the athleticism, mobility behind there. It's really become on the forefront of the catcher position.
Andrew Lamb here, who you mentioned before during the outfield drills, known for his strong arm. He's going to throw from one knee, or start from one knee. I know that's not a favorite of everyone, but that's obviously showing an emphasis on receiving, right?
Yeah, it's something that's been more popular as of late. A lot of the traditionalists in terms of catcher philosophy don't seem to like it as much just in terms of pass balls and things like that, but it seems to have become quite popular.
Zion Rose from Brother Rice High School in Chicago. Coming out of a one-knee stance there to throw. Right on the bag. Boy, his accuracy has been on point.
Yeah, really repeating his mechanics well. That lower half is pretty explosive too. That lower half of the footwork.
187 too. The last throw a little high, but pretty good for Zion Rose. Next up is Nathaniel Coupe, North Broward Prep High School. Coupe was asked about what his favorite class was, Vinny, and it was reading about financial literacy.
I'm glad that Nathaniel enjoys financial literacy. It's something I didn't seem to pick up on when I was in school.
So I'm a little bit older than you, and I'm not sure that I'm financially literate either, so pay with the one I know. Might have to go to Nathaniel for some tips on what to do with my money. Well, what little money I do have. This is Jason Janesco. Janesco, Riverside High School, Music, Pennsylvania. Play for Cliff Godwin. East Carolina, heartbreaking finish to their season. So close to their first trip to Omaha in school history. Janesco not happy with his pop times, it looks like. Here's Troy Reeder. 6'1", 190-pound catcher from Tampa, Florida. He's heading to Notre Dame.
Berkeley Prep, a really good year in the Tampa area. Teammates of James Hankerson, who we saw take workout drills at first base. Reeder repeating his mechanics pretty well here. Keeps it pretty simple.
Reeder's throws are done. 195, his top time as well. Steven Spalita next, 5'11", 180-pound, uncommitted.
Quick transfers here.
Mandeville, Louisiana's home for him, and Fontainebleau High School.
about finding that release point with these drills. You want to get it out quickly, but you want to get it out accurately too.
.84 for Spaleta. Now Daniel Gonzalez. 5'11", 165-pound catcher. Draft eligible for 2023. Taking a good look at our friend and colleague Darren Sutton. Not sure that anybody loves catcher defense as much as Sutton does.
Oh, he's done numerous segments over the years with some of the best catchers in the class, and you can tell he's well versed in it.
Remember a huge collection of instruction videos that he did with Will Banfield, who's in the Marlins organization now. Good times for young Daniel Gonzalez. 1.82. Boy, John Lopez with a really quick transfer.
It's a lightning quick glove hand.
That is super fast. Well, he gets into a great throwing position, doesn't he?
It's funny if you look at some of the catchers from maybe the 70s, 80s back in the day, and you look at some of these athletes we have back there now, it's just a whole different game sometimes.
I think you look back even in the last 10 years to see some of the changes that have happened. Very few big catchers in this event that I've seen this year. Most of the guys have been a little bit smaller. I know there's been kind of an emphasis on that, in part because big catchers have trouble getting the low strikes. There's Sebastian Pisacreta from Moorestown, New Jersey, committed to Pitt. Now, he spent 2 years on varsity catching Anthony Solometo, who was a first-rounder last year by the Pittsburgh Pirates.
If you just catch Solometo, I feel like you can catch most of the pitchers in the country. Is that right?
Should give you a little bit of confidence, right?
Funky lefty with a plus slider. Yeah, I would imagine it must be pretty tough catching that guy.
It's credit at 188. As I mentioned, he's committed to Pitt, and their volunteer assistant there knows a little something about catching. Devin Mesoraco, former All-Star with the Cincinnati Reds, is on staff at Pitt. Here's Nigel Buckley. Nigel Buckley from JSerra. We got 2 more catchers after him, and then we'll be on to batting practice. Buckley uncommitted. This is Carson Tinney. Castle Pines, Colorado, Valor Christian. Heading to Notre Dame.
Yeah, one of the bigger catchers we've seen today, 6'3", 200.
Yeah, just as soon as I said that there weren't that many big catchers, we got a big one, right? I think we're going to get Ty Wade next, who's 6'2", so.
Tinney, though, starts out pretty low. Gets up right through release. Good momentum there.
1:08 for Tinney's top time. Pretty good. And the last catcher to throw is Ty Wade. Wade, the last one to go.
Wade, another guy here using the one knee setup.
I talked to Stephen Vogt of the Hayes about that a while ago. He said that he actually felt like the one knee gave him a better base to throw from. He said he was never a big arm strength guy, right? Below average pop times, and he was playing a lot closer to average with it. He said it was the most accurate and the strongest his arm had felt in years was switching to the one knee set up to throw. And that's it for Ty Wade. 192 on his pop time, his top pop. And you get a look at some of the throws from our catcher pop time drills here. The defensive drills are over. Now it's time to grip and rip. Batting practice is here, baby. Let's see if Vinny and I can contain ourselves with this powerful group of hitters that are coming up. Get ready for some oohs and ahs, the way that the ball has flown off the bats of these hitters in batting practice so far. It's sure to be exciting here at the Trop as we get ready for the final activity today. Make every day a beach day in St. Pete, Clearwater, where 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, and rejuvenating sunshine await. So consider this your official invitation to come back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine. Plan your escape at visitstpeteClearwater.com. All right, we are getting ready for batting practice. And we are getting the measurements done for the mound to go out. All right, so you're going to see in the background some cameras set up. That's going to be to get the best video possible of this. You're also going to see the tape measure come out. You're going to see some technological devices. We went over this with Ron's a little bit yesterday, but Ron's can barely operate his phone. So I need a better technical explanation of what we're looking at, why the measurements, and what like the gray device that's going down right in front of home plate that's being put down right there, what it is and why all of this is important.
Yeah, so we are now trying to measure out 60 feet 6 inches out there because, again, this is batting practice, but we got the Rapsodo unit out there, which helps tell us exit velocities, estimated distance, ball flight, ball tracking, a lot of advanced kind of underlying batted ball data that has become really useful and has really impacted the game in a myriad of ways. We have TrackMan on the boards during the games for pitch data and pitch recognition and stuff, and we have the Rapsodo here in BP. We obviously do our diamond kinetics testing and exit velocities in the cage too to track max barrel speed, how hard you hit it off the tee. A lot of hitting philosophy in terms of how hard you hit the ball and hit probabilities and everything like that has become much, much more important in today's game as opposed to just trying to, I guess, quote unquote, find a hole.
And it's, listen, scouts for years have looked or made note of the guys that hit the ball hard, right? That's part of the evaluation. Now we just have better tools to do it. It's basically like we've created the radar gun for hitters, right?
Yeah, there's no question. I think a lot of analytics, quote unquote, right, that people like to bemoan are just validating the eye test. Everybody remembers the guy who they've seen just absolutely smoke baseballs, and you're like, oh, that guy hits the ball harder than anybody else. Now we have tools that can tell us, yes, you're right, that guy hits the ball harder than anybody else.
And you can tell whether or not he hits it hard enough to be compared to big leaguers and compared to everybody, not just compared to who he's hitting with or who you've seen on the field at that time, right? It gives you a better frame of reference.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about, when it comes to exit velocities or launch angle, ball flight, like you can compare these numbers to Baseball Savant, MLB guys, because all that information is obviously accessible.
And some of what happens with the Rapsodo, too, is tracking the ball flight, right, and how much or what type of spin hitters are able to get off. And I think it's a lot easier for a pitcher to make an adjustment, right, to get more true spin on their fastball, but a little harder for a hitter in that regard, but at least they have an idea of how the ball is coming off the bat, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of those things that I think is really important when you're talking about development for a lot of these guys. A lot of guys who could have huge power, huge impact, really hit the ball hard, but they're top spinning everything to the pull side or hooking it down the line, and you're talking about things that it's giving you almost real-time responses to how the ball's coming off your back. Because obviously, if you're a power guy, you want that backspin, that carry. You want the ball to sail out of the air. You don't want to topspin and cut yourself off.
So all of these important tools, not just for player development, but for evaluation as well.
Absolutely.
Part of what they're testing right now and setting up. And I love this setup too, Vin, just that we get, as you see, there's kind of some work as they're testing the equipment with one of the catchers here. But one thing that we will get for you in this is you'll be able to track the flight of the ball, but you'll also be able to see each hitter from the open side. And I'm sure as an evaluator, you love that.
Yeah, there's no question. Obviously, open side lets you just kind of see how the swing works mechanically from the head to the hands to the hips to the lower half. That's why you always see when you get a big prospect up at a game, or maybe a local high school game or something, you see all the scouts head down to the open side.
Seeing a bat there, one behind home plate. Maybe another from the open side. If you get a fourth, you might look at him from the other just to get the full picture of him. But
oh, I'm sure we've got cameras behind, left, right. We got one on the L screen down there. We've been using some GoPros on catcher's helmets. We get more angles than we could possibly do with.
Isaac Armstrong first in the box from the red team. Armstrong from East Lincoln High School in Denver, North Carolina, a two-time all-conference performer.
Guys, make sure we're in turfs.
Committed to East Carolina. So 10 pitches for each hitter. Unless you're a switch hitter, then you get 6 from each side of the plate. We've seen a surprising number of balls, I would say, leave the yard here, but these kids are bigger, stronger, faster. Starting to get into a couple there. What do you like on his swing here, if you look at the monitor, Vinny?
Yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty compact. He's able to turn it over nicely. Armstrong more of a line drives hitter than a home run hitter. And you see that there, he started finding it towards the ends of middle field fly balls.
Yeah, up to 96 on exit velocities for him there. Braden Bakes is next. From Huntley High School, Algonquin, Illinois. Far northwest suburbs of Chicago. That was pretty loud off the bat in his first swing.
Yeah, you see he loads his weight on his backside well. He's got some bat speed here.
You know, we know 95 miles an hour is the hard hit rate in the big leagues. And while we'll see some guys hit over 95, that one was probably close, 96. What do you feel like is a good, I don't know if it's an average or just kind of a good idea of, okay, this guy's hitting it hard enough now that we feel like he's going to add some strength and projection. By the way, and let me just jump to the side, this is a loud round of BP. These are some hard line drives. This is the good sound.
Yeah, and it definitely plays up in a stadium like the Trop. Just that barrel sound, but basically, if you're in the 90s, you're hitting it hard. And a lot of these guys too, again, we're talking about 16, 17, 18-year-old kids, so a ton of projection to go out, but anything over 100 and you're talking about above average for a high school kid here.
All right, this is Cal Fisher from Deerfield, Wisconsin, heading to Notre Dame.
A lot of these guys have some sort of rhythm or timing trigger. Fisher looks like he's got a little bit of hand wag going as he gets that front foot down. Could cause some timing issues, but looks like that last one was hit pretty hard and could be syncing up here. .93, 366 there. Especially with these high school kids, they're going to see a lot of fly balls to center field, pull side, opposite field that look like just routine flyouts, but almost none of these kids are at their physical peak yet, so
Yeah, I think that's what's so impressive when you get a guy that hits the ball out of the ballpark or hits a couple out of the ballpark, like we saw towards the end of batting practice yesterday. That really gets your attention in terms of what the power projection could be.
Oh, there's no question. This is where the Tampa Bay Rays play. You know, we're hitting home runs the same place Wander Franco's hitting home runs.
A.J. Garcia from Chicago here.
A little bit of a deeper load here, a little bit of a bar there with that front side. Garcia hitting some of the opposite field. There we get extended.
Want to hop against the fence.
It's a really good path here. Not too long of a swing. Pretty level through the zone with some lift through the finish.
It looked like he just needed to get synced up with his load and his forward move. Boy, that.
Yeah, we're finding it now, going both gaps. Turning it over pull side. Really good finish to that round from Garcia.
Very nicely done. Griffin Graves is next from Trinity Christian Academy in Jackson, Tennessee. He's committed to Auburn.
Graves, a primary left-handed pitcher. We'll see him pitch later on in this event, either tomorrow or Sunday. He was up to right around 90 at the WWBA in Atlanta.
Couple more here for Griffin Graves.
.92 on that one. Got some impact in his wrist, the opposite field there.
All right, Graves' round is done. This is Eric Guevara is next from Georgia Premier Academy. He also is heading to Auburn. First couple of swings, just trying to get the timing down. It's not unlike big leaguers. See them just kind of fight it the other way. I would pay money to see one of these guys just square and bunt the first two and then go from there.
You would then
it's a real round of BP, right?
At that point, you'd be paying money to watch me go have some choice words with a baseball player on the field.
Well, now I really want them to do it.
It's funny, it's a thing. We tell kids when we're here at Showcase, obviously we want to showcase all your tools. Those tools do not always include bunting sometimes, especially not when we have our cameras rolling.
Pretty consistently around 90 miles an hour, just under off the bat for Guevara.
Yeah, pretty loose and easy. Left field, right field, center field.
That's one to the pull side at 91.
Yeah, that exit velocity just sitting in that 88, 92 range, just using the whole field. A lot of line drives.
R.J. Hamilton from Hoover High School, heading to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Hamilton's athleticism.
Well, that's surprising pop for a little guy. But
oh, he's got some juice in his wrist. He's already hit a home run this summer down in West Palm Beach, I believe, but Hoover High School, big football school. I believe he played football when he was younger.
His dad actually played and coached at Alabama.
RJ's a really strong kid. He's got that power to the pull side. Probably develops a little more power as he continues to fill out and mature. See him separate.
That one pretty good. About a 370-foot shot right there.
Yeah, good round from R.J. Hamilton there. He's definitely got the pull side power that we talked about, and that's something you'll see a lot with high school kids. It's very rare to see that opposite field power. And if you do, you're talking about something, some sort of special power, I'll say.
Ryan Mooney next, 6'4", 170 pounds. Brother of Alex Mooney, who just finished his freshman year at Duke and was a Cape Cod League All-Star, the Cape All-Star game.
Yeah, I was going to say, Alex is tearing up the Cape as we speak. Ryan, pretty connected swing here, can hit it hard, just like that, when those hands fire on time.
Boy, there's a lot of projection left in him. Now, he pitches too, right?
I'm not sure on that.
Listed as that. I don't know that he's necessarily going to pitch at this event, but
What's that?
does not appear that he's on the schedule for it.
Nope.
Solid BP round for Ryan Mooney.
Yeah, split both gaps, hit some balls hard in the middle of the field. Good round of BP there.
Keelan Parnell is next. Left-handed hitter committed to Mississippi State.
Pretty simple move in here from Parnell. Keeps the hand in his back and can lift. Lift with some juice there. Warning track shot, bounced over the wall.
About 30 guys standing in the hallway.
That was struck well. A little high.
Yeah, really good round here from Parnell. Showing off the combination of not only the power to the pull side, but can hit balls to the middle of the field, split the gaps. Solid showing.
Parnell's round is done. On to Jay Tuttle. Tuttle will pitch at this event. He is uncommitted. Owasso, Michigan. Tuttle listed at 6'1", 195 pounds.
Nothing too fancy here from Tuttle. Just trying to create line drives to all fields. Tuttle also caught, I believe, during drills, which
he did.
Very rare to see the primary pitcher secondary catcher.
All right, Tuttle's round is finished. And it comes Jacob Zatella. Now, I'm interested to see his BP. It's been a pretty impressive show from him of his tools. Good footwork from the left side of the infield.
Now, Mike, we haven't had a home run yet this round, I believe. Think Zatella could give us our first?
I think he's got the strength to be able to do it.
Oh,
yep. Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's not even, I mean, that's destroyed. Halfway up the bleachers in left center. That was a no-doubter.
Yeah,
99 off the bat.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go buy some lottery tickets.
Jake Zatella.
Pretty significant bat speed here. Obviously, hugely physical. Barrel chest, strong lower half. 99.8 there on that last one.
Committed to play at Illinois.
It's a good year for Chicago.
was a good year this year in the draft with Owen Murphy and
Yep.
Schultz.
Looks like he's just over swinging just a little bit here, getting underneath it.
When you hit a ball nearly 400 feet the first time, you can be forgiven for trying to do it again, I think.
No, there's no question.
There's a bullet there.
Yeah, when he's squared up, he's leveraging out in front and really generating that power to the pull side.
That one a touch, but yeah, pretty good round there from Jacobs until we saw the tools again there. That's a guy to keep an eye on for sure as we get into the game action tomorrow.
You can see the distance on that home run he hit that got halfway up the rows out there, but the 96s, 97s, 98s, 100s, those exit velos, talk about above average power for a high school kid.
AJ Goitia.
Goitia, another hit over power guy, I would say at this point. There's obviously a ton of projection. He's a strong kid, but the approaching game is typically line drive oriented, as he's showing here, going right back up the middle.
Yeah, the swing's not really geared for a ton of power, it doesn't seem like. It looks like it's hard contact is what he's looking at.
Yeah, it's definitely more gap to gap. Use the middle of the field. Pretty direct swing here. Not a huge load or big arm bar separation, anything like that.
Committed to Miami. Finishes his round. And up next is Andrew Lamb, the catcher.
Got about three more guys. Royal hitter, lowest to highest. Switch hitters to be 6 to 6.
Lamb, left-handed hitter, committed to USC.
Lowest number to highest, make sure you got a helmet.
Good look at him here. That center field camera shot.
Yeah, finishes up through the ball there with some lift from the left side.
That one hard. Another one right back at the screen.
Definitely see the whip in his hands there. Swinging it hard.
Stung to the middle.
Use both half the field. Like I said, he's got whip, he's got bat speed. A lot of things to like.
Hey, what numbers are the catchers for red?
Miller Green is next, as you mentioned a couple times. Good two-way prospect.
Yeah, I think we might be able to see a couple home runs here from Miller should it get extended. Talk about those long limbs, create a lot of leverage out in front.
Lipscomb Academy
Night.
in Nashville. He's committed to Georgia Tech. Well, that was loud.
Yeah, he definitely hits balls hard and far.
A lot of hang time on him.
Yeah,
He's been hitting. That's the deepest part of right center.
Lots of backspin, lots of carry. None of these balls have gotten out, but again, for a big lanky guy like Miller.
It's still pretty easy, it looks like, too.
Yeah, really smooth uphill swing. Definitely geared towards that fly ball backspin approach.
That one's got a chance. Off the wall.
All those balls you saw hit are going to be long, long home runs by the time Miller's matured.
I mean, that's a lot of 95 miles an hour off the bat from him. You know, we're fortunate to have the exit velocities on the screen now, and boy, that's pretty impressive. Here is Edward Phelps III.
Big physical corner infielder here. Creates a lot of bat speed. See, that ball's just jumping off the bat.
That's jumping to the deepest part of the park.
99, 390 on that.
That one's going to go.
Woo.
That one might too. No, it just didn't have quite enough backspin on it.
Another guy, 94, 95, 99, 96, 102.
Yeah.
Woo.
Nice block.
Ranking 12th in the class.
If you can hit the ball far, or excuse me, if you can hit the ball hard,
Wow.
a lot of time you can hit the ball far. Phelps just all over the barrel here.
That fly out, the second to last swing, was 399 feet and just under 100 miles an hour off the bat. And again, he's, what, 17 years old? Zion Rose stands in.
Believe.
I really like Zion Rose's game. I'm a big fan of this guy.
Yeah, Trey Phelps just turned 18.
18 in June.
Zion showing some power, 97, 92.
He had a triple in the PDP All-Star game.
Really good bat speed, really direct swing here. He's just throwing his hands and letting the bat speed take hold. Does a good job getting out in front of the plate, trying to create that leverage, that front side. Really consistent around there. Lots of 94s, 95s, well struck. Pretty good showing.
Rose's round is over, and that will mean Jacob Brown stands in. Jacob Brown from Ann Arbor, Michigan, the home of the University of Michigan.
You see him create that separation with his hands in the load. Gets him back there and just uncoils wires.
That was 102.
Ooh, that was a missile.
I mean, those are line drives with carry that he was hitting to left field.
Brown at 6'3", 190. Looks a little longer than that because he's just separating and creating a ton of leverage out in front. Really letting his body provide most of that power. Another 100+ exit velocity. Oh.
At the foul pole. Loud round for Jacob Brown. Wow.
You know, loud was exactly the word I was thinking. Nearly everything 95+ off the bat. 101, 102. Really repeated well, too, especially with that bigger load.
17 years old, turns 18 in October. Does Jacob Brown. As here's Logan Hughes, first baseman Stetson commit from DeLand, Florida. Here's the last hitter, I believe, for Team Red. Skied that one to right. Missed one, hit 85 miles an hour. You can tell there's some raw power in there from Hughes. As the red team is done, and now on to Team Royal Blue with Ariel Antigua. 5'8", 180-pound right-handed hitting infielder will get things started. Trinity Christian Academy, Lake Worth, Florida, I believe right outside of Orlando?
Jacksonville.
Orlando? Jacksonville. No, Lake Worth is Orlando, isn't it?
Yeah, I apologize. Can't even know my backyard right.
You lost your Florida man privileges with that one?
Yeah, I'll probably just have to go ransack a Publix or something to earn those back.
None of us were right, by the way. Lake Worth is near West Palm. Back to Florida geography class for us. Ariel Antigua.
Yeah, Antigua's a guy who's got a really unique setup at the plate, but it's always seemed to hit. Hit like that, too.
Found the seats.
He's got that real narrow spread start, but he's on time with that foot. He really explodes onto the baseball.
Now, you've seen Antigua quite a bit. Is the setup as pronounced in game as it is here? The narrow base?
Yeah, that's his game setup, but his PG career batting average has always been very high. He's always been a really strong hit collector and a guy that hits a lot of doubles, triples. Like he even showed you there down the line, he can get into a ball pull side.
Nathaniel Coupe from North Broward Prep is next. It's in Point Beach, which isn't far from Lake Worth. I know that just looking at the map. Come on, Florida. You're supposed to help me out on these things.
Coupe just a little bit early here. He's definitely got a lot of intent behind that swing. Aggressive approach. Big leg kick, big hip rotation. Can lead to some timing issues. Getting a little underneath it, but when he squares it up, balls go approximately that far. 102.5, 391 on that home run. Another 100+ exit there.
And that one, I think, is going to get out,
Yeah,
too.
self-timed up, big fella.
98 miles an hour off the bat, 370 feet to left. There's Andrew Duncan, the two-way. A3 Academy in Dunedin, Florida. Committed to Florida State. I've been told by the legendary scout Tim Wilkin that Dunedin, Florida is actually the capital of the U.S. I don't believe him.
Might be the happiest place on earth.
Well, only when Wilk's out of town. Just in case he's listening.
Duncan's got some big bat speed. Really getting it through quickly, and that ball's just scorching off the bat.
Yeah, that first one to center field was a big league high fade. That's wish you could hit a tee shot like that.
It's a direct hand path there, that middle of the field oriented swing. More of a strength approach, allows him to hit it hard to both gaps.
Top exit velocity for him right now, which is 95.6. Speaking to that strength. And that's 10 swings for Jason Janesco. Now here's Antonio Jimenez, who, if you're just tuning in earlier, threw a ball across the infield at 100 miles an hour. Jimenez from Archbishop McCarthy.
Yeah, Jimenez is a prospect that has had a really good start to his summer. Obviously, the defensive skills being well known, but he's a switch hitter. Pretty good swing from both sides of the plate, too. Lots of loft here from the left side, good balance. He's the guy that's really impressed scouts in the early goings here.
I have a feeling, based on today's look, that he's going to move up on that PG Top 500 list. More at 90. And now from the right side.
Obviously, the athletic tools are impressive, but it's also impressive that he can maintain that swing from both sides of the plate.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't look like his left or right-handed swing is significantly different, at least in terms of the quality of it.
Now everything's been right around 90 miles an hour off the bat, a little bit higher.
That one's going to be a little higher, I have a feeling.
Yeah, 96 there. A little bit more power, a little bit more strength from that right side of the plate. Which you'll see a lot of the times with right-handed throwers.
So that could just be the development, too, if he was a natural right-handed hitter and just learning the left, too. But that was a pretty impressive left-handed round, I would say. That's been a heck of a day for him so far. This is Jake Kulikowski from Tampa Jesuit. 6 foot, 185-pound left-handed hitter.
A lot of well-hit fly balls in the middle of the field there.
Kulikowski in the top 100 here on the PG 2023 list. Prep players.
That's 4 or 5 balls. Right there to that warning track part of center field there.
Here's George Lombard, as he told you earlier, the son of the Tigers bench coach. Shortstop committed to Vanderbilt. Tigers got their second half underway yesterday with a doubleheader split into Oakland.
Loads of loud contact here from Lombard. Really good bat speed, finishes up through the ball.
A lot of line drives. That was a loud line drive there. Nearly 98 off the bat. Good round for George Lombard.
A really consistent swing from Lombard there. Like you noted, a ton of pull side line drives.
Kevin McGonigal stands in. 5'11", 185-pound left-handed hitter nicknamed Magoo. I think he should just go by Magoo. Magoo McGonigal. That's some real old-school baseball vibes to it.
Yeah, speaking of old school baseball vibes, you know the mantra hitters hit, Mike?
Yes.
It's what Kevin McGonigal does. Just finds the barrel and finds the hole, doubles, singles, triples, even home runs.
A lot of line drives from McGonigal.
Using all parts of the field at 90-plus exits.
Head out on that one.
99 there on that last liner. Really good round there from McGonigal. Consistent swing, didn't try to change it or sell out for power.
Here's Arjun Nimala. Another
This-
one of the top 20 players in the class.
This could be quite loud, Mike.
His first ball off the bat was 100 miles an hour.
Very casual.
Ooh,
There we go.
yeah, that was loud.
That's the light tower power.
Over the entrance to the concourse. 420. 105 off the bat. .420-foot home run BP for him. Wow, that one's crushed to center. It's going to be close to 400, 393, and that one at 103 miles an hour. But you weren't kidding. That is, and it didn't seem like he was really selling out all that much. for
Real
it either.
effortless power from Arjun. That ball just explodes off the barrel.
He's a tremendous athlete. Troy Reeder next. Berkeley Prep in Tampa. Going to Notre Dame. Notre Dame, second College World Series in school history, first in 20 years.
Reeder, a really well-rounded backstop, solid defender with a good arm. Power-oriented approach. You see a lot of fly balls here, middle field. Got strength in those wrists.
That'll be it for Reeder. Steven Spalita is next. Spalita from Mandeville, Louisiana. He is uncommitted. Ooh. That's a pretty good first swing.
Always like those left-handed hitting catchers, right, Mike?
Can always find work.
Split are pretty consistent right now. Some length there, but able to elevate, get out in front.
Yeah, you really get the sense that there's more in there.
Yeah, lots of projection in that frame. Some explosiveness to the finish. Most of this hard contact's been above 90 miles an hour on the exit.
Leader with a good round, solid round. Up next, Bradley Link. Link's done it all so far today. He is expected to pitch on Sunday.
Yeah, expected to pitch Sunday, but Link's another two-way contributor. Obviously, saw the arm during shortstop drills. I think he was 93 or 94 across. Got some whip to the hands there, some projectable power.
And Link getting into that last swing. Pretty good one. Nice finish for Bradley Link. Now Blake Brookins is next. Outfielder committed to Florida.
Does a good job controlling those levers, those levers. Getting out in front, the barrel.
A lot of 90 miles an hour off the bat so far.
Yeah, and that path allows him to use all fields pretty easily.
He got into that one.
And with that 6.5 frame, it's real easy to see the power there long term, power projection.
I mean, if at his age, he's consistently hitting a number of these balls 345, 350 feet. Imagine what happens in 3 or 4 years. Wow.
Oh, there's no doubt. Buckle up, Mike.
Daniel Cuvée. Is this your pick to click here?
Well, I don't know if anyone's going to hit a ball as hard or as far as Arjun did earlier, but Cuvé's got some.
Well, that was pretty
ammo
loud.
juice.
That was a pretty good one. Line drive, 101. That one might go further. It will. Wow. 412, 102 off the bat.
Let's see for like it's good. I got my dad.
Came awfully close to meeting what Nimala did, but well, that went to center. Does it have enough?
Did he?
A one hop against the fence. Wow. The projected distance on that was 413 at 102 miles an hour.
We were just talking the other day down on the field if we can remember anybody in PG National history going out to center, and that's got to be one of the closer ones I've seen.
That one nearly knocked down the fence. 104 miles an hour off the bat. Yeah, that one is out of here. 386. That wasn't even his hardest hit one of the day. That was one of the most impressive. Wow, what a round of BP from Daniel Cuvée from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Tremendous.
Yeah, between Cuvée and Namala, we've seen some pretty big power. A couple of those balls look like they almost got back across the bridge of Tampa.
Why would you ever want to leave St. Pete? James Hankerson stands in. He's a switch hitter. He's from Tampa, Berkeley Prep. 6'3", 235 pounds, sir.
No, you're good. Big Hank over here. Another guy with some big power potential. Left and right side. Left-handed got a little bit more pull side. Juice you see here from the right, more middle of the field focused.
I get a chance to look at him left-handed here. Imagine being a power hitter coming up right after Cuvé's round and then thinking you have to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, well, Hankerson's still finding some pretty hard hit balls here. A lot of 90 plus, 98.9 on that.
That one was clubbed to center. 94 off the bat.
And a no batting gloves guy, too. Don't see many of those these days.
That's a guy that usually says you're hitterish, right? Colton Hartman from Lebanon, Ohio. Hartman 6'3", 215 pounds.
Hartman with an easy swing here. Lifting up to finish here. Try to get it elevated. Another guy who's a primary left-handed arm that we'll be seeing later on in the week. There's something about the Dome, about this type of big league ballpark, that when the guys are hitting the ball really hard on the barrel, it sounds almost poetic.
The echo?
Yeah.
Now, what kind of poem do you think it is? Are you like a limerick guy, or do you prefer a little freeform verse?
I've definitely never been a big rules follower, so I don't think limerick would work for me.
This is Max Stagg from Australia. He is an international free agent.
Good tools during the workout. Strong looking kid, obviously.
Line drive at just under 91.
Stagg looks like he's just a little bit off with the timing. Straighten that one out.
That one's pretty well struck.
There's definitely some impact there on the right-handed swing.
I'm excited to see more of him in the game action tomorrow and Sunday. Here is Robert Rodriguez. Florida International. Doral, Florida.
Pretty compact stroke here. Gets the hands through on time. Helping his catcher out there.
There you go.
A little sportsmanship.
Teamwork makes the dream work. He is the last hitter on the Royal squad. Then 2 teams left, gold and white.
Yeah, Rodriguez, another guy here who's not trying to do too much. Use the whole field, spray line drives. Showed you the power a little bit on some fly balls to center, like that one there too. Pretty consistently 90 plus there in terms of exit.
All right.
Consistent round there.
Robert Rodriguez is done, and we are on to the gold squad. Couple of quick adjustments. As everybody will pick up baseballs and get the gold team into the cage here in just a couple of moments. So we'll start with Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. We're glad to have you with us from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. Day 3 of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Our final couple of groups for batting practice. The showcases, and then everything tomorrow and Sunday games. 4 games tomorrow on perfectgame.tv, featuring 8 of the teams. And then Sunday, the 4 squads that you've been watching work out today will play their final games before they head off for the rest of a busy summer. Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera, 251st in this class.
Yeah, tomorrow's the 4-game day where we'll say goodbye to Group 2 and finish off Group 3 here on Sunday.
And then a quick breather for about 4 or 5 days, and the rest of the showcase circuit with East Coast Pro and area codes right after that. And it is a busy summer for these kids, and of course, a Perfect Game All-American Classic last Sunday in August at beautiful Chase Field in Phoenix. Already asked them to have the air conditioning on extra low for you, Vin.
You know exactly how I like it, Mike.
All right, that's it for Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. This is Adrian Padro. He's listed at 5'10", 149 pounds.
A lot of middle field barrels here. Turning it over to pull there. Getting the hands extended, that barrel head out. Got a big leg kick, but he's timed up pretty well with it. Uses it to anchor that front side and create some carry there to both sides of the field.
It's a little Alfonso Soriano-esque in both the leg raise and also, Soriano obviously got bigger towards the end of his career, but physically there's some similarities, I think.
Yeah, that
very
path.
young, yep.
I definitely see what you're talking about there.
There's definitely a chance for more power in there with that. That was a pretty good round of batting practice.
Really consistent swing. Barreled it up to pretty much all parts of the field. Like you said, a lot of room there to project as well.
You know, with that leg raise, you always worry about timing, and he was just on everything, it seemed like, for the most part. This is Victor Cartagena, 6'2", 190-pound, uncommitted. Shortstop.
.95 on that last one. Definitely some big bat speed here from Cartagena. Big physical kid too.
hits it out front. He really hits it hard.
Yeah, it's about getting those hands extended for Victor here. .97.8 on that last one.
A lot of 90-mile-an-hours off the bat, as you mentioned. Here's Jorge Gonzalez-Febo. Febo committed to Bethune-Cookman.
Red team, you get 1 o'clock tomorrow for your back in baseball card signing at the lead stand.
Yeah, he gets those hands out in front of the plate nicely. Look at it impacting it into the air.
So you're 1 o'clock tomorrow to do that. Take a little time to get your gear back into baseball card stuff. All right?
Couple miss hits, take a second to regroup. He's had a couple 90-plus exits already.
Back to back over 90.
Best contact here coming the center field in that pull side gap. Yeah, won't let him end on a whiff there. There you go.
96 on that one on the ground, but solid round for Gonzalez-Febo. Up next is Yandaniel Gonzalez, 5'11", 165-pound catcher. He also is uncommitted.
Real pretty swing here. Real smooth with the hands. Try to get those hips into it there with the lower half, the big leg kick. A lot of the guys, that big leg kick works as a kind of catalyst or a starter for that lower half, really trying to get it moving towards the pitcher's mound. You can tell that's what he's trying to do, trying to get that impact into the pull side.
Pretty well impacted.
Yeah, good looking swing with power projection there. Gonzalez, another guy here this week that's still 16 years old, so still a ton of room left in that body and physical timeline to really develop.
You know what I liked was there was one pitch, the one that he kind of hit down the right field line, where he was able to pull his hands in and didn't get jammed and hit it to the pull side, but got enough of the barrel on it that it wasn't a broken bat or something. There was a little bit of ability to get inside that pitch that I thought was pretty impressive. You don't see that with a lot of young guys.
No, it's definitely a skill, and that hand-eye coordination, barrel accuracy there really shows out.
John Lopez next, also from Puerto Rico.
This has been your guy throughout workouts.
That's been my guy. Look at him just lining balls all over the place. Drew Stubbs starter kit here.
Seen him play in a lot of tournaments, and this is what John Lopez does. He lines it all over the field. He plays everywhere on the diamond. High motor, high level athlete.
Not Drew Stubbs, I mean Garrett Stubbs. That's what I meant. Drew Stubbs, definitely not the Drew Stubbs starter kit. Drew Stubbs is huge.
I was going to say, Drew Stubbs probably got about a foot on John Lopez here.
Garrett Stubbs. That's what I was going for. Former USC, current Phillies. Back up.
Lopez just all over the barrel right now. Liners up the middle, liners to pull. Got a little under that last one there, but really showing his skill set and what he can do with the bat in his hands. Solid round.
Yeah, line drive hitter with, there's a chance for some gap-to-gap power there too. Nice round. Adrian Lopez Diepa is next. He's another uncommitted student. Diepa with just about everything to the off field and center. There we go. Line drive to left.
Yeah, an underrated aspect of the BP round obviously is there's not a ton of familiarity with all the BP throwers we have now. All the BP throwers we have are some of the best BP throwers we think in the country, but want to get that feel, that timing. Could take a couple swings to get there first.
No, it's in the middle of being interviewed. Kevin McGonigal just barehanded that foul ball down in the right field bullpen. Protecting Danny Wexelman and her crew. That's a
talk about
big
leverage
swing.
here.
Yeah, no kidding. This is Yahil Melendez.
Just that elasticity from those hands, those hips.
He's committed to Rice.
Long fly balls here. Only listed 6'2", 175, but I gotta tell you, he looks a little thinner than that. Just tons of room there on that high-waisted build. Another guy 16 and 10 months old currently.
Boy, he just really can drop the head of the bat on it, can't he? It's just pretty effortless. There's a lot to like there with Yahil Melendez.
Yeah, when you talk about components, as far as building blocks here for the future, lots to like.
Up next, Darnell W. Parker Jr. from IMG Academy. His home is in Carrollton, Virginia. He's going to go all the way across the country to play at Washington State.
I hear it's beautiful this time of year out in Pullman.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Parker took definitely one of the more polished rounds of infield earlier, and he's showing that polish again with the hand eye here, just uncoiling on time with that lower half, those hips, and rocketing something to the pull side. 96 exit.
Brian Green, the head coach at Washington State, was at New Mexico State before. Really good coach and trying to build a strong program there at Wazoo.
So they haven't been afraid to get into Florida recently. Talk about guys like Highland Hall last year.
But has quick hands.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistently above 96 with some of his best ones here. The guy was only going to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it looks like Wazoo's got a good one. Uriel Pastrana is next. So back in 2017, Pastrana won the Puerto Rican division of the Run, Hit, and Pitch contest. Went to the All-Star game to participate. So he's been involved in like high-level baseball for a while.
Tell you what, he'd certainly be in the conversation if they still had that at this age. 6'4", 60. Some 90-plus exits here. swing that looks like he's able to repeat. He's got kind of that inward toe tap into the stride. Really get the timing down. One of those things that front foot hits the inside, you know, telling your hands to go. Timing mechanisms. A lot of different ways to get your momentum moving and to frankly hit. Not one way works for everybody. That's what I think we're learning slowly and slowly.
Individualized work is important. That there's no one-size-fits-all swing, and that's you see colleges and pro really work hard to try and individualize development plans. It's a major change. It's Tommy Turner, Coventry, Rhode Island.
Tommy with some impact early on. You see a 97 exit there. Short little drive from Rhode Island to Connecticut.
There's a short little drive from Rhode Island to any place else in the Northeast. It's a very small state. Huskies with a terrific season, doing it without their best player, really, in Reggie Crawford. One win away from Omaha.
How the job they've done the last couple of years. Terrific. Henders and company.
Jim Penders is a terrific coach. Really have done a great job at UConn.
And it's shown up on the recruiting trail, too.
It's like UConn on the East Coast and Gonzaga on the West Coast. It's Jaden Bastian.
Oh, welcome to batting practice, Jaden.
No kidding. Well, get us out of this discussion, start talking about Jacksonville. Bastian is committed.
You can even see on the, even from the video screen, those hands are fast.
Jacksonville's had some sluggers come through there. I think about Adam Brett Walker.
Oh, yeah.
Currently playing in Japan. Had some huge, huge power.
You see from Bastian, really, when he gets that front foot down, he breaks that front side hard and really gets it into his backside and create that power.
Here's some oohs and ahs from people, and that ball goes up in the air.
I was going to say the fans and the fellow hitters down there are starting to chirp a little bit.
Yeah, that was a really nice round of batting practice from Bastian. There's Kyle Johnson from Leesburg, Virginia.
Johnson's another switch hitter. Had I think 3 home runs during the World Wood Bat with the Dirtbags last week. Definitely can go out to the park.
One more swing, I think, right-handed here, and then he'll switch sides. Not only going to hit right-handed.
He's a right-left.
Oh, so he's a bat right, throw left. Don't see many of those. That was a deep drive.
Yeah.
400 feet estimated distance on that one.
Yeah, some pretty impressive raw power there from Kyle. Good round.
Boston Flannery is next, 6'4", 200 pounds from New City, New York. Flannery says his cousin is Mason Williams. Defense Organization most recently.
Yeah, there's no question. Flannery's been around the game a lot for an amateur prospect. 6'4", 220, and you're seeing that impact strength he's got. Real simple and strong swing here by Flannery. Just trying to turn the barrel over to pull. Let that 6'4", 220 frame do a lot of the work. See these last couple, he's trying to swing a little bit harder, leverage a little more.
He managed to leverage that one out of the ballpark. 95 off the bat, 375 on the distance. Here comes Landon O'Donnell. Bradenton, Florida. He attends Inspiration Academy.
O'Donnell's got a pretty good combination of strength and athleticism. Allows for some pretty good power. Seen balls carried in the middle of the field here. Good exit velos.
O'Donnell, 6'4", 210 pounds. He's trying to go out to center. That's
it's very ambitious of him.
Those are some, I mean, long drives, almost 390 feet. That one's got a chance. A little too much top spin on it, but that one at 98 off the bat for his last swing. Pretty good. That was some impressive contact from Landon O'Donnell. Now, Samuel Parker. Going to Georgia State. We saw him take infield. And yes, his first swing goes. No. That's why he plays first base. It's got the power. 102 off the bat on that ground ball. Ooh, and that nearly got out of here.
And what jumps out to me about this is it's a pretty low effort swing, all things considered. Obviously, it's a fast bat. 103.5 on one of those. Wow. It's a good sequence.
What's our fastest in this? 104.2, right? Is that the
I believe
104.5?
104.5. Yeah.
104.5. It's another one, nearly 103.
I'll find out in a second.
Sure, that's probably, yeah. Talking about 4 or 5 exit velos
David, how
over
you
102 here. That's
Even that foul ball to end it was almost 101 miles an hour.
Yeah, to use a scouting term you may or may not be familiar with, that's some stupid juice.
Sign me up for Samuel Parker. Give me some of that. Sebastian Pizzicato, the pit commit. TNXL Academy. Yep. Went to TNXL Academy, left his family at 17 to go do that. He was very, very nervous. He said he was grateful to his coaches, his teammates, everyone there, and to Frontier Airlines for having cheap flights back to Trenton, New Jersey. Pretty good sense of humor for him.
Yeah, TNXL's over in the Orlando area down in Florida.
That's nowhere near Lake Worth, right?
No, as we've discovered. Slowly earning my Florida stripes back.
Yeah.
But a number of 90-plus exits for Sebastian there. Obviously a physical backstop. Not hard to see a power-hitting physical approach there from the catcher.
Justin Torres Soto is next, 6'4", 200 pounds, uncommitted.
Yeah, you want to talk about bodies and projection. I mean, 6'4", 200. Jersey looks big on him. There's obviously a ton of room there. Fill out and add strength. Already some multiple 100+ exits there to the pull side.
Well, you just look at how much he could still fill out.
It's impressive is the body control. That leg's getting up over the belt. He's still smoking some balls.
Well, it's not like doesn't look like he's getting off balance either.
No.
Almost back legging it like it. That's gonna be close to 400 feet on that one. 383. These are like 7-second pop-ups too. That one's tagged to center. That was the of a man that just found truth. Justin Torres Soto.
Talk about substantial power projection.
Yeah, Vinny dreaming of the projection there. So
just had a vision of 4 years from now when he's in a major league ballpark again.
Justin Torres Soto from Puerto Rico. And our last hitter in this group. This is Jaretta Bonet.
Going first.
Also from Puerto Rico.
Going first.
As you mentioned, he's going to pitch here, right?
Yes, I believe so. Physical righty. Right-handed thrower, left-handed hitter.
Doesn't turn 17 until next month.
Some more hard contact, some more well-struck fly balls here. So you really rotate those hips well and get those hands out and extended. Full side heavy approach, but a guy that definitely has the power to do that.
That one's gonna get into the second row. 374 on the distance, 94 off the bat for Bonet. Jaretta Bonet. Final hitter for Team Gold. All right, we're into our final team of hitters here from the third day in the final workout group for the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. We will start with Anthony Belisario. At St. Joseph by the Sea High School in Staten Island. He's uncommitted. He's had a pretty solid day so far. Excuse me, he's not committed to Coastal Carolina. I apologize.
The tools have been good, like you mentioned. 6'6" runner, 93 from the outfield, 90 from the infield. Really athletic kid. You can see that in the swing too. It's simple, it's repeatable.
It's bad.
It's that barrel extended through contact.
Lots of red.
Not trying to do too much, just work all fields here. Seems so right around the upper 80s. Exit velocity too.
Belisario's round is finished. And this is Hunter Backstrom from Jay Serra. Just talking a little bit about some of the people who influenced him in his career, and get some good instruction from Kenny Lofton.
Guy who probably knows a thing or two about playing baseball.
Hitting in the leadoff spot.
Well, you got that 6'3", 6'4" speed.
And Backstrom not trying to do too much with everything, just showing you want to hit the ball hard to the off field towards the middle if you're a guy that can run too.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that wrapped start with the hands in the back there, allowing that swing to play more towards that left center gap, which I think is probably his speed alley. If I would have to guess.
I wonder if Lofton gave him any tips on being a point guard too. Point guard at University of Arizona. A little power there from Backstrom too. Oh, well.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to use the whole field. I'm going to show you the left center approach, and then I'm just going to have to unload on one just to finish it off.
Hit 1-360. Nicely done, Mr. Backstrom.
Little exclamation point to end it.
Boston Barrow next. Capistrano Valley High School. He's committed to UCLA.
Another super projectable athlete here. Clean left-handed stroke with some lift and loft to the plane. Something about those Southern California left-handed hitting shortstops people seem to like.
Play a lot of baseball, super competitive. Find left-handed hitters at positions that maybe you don't traditionally find them at.
Yeah, good amount of middle of the field fly balls here from Barrow. I said 6'1", 175. I think there's some pretty substantial physical projections still to dream on here.
Last one at nearly 95. That was his hardest hit ball of the round. Dondrion Kennedy next, 5'10", 190-pound shortstop from Benbrook High School in Fort Worth. That's in Texas. It's not near Orlando either.
You thought my Florida geography was bad. Let me tell you about my Texas geography.
I can tell you with 100% certainty that Fort Worth is next to Dallas.
Pretty fast hands here for Kennedy. He's obviously athletic, 6'3", 8, 60-yard dash. Create some jump there to the pull side. The one hop, the wall ground rule double.
That one pretty well. Kept carrying off the wall. 395 on that one. Hit it 98.
Hardest one of the round there.
Had a couple of the pull side that he was trying to get into it and showed some power. All right, next is Walker Martin from Eaton, Colorado. Eaton High, as we mentioned earlier, back-to-back 3A state championships in Colorado.
Yeah, I got a chance to see Martin last week over in Atlanta. Got a pretty left-handed swing. Lots of room to fill out here on the frame, too. It's that relaxed stance with the bat head and the shoulder. Fires it pretty quickly through the zone. Some 96s, 98s in terms of exit velocity already.
Here, I thought all the thunder was going to be limited to indoors, but apparently it's outside the ballpark, too. I don't know about you, but I just had flashbacks to Fort Myers.
Whew.
Lovely city, beautiful place to be. little more rain interrupting PG National there than we've had here.
Oh, it looks like it's coming down outside on that dome. Thankfully, we're in the dome at the Trop.
This is LJ Mercurius. Mercurius. Get to participate in the Breakthrough Series and the Hank Aaron Invitational. Finds seats at that swing.
Yeah, I got a chance to see Mercurius pitch last fall for the Breakthrough Series down in Fort Myers. We'll probably see him pitch later this week. Been up to 92 in the past. Showing some bat speed here too from the right side. Some impact potential there to the pull side. 99 exit, just the one before. Yeah.
Yeah, Curious getting into that one too, off the wall. Nice round.
Swing. Bat speed and the strength of the pull side obviously on display there.
Here's Jackson Willits. Willits switch hitter.
See, I got the switch hitter wrong last time. I was afraid to make that claim again, but
this time I can tell you with certainty that Jackson Willits is a switch hitter.
Yeah, Willits a really physical kid. Compact swing. A lot of that power upside comes from his strength here. Amount of line drives.
Well, if you're going to commit to Oklahoma, you have to hit, you're going to have to run. Because that is as dynamic an offense at any level as you will see in the country. They like to play fast and aggressive. And Jackson Willits had a big reason why they adopted that as the hitting guru. Reggie joined their staff last year.
Willits too showing a pretty similar swing for both sides of the plate here. Once those hands get extended, loose and free. Easy to project out a hit tool here given the ease of operation.
Caleb Hampton is next. Baylor High School in Ooltewah, Tennessee. 5'10", 195 pounds.
Replenish some baseballs here.
Hampton, an outfielder primarily.
Yeah, really physical kid. Easy bat speed there from the right side. The combination of physicality and athleticism. 6'5", 060, and some long fly balls here. Just kind of keep that weight on the backside and getting it through the finish.
It's such a, it does not seem like it's a very steep swing at all. It seems very flat, that there could be more power in there too.
Yeah, he keeps that in the hitting zone a long time.
Sebastian David next. You know, Washington, committed to Stanford. Cardinal back-to-back College World Series participants.
Yeah, real projectable kid. Already hit a number of center field fly balls there. Some good backspin and carry. A lot of those going to turn into probably some pretty significant power as he fills out.
All right, Sebastian David's round is done. As the Thunder continues outside Tropicana Field. Wow. Whew. First swing. Wow. Alfonso Rosario. He is committed to Chipola.
That just hit the catwalk?
Came close. 419 feet on that home run that he hit.
106 exit velocity? Jeez.
My word. Rosario threw really hard in outfield drills, too. He had good run times as well. Holy cow. That one cleared the stands. It's onto the concourse in left. I mean, this is like watching a big league home run derby almost. Holy Toledo, that one is just destroyed.
I mean,
103 and a half.
At a loss for words right now. That was pretty explosive.
Alfonso Rosario from P27 Academy, Newark, New Jersey native. Man alive. It's Anthony Huezo. I mean, every once in a while at these events, you feel like you witnessed something special. And, like, I cannot wait to see how he performs in games because those tools are incredible.
Oh, there's no question. You're talking about top of the scale exit velos as Huezo.
I mean, that's almost like 70 present raw power? 60 at least,
I mean,
right? Like for a high school kid?
The only guy I can think of that's come close to make the Trop look that small before is Elijah Green. So Huezo goes way out to right field.
Huezo 391.
Really good swings here from Huezo, getting extended, leveraging that front side. I feel like I just chugged the coffee, Mike.
I don't know if he was channeling the power of the storm outside or what, but man, that was electric. Still buzzing from Alfonso Rosario's round. Nigel Buckley next. Uncommitted. J. Serra High School catcher from Los Angeles. Got a replenishment of baseballs here. Alfonso Rosario was unranked coming into this event. So he just got everybody's attention. Incredible. 6'7", 660, 101 miles an hour from the outfield. And now some of the loudest contact we've seen all day. Here's Boots Landry.
Texting with some of our scouts down there on the field right now about Rosario's round. A lot of expletives being thrown around in the group chat.
I'm not surprised. I'm sure there were a lot of wows from the scouts watching it too.
Boots going out to right field there, either that or just the top of the fence there.
He's hitting the ball hard. That one's got a chance to actually get out of here. And just off the wall.
Was never good at reading fly balls.
One more biscuit for breakfast, I think, is the way you would say if it had one more. What I like is that he seems to have that ability in Landry that he can really backspin that ball, and when he adds a little bit more strength, and he's a big dude. I mean, Landry's 6'3", 205, but as he kind of grows into it and refines that swing, I really think you're going to see those balls take off, and it's going to be like the ones that go up the elevator chute. Like that's, that's got a chance to be really, really powerful hitter.
He's got that swing where the angle that he hits he impacts the ball at really generates that backspin that you're talking about. He's going to be able to hit some prodigious home runs at the next level.
Derek Mitchell is next. Committed to LSU. A lot of athletes in Mitchell's family. A lot of some NFL players. He's cousins with both Mo Vaughn and Greg Vaughn. Just a ton of athletic background with Derek Mitchell. From Plano, Texas. I would say if you could have Mo Vaughn and Greg Vaughn as a resource when you're a 6'3", 200-pound switch-hitting outfielder, I would think that you can get some pretty good advice from those two.
Yeah, I would definitely be using those resources to my advantage. Mitchell, you see those big, broad shoulders, big physical frame, lots of room to project out here. Hitting some fly balls, deep parts of the park.
Seems like a little bit more consistent from the left side than the right now, but
yeah, he has synced that one up. It's about consistency from a lot of these switch hitters.
I have to think too, for a lot of guys, as soon as you're switching from left to right like that, I mean, if you could take 20 seconds in between, right, to take a deep breath and rethink it, that there might be a little bit different results when you move side to side. That's a quick process for anybody, let alone a
absolutely. Absolutely. You know, a lot of the switch hitter in a game, right? It's either going to be a pitching change or you know what kind of arm you're facing.
Here's Fridge Shelton. Easton Shelton's nickname, Fridge.
What nickname are you more partial to, Fridge Shelton or Magoo McGonigal?
I think Magoo McGonigal really...
Magoo's pretty good.
Magoo McGonigal is the kind of name that you write songs about, you know? Like that's a... What did we have yesterday? We had a Bing Bing. Yeah, Trenton Lyon's nickname is Bing Bing. But Fridge is a pretty good one. I mean, it's... He looks like he's strong enough. He might be the entire appliance store. Like he's... He runs into him. I think they stay hit.
A lot of these balls with a lot of backspin, a lot of carry at like 93, 95 exit velos, 97 on that last one. At his physical maturity, he's going to hit some long fly balls for home runs.
Those not the last swing, but the two before that he hit to left center field were really, really impressive. Good swings from him. Here's Carson Tinney. Tinney committed to Notre Dame from Castle Pines, Colorado.
Well, with the amount of home runs we've seen, you know, lose some balls here and there. Got to make sure we're stocked up as we finish out this final round. Oh yeah, well struck fly ball there. Good,
Very good.
good sequence there with the swing.
A chance to reset with the new baseballs coming in. Timmy's listed at 6'3", 200 pounds.
He's got a little hitch there with the back arm and the back leg. Just kind of start that back hip as you shift your weight forward. Really impacts it nicely there. Multiple 90 pluses here from Tinney.
It's a quick transfer, but you can see that with a little bit of an adjustment, maybe even in the lower half, that there could be more there too. But
Oh, definitely.
my guess is that he's a guy that tries to stay on pitches pretty well, and
Yeah,
certainly strong.
Feels like it's going to translate well in game.
Yep. That's an ACC bat for sure. And the final choice here, the final hitter today, Ty Wade from Texarkana, Arkansas, 6'2", 215 pounds, committed to Arkansas. Really hit the first one out.
Arkansas High School, Arkansas commit.
Texarkana, Arkansas is his hometown.
Got the Arkansas helmet on. Something tells me he bleeds Razorback.
Well, if DVH is watching, he's going to be pretty happy with what he sees, I think.
98 exit on that last fly ball. Like a ton of strength and physicality here from Wade. Oh.
That one's crushed.
Yeah, he's hitting some balls firmly.
98.
There to that left center gap, that deep part of the park.
92, and that is it for Ty Wade. Ty Wade, the final hitter of the day, and the showcase workout portion of the Perfect Game National Showcase is now concluded for today. And really the big story, Vinny, Alfonso Rosario with an unbelievable power display.
Unbelievable power basically in all facets of the game. Supremely physical, 101 miles an hour from the outfield. 106 mile an hour exit velocity multiple times. The furthest balls we've seen out of any group, out of any PG National, frankly, that I can remember.
Impressive BP, impressive workouts all around for these student athletes. And coming up tomorrow morning, our coverage, a full day of game action here on Perfect Game TV. First pitch will be at 9 a.m. It will be the Orange team against the Maroon tomorrow morning. David Rawnsley and I will have the play-by-play then. For Vinny Servino and our entire crew here in St. Petersburg, Florida, I'm Mike Farron saying so long from Tropicana Field, and thank you for joining us for coverage of Day 3 of the Perfect Game National Showcase for 2022. We will talk to you on Day 4 tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here on Perfect Game TV. So long.